Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't think we need... Hey, what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Sorry. Yeah, no, drummer, I don't think we need to, I don't think so. Let me take a look. It'll tell you, it'll tell you if you have any strikes. It tells you in the video producer tab. Nope. No strikes, dude. Nothing. Couple of muted VODs here and there, but yeah, no strikes, dude. It's right there on the channel. So, no, we're in the clear, man. There's an email about 1,000 strike things, but no, we're good, man. Dude, there's no way. There's no way. I haven't played any copywritten music. Simple as that. I get the music from... I get... The Automaton is a YouTube channel. That's Sully G. He said a little while back in one of his videos, I went and dug around. He said, you don't mind if you play his stuff, you just got to give credit, and that's fine. Dude, more than happy to do that. And then Robert Parker, same thing. So yeah, no, we're in the clear, dudes. We should be way in the clear. If we get striked, I'll be very, very, very surprised. Yeah, the rest of the stuff is royalty free, like the LV 426. The well, yeah, that's YouTube, dude. We're talking about Twitch, right? Yeah, of course they get picked up on YouTube. That's their platform. Like for Sully, I would prefer him to claim that, to be honest with you. I don't want him to claim that stuff, dude. Yeah. All right, we got a lot of stuff going on right now. Power Boom, tell me why I must be a power boom. Sorry. You have to. I have to. You have to. So over on NSF, if you guys want to take a look, they're stacking up the third segment. You like cross sections, right? Yeah, of course. What is this? What is a picture of? It's taking a second. Oh, battle cruiser operational. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. So, they're loading up the second one, and then over here, in about 15 minutes, boop, we got a double box. We gotta have the double box because we got a OneWeb launch.
И поднимут сервисы OneWeb на новый качественный уровень. Однако на сегодняшний день мы сфокусированы и сосредоточены.
Yeah, that power boom crane is awesome. It's really freaking cool. It's a big freaking crane. And then if we need to, we can just boop, side by side, baby.
Коммерческое использование сети на базе первого поколения спутников OneWeb.
Михаил Кайгородов, коммерческий директор OneWeb Россия в студии Роскосмос. Мы продолжаем. Аппараты выводятся на орбиту российскими средствами.
She's there. She was on the cast. They have Mikhail here. Mikhail is he works for OneWeb. The crane is going to get so much bigger. Yeah, they're pretty much going to have to extend it after this lift. Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Torby! 39-month resub. Привет, Fullboyd.
Логично предположить, что в наземной компоненте также должно быть российское участие.
Логично.
Да. И мы только приветствуем такой подход. это достаточно
Coming in
серьезный
July for
вызов
Flight Sim.
для
Dude,
региональных
we have to get
компаний,
the Flight Sim.
но я не
I have to get the Flight
исключаю,
Sim streams
что,
back.
допустим,
I
в
want to fly,
ближайшее время
Thomas.
мы увидим земной терминал спутниковой связи, с помощью которого можно будет
Logistics,
обеспечить подключение к сети
What's up,
OneWeb
dudes,
для
and also more
пользователей.
dudes?
И это
Hi,
будет
Torbs.
и
How are
как
you?
разработано, так и выпущено в серию именно российскими
Всем
предприятиями.
привет.
И я не исключаю,
I haven't gotten a
что
chance to
уже в
read that
следующем
article
году
yet,
мы
dude,
будем
but I will.
использовать российские терминалы на российском рынке для
Mikhail
сети
here
OneWeb.
was talking about a phased
Земная
array antenna
станция,
for
которая
OneWeb,
требуется
for the
по
OneWeb
нормам
satellites.
федерального законодательства
They're using a
России
phased
для
array antenna
приземления
as well.
радиосигнала, она была как заложена в дизайн, так и, в общем-то,
Yeah, well, we can do that a little
до
bit
сих
later.
пор,
Sure. I want to see a
находится
rocket
в
launch.
планах по
Давай,
реализации
давай,
наземной
давай.
инфраструктуры в России. Более того, их планируется 3. Компания OneWeb готова не только предоставить всю необходимую документацию для принятия
Not to be that guy, but they said Mikhail just said that the total satellite constellation is 648 satellites. There's like 780 Starlinks up right now. SpaceX's network comprises of a lot more satellites, but OneWeb, if I'm remembering right, is in a higher orbit, so their satellites can cover more area, so they don't have as many satellites.
регулирующих органов.
Как будут выстраиваться отношения, ну, скажем так...
He said he has no idea how this all works. Let's be
Я уже упомянул.
PY, let's be real. He could have said that, and I wouldn't have heard it. I'm listening for the keywords, man. Yeah, see, 1,200 kilometers, 1,200 kilometers up. Starlinks are at 500.
Будет доступен уже вот в 2021
No,
году.
I thought Starlink is somewhere around
Следует
800
отметить,
Havix right
что та
now.
модель, по которой работает OneWeb, не предполагает оказание услуг конечным пользователям. То есть условно Иван Иванович не сможет пойти и купить комплект оборудования OneWeb в салоне связи, как мы это делаем с мобильной связью, покупая сим-карты.
782 this year. That's what I was remembering. You're right.
Пользоваться
Ivan
возможностями
Ivanovich.
сети OneWeb.
Yeah, Kim, that's like somebody being named Steve Stevens. Or Matt Matthews. It's the same thing, dude. Or you could have two first names like Ricky Bobby. John Johnson. Yeah, Steve Stevenson. Eric Erickson. Jimmy is Ivan? Really? Pete Peterson. Doug Duggerson. Oh wait, that's what I called the Eagles coach, Doug Peters. I called him Pete Duggerson because you could flip his name around and it doesn't. Huh. Hans Hansen.
Полезных сведений. Михаил Кайгородов, коммерческий директор OneWeb Россия, в прямом эфире.
He's the director for space operations for OneWeb. Is that what I? That's what I heard, right? Dave Davidson, Rich Richardson. We can keep going. There are a bajillion Petersons and Hansons everywhere. Frank Franklin, Doug Douglas. Jim McJimface. That's the best one. 70 and raining in Moscow. Epic crane music. Chris Cassidy is retiring today? Yeah. Yeah. That sucks. Frank Franken. James Jameson. IP free. Oh my god. Is it just devolving into Bart Simpson jokes? Huge ass. Icy wiener.
Это
There's Julia.
Роскосмос ТВ. На космодроме Восточный практически все готово к старту ракеты «Союз-2-1Б», который в связке с разгонным блоком «Фрегат» предстоит вывести на орбиту 36 спутников связи.
Are you listening?
Наш специальный корреспондент Сергей Тюрин в эти минуты находится в непосредственной, разрешенной требованиями безопасности близости к стартовому комплексу.
И мы только что получили эксклюзивный материал с Восточного.
Давайте смотреть.
were listening to what she said, right? Surely.
На космодроме «Восточный» легкий дождь, запуск ракеты носителя «Союз-2-1Б» с разгонным блоком фрегата и 36 космическими аппаратами на борту в рамках миссии 47 был перенесен на одни сутки по техническим причинам. Такое решение в ходе вчерашнего ночного заседания Государственной комиссии было принято в рамках соображений строжайшей безопасности. Такое нечасто, но случается в ракетной отрасли. Сейчас же все идет штатно, и подготовка к пуску проводится в абсолютно штатном режиме. Это будет 4-й пуск коммерческий с российского космодрома «Восточный», реализуемый в рамках сотрудничества Arianespace и российско-французского предприятия Star-7. Мы находимся на наблюдательной позиции космодрома «Восточный». Вот яркие, мощные огни за моей спиной — это техническое освещение пускового устройства. И я напомню, что в рамках данной миссии число космических аппаратов OneWeb на целевой орбите будет увеличено до 218 аппаратов. Это фактически треть от всего запланированного числа спутников. Интересно отметить, что именно превышение этого порога, как гарантируется заказчиком, уже обеспечит достаточно серьезное покрытие по всей территории земного шара и увеличение качества услуг связи. Ну а нам остается и далее пристально следить за всей циклограммой полета. Конечно же, стоит отдать должное стартовикам, которые продолжали участвовать в этом пуске на всей протяжении к его подготовке, и пожелать, конечно же, искренне успеха всей этой большой международной миссии.
Спасибо Сергею Тюрину, с которым, в общем, трудно не согласиться. До пуска несколько минут. Буквально напомним, что это 3-й в текущем году старт ракеты космического назначения с нового российского космодрома в Амурской области и 7-й в хронологии сотрудничества Роскосмоса и компании OneWeb.
Ну а на Восточном все готово к старту. Провожаем ракету «Союз-2-1Б» со спутниками OneWeb на орбиту. Профессионалы Роскосмоса делают все необходимое, чтобы пуск прошел в штатном режиме.
Почтительно умолкаем, даем возможность смотреть прямую трансляцию с Восточного.
Минутную готовность принял 70-й.
Минутная готовность принял 101-й.
Есть готовность системы измерения 70-й.
Доклады руководителя работ принял 1-й.
She can't keep her right hand still. Hibbit, were you listening?
Есть готовность систем.
Were you listening, or are you just staring at the woman in the gray dress? Look again. Is this a 2-hour flight or a long one? This is a OneWeb launch, Gene. OneWeb, so satellites. They're going to deploy the satellites. The mission's going to go on for a little while. We'll just watch the launch. But did you see the dancing gorilla? I did not. What's up, Taradra? How was the snow runner last night? You didn't flip any more trucks, did you? Is that fog or exhaust? It's condensation from the liquid oxygen? From the liquid oxygen vent tanks? It's 2021. You can't look at women. I was listening to what she had to say, Kem. How dare you? Yeah, it's nighttime. Very, very early in the morning over there in Vostochny. Vostochny is way. It's closer. It's close to Beijing, believe it or not. It's way in the Russian Far East. In fact, that's what Vostochny means. It means east. East spaceport. Russian engineers. Very straightforward. I'm still learning. What type of fuel does this rocket use? Soyuz uses RP-1 and Kerolox. They just loaded that sucker up with kerosene tech. It's a very simple rocket, but it's a good one. Just in time for the launch. Поехали.
Есть пробивка 30-й.
Villa, what's up? What's the purpose of these satellites? It's an internet communication satellite, kind of like Starlink, Villa. NASA got 23.3B. All right, we'll have to look, Balxy. I never flip trucks? Okay. Noradi? How do you say that, PY? Blowdown?
Продувка.
Продувка? What does that mean? Blowdown. Alright. Okay, yeah, Phil, we'll have to tune in. Isn't this rocket kind of small? Velo, Soyuz is a little bit bigger than Antares, but not as big as Falcon 9. And it's a medium-duty rocket. Soyuz is old school, dude. The Russians have been flying... they've been upgrading and flying this version of this rocket since 1957. Now, that's not to say that it's a bad rocket. There's only so many ways that you can go into frigging space. Soyuz is one of the tried and tested ways, dude. It's like that old car that you'll always be able to rely on. Bill will do a presser at 3 p.m. Okie dokie. Gas purge. Okay, so they're evacuating the propellants out of the ground service equipment. You don't want fuel in the launch pad when you fire the rocket. It'll get hot and it will light the pad on fire. Chat was making fun of you last night. Nice shirt. Thank you. It's okay. It has a snorkel.
Есть дренаж 70.
Доклады принял первый.
Yeah, you don't, Edmund, you don't want that. Generally, you don't want the rocket, the launch pad to be on fire. You more so want the rocket to have fire shooting out the bottom. You don't want the pad to be on fire, though. This is a very technical way of looking at this. Yeah, they're also loading up the crane. And here comes the Stroll replay instead of launch.
Есть надув 70.
Есть брос шоу 60.
Each OneWeb satellite weighs around 150 kilos, about 300 pounds.
Доклады руководителя работ принял первый.
Есть сброс ШО, система измерения 70.
Silence. 22-month resub.
10-го принял первый.
Yeah, the sky's about to light up, don't you worry. Yeah, it's right there, I'm with you. The hydrogen purge. Freaking thing lights itself on fire before it launches into space. Alright. Yeah, me too. I like Delta. Delta's a great rocket. $60. So at T-minus 30, you'll see the third stage umbilical retract. It's that diagonal tower right there. It's going to retract. And then at T-minus 15, you'll see the second stage umbilical retract. And then the engines will light at T plus 0, and then at T plus 6, the rocket lifts off.
Есть переход блока И на портовое питание 30. Есть отрыв холодной пневмоколодок блока И 70.
Thanks, Ben. All right.
Есть мачта 30.
30 seconds.
Доклады принял первый.
Okay, second stage carrier umbilical should retract right around now.
Пуск. Зажигание.
Okay.
Предварительно.
And go. There it is. Up.
Главное. Подъем.
Прошел контакт подъема. Двигатель центрального и боковых
Well, that camera took a dump.
10 секунд. Параметры системы управления ракетой носителем в норме. 20 секунд. Двигатели первой и второй ступени работают нормально.
Hey. What do we have here?
30 секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя.
Oh, somebody didn't get the mask right.
40 секунд. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая.
That was all.
50 секунд.
My internal timer got scrambled there for a second. I starlinered it.
— 60 секунд. Полет нормальный. — 70 секунд. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
All systems on the carrier rocket are good at whatever time he said.
80 секунд. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая.
What did he say? That was 80 seconds, right?
90 секунд. Двигатели первой и второй ступени работают нормально.
No, Motokid, they piped the sound in.
100
Yeah.
секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме.
90 seconds, got it.
110 секунд. Тангаж, рысканье, вращение в норме. И есть выключение двигателей боковых блоков. Есть отделение боковых блоков.
Staging. Oh, that's metal. Yeah, that was sick,
Стабилизация
dude.
изделия устойчивая.
So these two cameras right here,
Двигатель второй ступени
one is on
работает
top of
нормально.
the first or the second stage looking down, and the other one's on the bottom. Like if the rocket's flying up, that's why those cameras look similar. One is
150
upside down and the other's right side
Параметры
up.
конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме. — 160 секунд. Параметры
Okay.
системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
Will you please translate what the guy's saying? Sure. Yeah, I got you.
170 секунд. Полет нормальный.
Okay, systems guidance is normal. That's what he said.
180 секунд.
Is one on the first and one on the second? That would make more sense, Kim.
190 секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме.
Okay, at this second, I don't know the seconds. He said all systems on the rocket are good.
200 секунд. Полет нормальный. Время КП 20 часов 38 минут 39 секунд 549 миллисекунд декретного московского времени.
He's just saying at this time, everything is good.
10 секунд. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая.
Where did you learn Russian? First of all, I don't know Russian. I know some
Есть
words.
сброс створок головного обтекателя.
Okay. Looks like... Okay, there goes the fairing. Yeah, you're right, Cam. One is on the first stage and one is on the second stage. You're right, because that fairing, the rotation on the fairing was the same from both shots, I think.
240 секунд. Тангаж, рысканье, вращение.
Okay,
в
stand
норме.
by for hot staging. So Soyuz actually fires the second stage while it's still attached to the first, or fires the third stage while it's attached to the second stage.
Двигатель второй ступени работает нормально.
It's called hot staging, and it's to keep the propellants on the first and second stage at the bottom of the fuel tanks, so it keep it under acceleration, so all the fuel keeps going into the motors. Because sometimes when you separate, you need something to settle the propellants at the bottom of the tank, so you fire the rocket engine,
Параметры системы
the
управления
liquid fuel goes into it,
ракеты-носителя в норме.
right? So when you fire the rocket engine, the liquid fuel goes into it. So they hot stage it to, they fire the second stage while it's still attached.
Прошел гарантийный надув баков третьей ступени.
I mean, sloshing has a lot to do with it, Bellum, but it's more about tanklage.
Есть выключение двигателя второй ступени.
Okay,
Есть отделение
there we
второй
go.
ступени.
There's the hot stage.
Есть сброс панели
Do you see
хвостового
that?
отсека.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Interstage separation confirmed. There's the second stage right there. Oh, that's so legit. That is so legit.
310
Yes!
секунд.
That's
Стабилизация
awesome.
изделия устойчивая.
Oh, that's so good.
320 секунд. Двигатель третьей ступени работает нормально.
At this time, all systems are looking good. Stage 3 ignition was good.
330 секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме.
All parameters and constructs are looking good.
Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
He's saying all systems on the carrier rocket are good. But he's calling out times. That's what that guy's doing.
350 секунд. Полет нормальный.
5 minutes, 50 seconds. Guidance is normal. This is live. Yep.
360 секунд. Тангаж, рысканье, вращение в норме.
I don't know what he said there. This is a low Earth orbit rocket. It's launching OneWeb satellites, guys.
370 секунд. Параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя и разгонного блока в норме.
I think he said all systems on the third stage are looking good.
380 секунд.
Yaw, pitch, roll,
Двигатель
normal.
третьей
Got it.
ступени работает нормально.
I like SnowRunner, Gujar. I like playing Beam, though.
390 секунд.
The customization is
Параметры
better.
системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
Savvy, right? Let me know.
400 секунд. Стабилизация изделия устойчивая.
Stabilization systems are looking good, yeah?
410 секунд. Полет нормальный.
Полет нормальный means guidance is normal. That's good.
Прошло включение второй ступени наддува бака в третьей ступени.
He said something about the third stage, right? I think.
430 секунд. Двигатель третьей ступени работает нормально.
Stage 2 of third stage pressurization.
440 секунд. Тангаж, рысканье,
Duolingo
вращение в
sponsor
норме.
stream? So, Corn, I'm getting bits and pieces. Nowhere near fluent in Russian, not even close. But I know what words to listen for, and that's how I'm kind of. I mean, it says it here in English as well. But I am listening. You know, I listen for different words, and that's how I started picking up stuff. I just listened to the Russian news about space pretty much every day. It does help. I mean, it's not making me any more fluent, but I do get words. I can understand what they're saying, which is good. Do you know the numbers? I don't. No.
480 секунд. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
So, ракеты-носитель, carrier rocket. Ракеты-носитель normal means all
490
systems on the rocket are looking good.
Стабилизация изделия устойчивая. 500 секунд. Полет нормальный.
Полет нормальный. Guidance is normal. One is one. I know.
Тангаж, рысканье, вращение в норме.
Left camera view. What's all that stuff flying around? It's ice.
520 секунд.
Ice coming off the
Параметры конструкции
booster.
ракеты-носителя и разгонного блока в норме.
Pilot is flight, not guidance.
530 секунд. Двигатель третьей ступени работает нормально.
T-Man? Do you also do F1 related streams? I think I heard you talking about Ferrari on the stream. I'll talk about Formula 1, dude, but yeah. I haven't played any of the F1 games in a little while. But yeah, no.
550 секунд. Полет нормальный.
I watched the entire Monaco race. It was a great race. Good Monaco race for a change.
Есть выключение двигателя третьей ступени.
Okay, stand by for third stage
Есть отделение
separation.
головного блока. Головной блок в составе разгонного блока
We have good separation on the
фрегат.
Fregat. There it goes!
Космических аппаратов Ван выведен на
That's so
опорную
legit.
орбиту.
Bye-bye. That's good. Okay, so it's coasting here for a second. The Fregat upper stage should light here. No, this is OneWeb, Pixel. OneWeb. The 3D is on point, though, I will say. Oh. Let's get an update from Julia and...
Юль, по-моему, потрясающе красиво все это было. Во-первых,
Да, великолепно.
восхищение трудом сотен настоящих профессионалов своего дела. В общем, третий в этом году пуск Восточного состоялся и вошел в историю космодрома. Ракета-носитель «Союз-2-1Б» вывела на орбиту головную часть с разгонным блоком фрегат и 36 спутниками OneWeb.
В течение нескольких часов будет происходить последовательное отделение космических аппаратов от разгонного блока «Фрегат». За новостями следите на сайте и в социальных сетях Роскосмоса. Ну а следующий запуск с Восточного по программе OneWeb планируется в начале июля.
Трансляцию запуска провела команда Роскосмос ТВ и специалисты филиалов ЦНКИ космических центров Восточный и Южный. Спасибо, что были с нами. До новых встреч в космосе и на Земле.
Thank you very much for watching. And then Julia said that the Fregat will coast and then deploy the satellites. I'm pretty sure that's what she said. I was distracted by the crane stream. I was distracted by the crane stream. That's what was going on here. She said for chat to behave. Probably. Thursdays from Vostochny this year. Separation will be going for the next 3 hours. Yep. Yeah. I was looking at the crane. But yeah, it's a clamshell fairing. So there's two clamshells, and they separate. And the clipboard, man. Why? You don't lie. What's wrong with she's rich? She's got huge tracts of land. One day, son, this'll be all yours. Oh, what, the curtains? No, not the curtains. Not the curtains. But father, I don't want any of that. It's clamshell fairing. She got huge tracts of land. She said, I feel like someone's watching me. You're a clamshell fairing. But father, I just want to see. Oh, no. You're not writing out a song in here. No. They said you can't build a castle in a swamp, but I built it anyway. It fell into the swamp. So I built a second one. That fell into the swamp. So I built a third one. That burned down, fell over, then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, lad, that stayed up. Segment lowering underway. Really? Whoop. I literally retitled the stream to Tell Me Why I Must Be a Power Boom. Is this original content? That's from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Random. It's a great movie. Father, I don't want any of that. How many segments tall will this thing be? 5? No Minecraft today? The rocket launch kind of... Yeah. Alex... Give me some time on that. So is this the launch tower for the full stack Starship? That's correct. Per NSF, it's 7. 7. Okay. That's gonna be... Oh yeah, that's right. 500 feet tall. Yeah, that's gonna be really big. Yeah. You ever considered a pop filter? It helps voice control that I find myself at 4 a.m. muting due to EJ screams. Don't watch a stream at 4 a.m. 5 head. So, is the Russian lady still speaking? No. Why? You interested in learning Russian all of a sudden, random? You interested in learning Russian all of a sudden? I think a lot of people just decided very quickly that, you know, they wanted to learn Russian. Are you seriously going to tell me you're not? I've been learning Russian for months now, dude. I don't know. I don't know where you've been. Это хорошо. Studying intensifies. Did EJ just say 5 head? How old are you? Yes. Hey, Simuli, what's up? That is correct. I would like to know at least one Russian now. Damn, y'all so thirsty. So thirsty up in here. Go get a drink. Hey Sebby, I gotta keep up with times. You gotta identify with the kids. That's what the kids say, right? Do kids still do bottle flips? You guys want to do some bottle flips? That's a thing, right? That is correct. They just dab all day. Dabbing is still a thing. Out of all the things that the kids could have kept doing, they kept doing dabs. Dude, all right. When I was in high school, dabs were not doing something with your hands. That's not what that is. That is something very, very different. That was something really different when I was growing up, man. Man, I lost a couple of brain cells dabbing in high school. Yeah, Pixel, it's fun if you don't want to know which way up is, dude. Yeah, man, there you go. It's still that. A friend of mine made edibles with oh god. Oh, you ever do an oiled snake? Nah, Pixel, I didn't really get into that, dude. Like, to be honest, like, that's cool. If you're into that kind of stuff, I did it in high school just because everybody else did it, and it was fun, no doubt. But yeah, I don't need to do that, man. Space is my high, dude. You could say I'm a space cadet. Huh? Yeah, dabbing meant something different when I was in high school. Are they assembling another starship on that live stream? No, they're stacking the tower, Simuli. Guinea, there's very few things in this world that I actually hate. I don't waste my time hating things. I use that energy and put it into things that I like more. Good way to get ahead. Pro tip. Yeah, no, dude, I don't care. You do whatever the heck you need to do, man. Was that being high or ADHD? Because it could be either. That was that. Hey, it's totally legal in Massachusetts. Not breaking the law. Yes, an Otama bong. Addicted to tone. Today in Montreal, it's the first day that curfew's lifted. Hey, there you go. How much wind can the cranes take? It depends on the configuration. What does that mean? Recreational consumption of narcotics. That's what that means. That's cool, Sebi. Dragozin tweet. These Otamo things, they should be illegal? Did you hear that? I was letting freedom ring right there. Okay. Your dare instructor would be so disappointed. Yeah, as if. As if I needed a dare instructor to tell me not to take recreational drugs. I don't need to do that. So, what's Dimitri saying? Startup is normal, separation of the head unit? What is it? Soyuz have a subwoofer in it? The first activation of the propulsion system of the Frigate upper stage took place on time. Cool. Petition to add K Comrade. Okay. So who's winning Baku? Lando Norris. You heard it here first. Speaking of freedom, Cletus Zelko has a hood on it. Hellfish, I very much respect Kevin for advocating for a hood on the car. Very much respect Kevin. He gained a lot of points in my book. How many sections until it's done? It's 7 sections, Space. I said 5 earlier. That was I thought it was 5 for some reason. 7 of those things. So we're not even halfway. We're not halfway there. Yeah, it's gonna be big. Yeah, it's gonna be gigantic. I mean, like, the thing is already friggin' huge, man. 4 more after this. Is that now the same height as Starship? Well, no. Alright, here, look. Starship's gonna be stacked here on an orbital launch table, right? The orbital launch table is about that big. The table is just basically the pad for it, right? The pad is going to be held up on those stilts over there, okay? So the bottom of the vehicle will be right here. And we know that Starship is 70-meter first stage and, what is it, Starship's 50 meters tall, so 70 and 50, that's 130 meters, which, frick, that's tall. That's, what is it, it's almost 500 feet. That's wow, that's big. Let's see, 130 meters times 3.3. Yeah, 429 feet. And then the tower with a lightning rod on it is going to be 500. So yeah, that's big. It's like an apartment building. I mean, it's going to be 40 stories tall. 40 stories. So, like, if you're in the city, go out and look for a 40-story building. That's how big this thing is. Which is... It's big. It's like that building in Manhattan. Hang on. There's a building in Uptown Manhattan. Anybody here from New York? What's that building that's just basically a square that goes all the way up? It's just a really skinny square. Kenny, what the heck is the name of that one? It's in Uptown, dude. It's in Uptown, and it's where is it? It's on like 4th or 5th Avenue, 432 Park. Okay. Yeah, it's literally, I say it's just a square, right? But here. That. It's about that tall. Give or take. If I'm looking at this correctly. Is it bordering Central Park? I don't think it's on Central Park South, but it's close. It's in Uptown. How will 16 million pounds of thrust affect the wildlife in the area? They're redoing the EIR, Aiden. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. But, oh my god, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh, I hope you, oh yeah, he's saddled in. I would have two saddles in, man. Jeez. .432 is almost 1,400 feet tall, man. Oh, so it's about half of that. But still, it's quite big. How many stories tall is this? Hold on. It's on 57th and Park in Midtown. Yeah, 1,400. It's 425 meters. 125 condominiums, amenities such as private. Part of billion or something. Yeah. Wow, that building's a lot bigger than I thought it was. Wow. Okay. Yeah. No, it's not that big. Where the Starship service structure's down here. Yeah, it's down here. But still, that's still pretty big. Would you ever live in New York? No. Too many people. Too many people for me, dude. Yeah. It's big, dude. I still wish they just rebuilt the World Trade Center. I personally, Hellfish, I agree with you. Here's what I think they should do. If you want my 2 cents, okay? So here, let me just go in here and give me 1 second. Yeah, here we go. So here, if they didn't need to rebuild it exactly. Like, for me, it doesn't need to be exactly like that. What I wanted them to do is, I wanted them to, I love that One World Trade Center is there. Personally, if it was up to me, I would want a, something like this. I would want, oh, that's way too small. Hold on, I gotta get a bigger brush, because it's paint. Alright, personally, I would want them to build, like, one building here, and that one building can have a round top. And then I'd want them to build another building, like, right here. And that other building would have, a round top, right? Like that. It'd be cool. Like, it would look like the top of a water tower or something, right? And then personally, I would want them to build another, like, One World Trade Center should have been, like, about this high, right? Right? And then they should have had another building, like, right here. And then there should have been, like, another building that kind of goes like this. Kind of like that. I mean, that's what I think they should have done. I think that would have been much more aesthetically pleasing. Just a thought. I mean, yes, I have put way too much thought into that. I mean, it should have been like that. But hey, what they have is nice. It's kind of there. Yeah. There you go, Guinea. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect, man. Perfect. Thank you for that. Oh, yeah, no problem. No problem. My pleasure. You freaking fricks! When will you learn? I mean, that's just personal opinion, man. The freedom of expression building. It's a very New York thing to do. Oh, you're going to punch me in the face? Here, I'm going to build a building that's going to be perpetually flipping you off. All right? Frick off. Go back to Staten Island, you punk. It would have been perfect. I've been holding that joke for some time. It's not the first time I've thought about that, Kem. I'll be honest with you. It's not the first time I've thought about that. Yeah, it needs to be kind of like, you know, one building here that's about this tall, and then another building here that's about this tall, and then you have like One World Trade Center, and then, yeah, like that's how it needs to be. That's very important for the aesthetic. No, it's not insulting. It's the aesthetic. All right, don't insult my craft. Such a Bostonian faking a New York accent. I don't talk like you. Get out of here. I don't talk like you, guy. Think I would freaking try to get your freaking accent down? Frick off. Get the hell out of here, you freaking stupid one. Why don't you go down to the Bronx and root for your crappy baseball team or something? I'll be over here winning. Hey, who's in last place in the AL East? It's not the Yankees, but they're close. How would the thumb be built? Striker, it would be a conquest of engineering. It's like those buildings that you see in the Netherlands where they try to make it intentionally look crooked because look at how cool this is. It's crooked, right? I don't know, like, but, you know, building a building that, like, kind of like this, it could be done. It should be done. Yeah. I got a number. How do you like them apples? All right. I'll be back. You just badmouthed my palm. Hey, that piece of crap Steinbrenner demolished old Yankee Stadium. He demolished the house that Ruth built. All right? Lost any respect I didn't already have for the Yankees. Okay, no, I didn't respect you at all, but sorry. Structural engineers. Anything can be done if you have the money. Yeah, well, I mean, making a building like this, I mean, it could be done. Yeah. Yeah, Cam, it'd be perfect. Ruth built that house on alcohol and drugs. So? What's wrong with those? Let me see, Blueland. Oh, that's amazing, dude. Yes. So cool. Favorite baseball stadium that looks nice? Fenway Park. Man. Fenway Park. That's the most aesthetic stadium, alright? I do like Citi Field, though. I'll be honest. I like Citi Field because it looks like Ebbets Field. And baseball fans will understand why you like Ebbets Field. Are you from Boston? Yeah, Neo. Yeah, like the city. Like inside of the Inner Beltway. Yes, I'm from Boston. Yes. Camden Yards is better than Fenway? Wow. Camden Yards? Camden Yards. Seriously. Bro. You had the wrong aesthetic taste. You're drinking the wrong water. Does anyone watch that Dead Sport? I watch baseball. I like baseball. T-Mobile Park? Busch Stadium? Busch Stadium. Wow, you guys have horrible tastes in ballparks. Tiger Stadium. I liked old Tiger Stadium, but Detroit didn't like old Tiger Stadium and built Comerica Park instead. All about the juice box. Ugh. Okay, Fenway Park notwithstanding, I like Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium is cool because it's built into the side of the hill. That's really cool. Hey, Giesen. Three Rivers. Old school, gaw. Old school. PNC Park isn't bad, though. I've watched the Bucks play there before. I've been to PNC Park. It's nice. How many segments is this tower going to have? 7 segments, dude. How are they connected to segments? They're welding them. Bolts in welding, Belksy, from what I understand. What degree does Dr. Pepper have? Theoretical physics. Ugh. Ugh. The Astrodome, yeah. When people say baseball, I get that piano music thing in my head. Unfortunately, the Pirates have been crap for the entirety of our lifetimes. Blue, did you see what the Cubs game? Hellfish, I watched that again. I watched that footage again, and then I realized how ridiculously absurd that what happened actually is. You paid 15 pounds for that in Dust? I can't believe that. What the hell are the Pirates doing? Oh my god. It's so funny, dude. Oh my god. All he had to do was step on first. I don't get it, Genesis. It's so ridiculous, man. Oh my god. You see the guys in the Cubs dugout? They were like, all right. I like the Falcons Stadium Havocs. The aperture up top is a really awesome piece of engineering. Actually, they used this crane's bigger brother to, well, actually not this crane's bigger brother. They used a Manitowoc 31,000 to put that whole thing together up there. I like the old Lions Stadium, the Silverdome, T-Man, the Silverdome. Hey Ren, what's up, dude? Yeah, the fancy opening anus. Aperture? Aperture? It's an aperture, please. Shibe Park? Atlanta, the Sphincter Dome. Yeah, Hellfish, yeah. Das said the thrust was for 3 Starship test flights. What was the thrust for the crane lift? Huh? They need to build a baseball stadium called Bing Chungus. The Coliseum, Zythera. Yeah, I've been to the Coliseum. I watched the Red Sox play the A's in 2006. When Big Hurt still played for the A's, dude. I got to see a baseball game with David Ortiz and Frank Thomas play. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. Pretty good day. Large tower. When we get to see your X-33 do a barrel roll, note, I would also accept aileron roll. Yes. Argy Barge, what is this large structure for? It's for, it's the service structure for Starship. So, long story short, there's going to be a big crane on top of this that stacks the Starship on the pad. So they'll put the first stage and then the Starship on top of it. Big Hurt. Seven stacks, Neopod. 7. Yeah, it's friggin' huge, Argybarge. The service structure's full height is going to be about, I think the EIR said 500 feet. So, what is that in metric again? 130, 140 meters, somewhere around there? How many more segments taller till this gets to fixed service structure size? It's about as big as the FSS right now. Yeah, it's about as big. The fixed service structure at 39A is just a little bit taller than this. Like, maybe to here. To where the hooks are on the power boom. I know, Boxy. I have it open already. Oh boy, slides. So when are they bringing a crane to lift the crane to finish the tower? They brought extension pieces for the power boom crane, dude. They're going to take this piece off and put a jib, most likely. Or a jib up here, and then they're going to extend it. This crane can reach up to 200 meters. You can reconfigure power boom. You can reconfigure this crane to be a 200 meter SDW configuration here. I'll show you. This crane's a freaking monster. I spelled it wrong again. Here. Oh, dark mode. So there's the house right there. Like, look at it. You can configure this thing to be a little baby crane if you need to move something huge. Or you can reconfigure it to that. Or those. Where's the SDW configuration? SL is the configuration that it is right now, I think. It's that one. Or this one. It's either S or SL. And then SDW is the one that it's going to need to be to move this. That's the configuration of the crane. The SDW config is going to be the one that they're going to need. That's the only one that has the reach that I know of, unless you can reconfigure this crane to something that's not in this catalog. There's your load tables. Right there. Is this the new budget stuff? Yeah, we're going to have to dive into that. That one could do it. This configuration could do it. With the power boom and twin jibs. And that's going up to 140. But, see, the crane needs to be higher than the whole structure. You can't make the crane the same height as the structure that you're trying to build. That's not how that works. So if we scroll down a little bit more, we could find the SDW config. Yeah, here we go. That's what it's... They're going to reconfigure this crane into this. I'm pretty sure. You have 2 lines for Space News. Okay. Did you already link those? Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, I got them, Kim. Why not use a hydraulic crane system like they do with skyscrapers? A hydraulic crane, Taco? What do you mean? Like a telescoping crane? I don't think a telescoping crane can go that high. And also, if you want a tower crane, tower cranes can't lift these segments. No way. Not even close. Tower cranes are designed for moving small pieces up crazy heights, like small payloads. They only move tiny bits and pieces, like a couple of I-beams here and there, and they bring them up to the building, and then they build up, and then the tower crane can build up. These lattice crawler cranes are designed to lift way heavier things, like way heavier things, like that. Tower crane can't do that. No way. Yeah, not a chance. Jeez, Neo. Is that steel or concrete? Steel. Concrete's down here at the bottom. What is the center of mass on the crane? Considering the guy is running like 500,000 pounds of counterweight, yeah, the center of mass is probably down here somewhere. Yeah, we counted up all the counterweights on this thing. It's got about 250 metric tons on the saddles. That's not including what's on the wagon out here. See this piece of the crane that's like extending out? That's not including that. The guy has 500,000 or like, yeah, 500,000 pounds of counterweight on the saddle, which is unbelievable. That's a lot. Yeah. What's the anchor weight needed to keep that thing fully stable? I could check. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. So he has 2 stacks of 7 on each saddle on each side here. So 7 times 4 is 28. That's 280 tons, 280 metric tons, or pushing 600,000 pounds. And then over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On the wagon. Well, it's not a wagon. It's just an extension. Back there, you have 2. Well, you could have 4 stacks of 7 up there. So, yeah, almost 1 million pounds of counterweight if I'm doing my math right. I still don't know how to read these things. Cranes. Well, this stream's off the rails already. Oh, sorry. Excuse me for reading into cranes while the crane is moving something. Grayson, what do you want me to do? You want me to sit here and stare at the wall again? I'll sit here and stare at the wall again. Here. We'll just do that now. That's what we're doing now. I would discuss it, Thomas, but we're already going off the rails. Remember? When does After Hours start? After Hours doesn't start for like another 9 hours, man. How's that wall? It's nice. It's flat. It's kind of like an eggshell white, I'd say. So call it like an eggshell white almost. Almost beige, maybe? Stares at EJ judgingly. Yeah. Yeah. You're the one that perpetrated this, Creation. Don't sit here and act like you are not at fault. You did this. This is your fault. Accept the blame. Don't judge me, because I'm judging you. And this is my stream, so my judgment counts more than yours. This is how this works, right? Look, this is my judgment face. See? Hashtag accept the blame. You shooting for orbital today? I'm going to try to. Would you like a little salt? I heard it's good for coffee. No, you're getting sugar and salt confused. Stare me down? Alright. I can do this. No problem. Do you want to waste my time? Do you want to waste my time, Chad? Okay. Okay. You gonna do staring contest? Don't blink. Don't blink. Your tongue is too big for your mouth. Don't blink. Oh, I blinked. I will bring Steve Jerzik in here and you'll lose instantly. I said I wanted to have a staring contest. Not that I want to melt like Raiders of the Lost Ark, Draco. Jeez. Still haven't blinked. Can we get back to cranes? No, we can't. We're off the rails, remember? I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you. I'll be real honest with you guys. I've been watching the cranes this whole time. Sorry. So do you like trains? Geeson, alright. Here's how this is going to work. You already know that I like trains, alright? I know that you know that I like trains. You know that I know that you know that I like trains, but you still ask that question. Now, that leads me to believe that this question is going to end up with a pun. And if it ends with a pun, I'm going to be very upset. Subete al trencito? ¿Qué? You missed it, Canadian. It already happened. Did you see people mention you in Das' stream? No. Oh, God. I don't know what that means.
Subete al trencito EJ.
EJ. This morning, folks were commentating that you would love the crane stream. Oh. Cranes are dope, dude. Cranes lift things up and then they put them down. Das with his very, 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 very accurate drawing. Dude, that thing is freaking going to be ridiculous. That thing's going to be insane. See what I mean about the crane, dude? You're going to need the SDW configuration. There's no way you're going to stack that with any other configuration. Tallest thing in South Texas? Oh, it's... Yeah. What's taller than this thing? Maybe an oil rig? Maybe. Probably not. There are 2 towers? I haven't seen any foundations for another tower, Apocalypsis. No, but yeah, it's... Oh, trains are awesome, Neopod. Alright? Seriously, trains are dope, dude. Don't look down? Oh, yeah, that would be unfortunate. How will they build the top when it's taller than the crane? Well, Panja, you can reconfigure the crane. That configuration. I think that's the configuration that they're going to have right there. That sucker. Look at that frickin' monster of a crane. All trains, Apocalypsis. But you gotta look down because caveman brain. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's another day at the office for these guys. I mean, this is just the 3rd segment, guys. They're gonna be up at the 7th segment, man. It's gonna freaking skyscraper up in here. No, don't look down. It's just the ground and my lunch. Looking up is more stressful to me than looking down at high heights. I never thought of it like that, Bellum. Oh my gosh, you're right. You're right. What? How are they going to get a crane on the very top? Heraclitus, did I say that right? Heraclitus. They'll reconfigure this crane. These cranes, these lattice crawler cranes are like Legos. You can just add segments. So this segment right here, the 11350, once again, I'll go over to the technical data. You can just reconfigure it. You can have a bunch of different configs for the crane. And have the same base. They could just, you just rebuild them. So like there's that configuration right there. There's that. It's all the same crane. You could just add segments and put the pendants and the pulleys in the right sections, and you can just make different. You can make different cranes. Yeah, Addy, that's right. Here, I can show you if you want to see how this goes together. They use other. What they'll do is, they'll take the crane boom. And they'll put the crane boom, they'll lie the crane boom down on the ground, and then they'll add segments that way. Hang on. Give me one moment. I have to find the, It's a, yeah, there will be a second pad there. Yeah, they're going to build another one. All right, here, take a look. I mean, this is the configuration of the crane. It's the power boom right there. There it is. That is the actual that's pretty close to the config that they have now. The power boom is actually longer on space, whatever the configuration is for SpaceX, but I'm trying to see if they have any assembly. That's just showing them lifting the wind turbine. Let's try this one. So the crane comes in pieces, right? And they put the thing together, like, so the treads get attached with other cranes, right? You see them moving the treads into position? Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts, Noctis. Yeah, pretty crazy. See, okay, so they added the saddles there, and now they're stacking the counterweights. All right, now they'll still start attaching the boom pieces. There we go. See, they just put these suckers together, and then they'll lift it up. I think this is the derrick that they're working on right there. And then there's the pulleys for the crane. See? This configuration has no power boom here. That flex, yep. And then that's the hook right there. There's the hook for the crane, and then they'll lift it up. Holy crap, that's cool. And then the guy will stack more counterweights depending on what they're moving around with the other crane. See that? I mean, if you guys want to see like what a crane yard for like a company that moves these things and how they store these cranes, it's actually pretty interesting. I know of one that's down at the Cape. Here, I'll show you. There's one down at the Cape that they use for lifting and building launch pads amongst anything else. It's heavy lifting. It's a heavy lift facility here. This company is, you know, like builds they have all the types of lattice cranes, and that's what the yard looks like. See? They just have all the different segments for all the different pieces of the crane, right? There's power boom well, not power boom segments. They could be used either way, see? They're all just stacked right there. It's Legos. It's seriously Legos. That's it. See? All the segments. You just buy as many segments as you need. This is, I think it was the company's called Bile Brothers or something. I think this is Bile Brothers. But, see all the segments? They just park them in the woods. All this other stuff that they have over here is used for, like, I mean, those are just connexes and stuff. This thing is used for moving heavy things around. And that's what these things, that's what these special trailers are for moving heavy things. It's freaking Legos, dude. Yeah, seriously, it's like Lego Technic, only with big freaking cranes. Yeah. And then there's more. They have more out here in the yard. See? Just all crane parts. Just chilling. I don't know, Geeson. Maybe. Oh. Oh. What's that? Goalie, I was showing... Oh, yeah, there you go. There's that thing. That's right. Oh. What's that? Why is that there? I don't know. Reasons. No, I was showing them what the cranes look like when they're disassembled. It's just a bunch of segments that they just stack on top of each other. And then trucks just move these things to the site, and that's it. You just move it in pieces. You have all the different pieces here. And where are the actual cranes? Where's the treads and stuff? They should be around here somewhere. Either way. Yeah, Meccano. It's like a big, it's a big Meccano or an erector set. Whatever you want.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why, I must be a power boom. Did they stop? NSF stop? Yeah. Drool, 17-month resub. Yeah, it's a big freaking Meccano kit. It's cool, man. I think that's really cool. It's freaking Legos. It's Legos for adults. It's fantastic. And then you actually get paid to use it. That's pretty cool. I don't hate that. Major rite of passage for me today. Told you that I used your stimulus check for wrenches, ratchets, and a new drill. Today I bought my first torque wrench. That 59 Ford Stream is so inspirational. No crap, Tom. Nice. Where was that crane yard outlet? I'm not telling you. Somewhere. Did I see the NASA budget thing? That tells everybody wants to go and see that, so... By the way, did you see that message on Discord I sent like on Saturday?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, yeah, Sebi. I don't know where we're at with that thing. Let's wait until the world gets a little less crazy before we go and jump on something like that. Hey, G-Core, what's up? Speaking of legends, what's going on, dude? NASA budget, does that even exist? Yep. What are the towers they are building there? Rumblebelly, that's the fixed service structure for Starship, dude. Yeah, that's the tower that will have a crane on top of it that'll pick super heavy and Starship up and stack them on the pad. There's a crane yard not that far from me on an old airfield. It's always fun to drive past. Nice. Finished my month in the simulators today. Going back to flying the real Lakota on Tuesday. Bro, ho. That's awesome. What's that, Billy? Hold on. All right. I was told to look here on 50. Oh, look. More crane parts. It's just a random lot with lots of crane parts in it. We got some double wides too. You guys like double wides? Double wides are cool. Jeez, look at all the crane parts, man. Holy crap, goalie. Freaking ridiculous. That's insane. What the frick? There's your crane parts. Wow. See, they're just storing all the boom extensions right there and derrick parts all right there. That's nuts, man. These things are freaking cool, dude. Love how the crane lots are just in the suburbs. Florida, what do you want? I'll bet you that crane lot was out there before anything else. I mean, I don't know about you, goalie, but I like what's going on over here. Yeah, baby. Why does it look like this would work? Phil, why? What's in the lot to the south of it? I don't know. Let's see. Hey, short track, baby. Hey, dirt track. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. Is this a tractor pull? Hell yeah, man. Friggin' tractor pull. That's what I'm talking about. Because flirter. What's in the lot south of here? Let's take a look. More crane parts. Yep, more crane parts. Hey, that's Orlando Speed World. Yeah, dude. What is that, a drift track? The drift track is over... That's the drift track right there. Does the same company own all of these? I actually don't know. Freaking motocross track, baby. Cool.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Son of Goo. What do you call a swearing mouse? A cursor. This is actually really close to where I went to school. I went to school over here. Right there. Nice. And is that a boat racetrack in the water next to it? I don't know. Let me go take a look.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't think so, Sebi. I'm not sure, though. I don't know what that is. Over Thunder, 7-month resub. It's not the same company that owns all of them. Nice, little short track. Alright, anyway. It's the there's a dig out to build the track. They had to dig a bunch of water, retaining ponds and stuff. Swishio, so today I used so you want less rockets than Uno reverse response, and it was funny watching the guy first being angry, then after a few Karen treats realizing that maybe he was wrong. Really? Can you link me? Can you link me to that, Swishio? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you wanted less rockets. Oh, man. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's not about arguing with these people. It's just... People are dumb, man. What are you doing? Yeah, Tiger. Retention ponds. Yeah, you need those in Florida. The water table in Florida is very high. Yeah. Source, lived there. I thought Omega seemed like a bad concept, but I really wish we got to see it fly. Zythera, I liked Omega. I thought Omega's a good idea. I think solid rocket first stages, believe it or not, I'm a huge Ares 1 fan. And it's not just because I like Constellation. I think that using that kind of technology, those 3.7 meter segmented solid boosters to make a heavy launch vehicle is a really good idea. The reason why I think it's such a good idea, I mean, yeah, you do run into vibrational problems with the SRBs. The reason that SLS and the shuttle can work is because the SRB's vibration cancels each other out, so the vibrations aren't as bad. But something like Ares 1 would have needed to have, in the interstage, it would have needed to have had a damper to dampen out the vibrations from the SRB. But still, I think that's a really good idea, because if you're reusing those segmented boosters, right, you can reuse them. You can go tow them back. And I get it. They're refurbishable. It's not like a Falcon 9 where you could just fill it back up and put it right back on the pad, right? But if you had an SRB refurbishment facility at the launch site, you could just make a nice little supply chain going back and forth. And if you make reusable second stages, this lifter over time becomes very inexpensive to operate. Like, very inexpensive. Think about it. The SRBs have one moving part. It's the freaking nozzle. That's it. That's the only moving part in there. That's it. That's all you have. Just the nozzle and the gimbal actuator, thrust vector controller. That's it. It's just the nozzle moves. That's all. One moving part. If you launch them in high frequency, you could really get the price down for something like Omega. That's why I liked Omega. Yeah. Any proof to that claim? Since the Earth is flat, Florida can't exist. Flash Wolf, I know you're kidding, but you made my face hurt. Yeah, Zythera, they could have gotten the price on Omega down really, 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 really low. Yeah, I thought it would have been a good idea. Because Zythera, so when I think about spaceflight policy, and I guess we could get into talking about the budget request, or the budget, NASA's budget for this year. When I think about this, I'm thinking about way down the road. The reason why I'm thinking way down the road is because if you don't think, ooh, okay, yeah, it's time for space news. Let me switch the title over. If you don't think, like, these rockets take time. The rockets take time. They take time to build. You can't think 5 years down the road when you're building super heavy launch vehicles, or when you're building something to go to the moon or to Mars, whatever. You have to think way down the road. And what do I mean by that? Well, okay, so if we're going to the moon, all right, having a capsule on top of a super heavy launch vehicle makes sense. You want to do it Apollo style. It's actually much simpler this way. Now, if you're going to do that and go to Mars, doing something Apollo style, like having a Mars descent vehicle and a capsule coast out to Mars on a 3-month trip, that doesn't make sense. You can't set up a Mars mission that way. At least I don't think, and I don't think we should. What we're going to need to do down the road is have a way for Orion to get into low Earth orbit by itself. Why? Why is that? Well, if we're going to go to Mars and we're going to take it seriously in any capacity and not just send people on a suicide mission, you're going to need a gigantic transfer vehicle. something like the MTV from Constellation, the Copernicus, this thing. Give me 1 second. This sucker right here. You're going to need something like this. And you can use something like SLS to build something like this with a big fairing, right? You launch this thing in segments, right? And go from there. Now, you're not going to launch one of these segments, a nuclear-powered segment, right? Like this. Those are nuclear engines back there. You're not going to launch those, right, with people on them, right? That makes no sense. Why the heck would you do that? And simultaneously, you're not just going to launch an SLS with just the Orion capsule on top of it. That would be a waste of time. No, you don't want to do that either. So somewhere down the road, when we think about going to Mars, having the Orion capsule be able to be delivered into low Earth orbit without launching an SLS is going to be needed. This is why I thought Omega was a good idea from the start, because Omega, you could have done that. You could also put Falcon 9, you could put an Orion capsule underneath Falcon 9. It could do it. You would need to use a lot of the service propulsion system for Orion. The SPS would need to fire because Falcon 9 would not be able to move the whole thing up into space. But Falcon 9 could do it. Atlas 552 could do it. A Delta IV Heavy can absolutely do it. It's already done that, or at least something like it. But eventually you're going to need a way for this thing to be able to get into space by itself, just into low Earth orbit, not with a super heavy launch vehicle. So I always thought that having something that used 39B and used the mobile launcher, just like the SLS did, was good for Orion. So I was really bummed out when Omega got canned because, yeah, that sucks. How many Orions per Starship? Starship could move like 3, 4 Orions in there. The limit would be space inside of the ship, not payload capacity. Didn't the original SLS roadmap have a transfer vehicle in lunar orbit? Kind of. Constellation. Project Constellation is what you want. Interesting, Kim. Yeah, it could launch on Vulcan. Vulcan could do it. You're going to need something. Did you bring back Flight Simulator yet? No, G-Core, I have not. I got to soon, but I've been neck deep in a, I've been neck deep in, a project in KSP. What is the purpose of Copernicus? It's a Mars transfer vehicle, Addy. Yeah, Josh, that's, I mean, once again, as you know, freaking always want more rockets, and, you know, Constellation would have been a good idea. You've heard me drone on about that many times. I don't need to say anything. So, yeah, freaking, that would be a good way to do it. What do you mean Mars transfer vehicle? Doesn't Starship go straight to Mars? Yeah, Addy, we weren't looking at Starship. Would it help if Starship carried an inflatable space section and then the Starship carrying humans would dock to it for a time from Earth to Mars and back? Wait, who's talking about Starship here, fellas? I'm confused. We're talking about Orion and Mars transfer vehicles using SLS and another rocket. Who's talking about Starship? I'm confused. Let me see that, G-Core. Oh, that's cool, man. Wow. Very nice. I thought they were both being used together for the same mission. I'm talking about theoretical missions. You guys are going to the moon. This is what I mean about long term. Addy, Swishio, the whole purpose of this conversation, guys, was talking about where we're going to go after the Artemis program. And this is why thinking about long-term spaceflight is super important. See my last. I was talking about Orion. Okay. All right. So, would there be 2 Orion Orion's brought all the way to Mars with the transfer vehicle? No, one of them would be with the transfer vehicle as a lifeboat, and the other one is crew to help assemble the vehicle and stuff. So the other Orion would have departed. It wouldn't have had two. At least I don't think it would have. What's that? Huh, great picture. This is what I meant on the SLS proposal. Yeah, it could do that. Zythera, yeah, it could do that. I could see the link. Okay, so okay. So we'll get into the budget request stuff here in a second, guys. I'm going to go get another fresh pot. I'm out of coffee. I'm going to need some coffee to unpack this one. So I'm going to take just a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to have a longer space news today. It's only 3 o'clock, but we'll jump into it now. Oh, this, all right. Yeah. Bill is going live right now. Link me. Link me. All right. Okay. Here we go. I'll be right back. 1 second.
It requests $24.8 billion for NASA. It's an increase of 6.6% over what was the previous year. This is a very aggressive, forward-leaning budget for NASA, because the investment in NASA's goals and missions is an investment in the future of this country. NASA obviously contributes to our economy, both in the local communities and across the country, and it inspires our students and it invests in the next generation of scientists and engineers through STEM education. And there is nothing that excites kids, just look at their little faces, when you start talking about STEM. And when you start talking about space. As a matter of fact, think what happened after Apollo. For a couple of generations that went into science and technology and engineering and mathematics, that was a spinoff from the space program. And NASA, a recognized agency, one that is very popular, one that projects soft power for the U.S., it is a considerable help to American leadership around the world. The President's budget request is recognition that NASA's missions contribute to the administration's larger goals for America. Climate change, promoting equity, driving economic growth, STEM, research and development, all of which equal jobs. It's the largest budget request for NASA science ever. The Biden administration is proving that science is back. The record funding in the science area will help NASA address the climate crisis and advance robotic missions that will pave the way for astronauts to explore the moon and Mars. And it will also allow NASA to build the next generation platform, the Earth System Observatory, an array of space-based satellites, instruments, and missions that will help give us a 3D view of Earth as a system. And that will inform our decision-making to prepare and protect our communities in the face of natural hazards. That was a part of the President's rollout of the discussion here in the formative days before hurricane season when he met over at FEMA last Monday. This budget also gives NASA the resources to advance America's bipartisan Moon to Mars space exploration plan, and it keeps us on a path for regular cadence of Artemis missions to the Moon. Under the Artemis program, America will land the first woman and the first person of color on the Moon as part of this program. And this commitment is not just a statement, it is an action. And it is an example of how the U.S. will continue to lead the way globally, not just in exploration, but also in equity and also in transparency. To put it succinctly, this budget will empower NASA and the United States to lead humanity into the next era of exploration. It's an era in which government and the private sector partner take us farther than ever before, to the Moon, to Mars, and beyond, and to expand science, economic growth, and well-being. And I might say that as we get toward the end of the year and we launch the James Webb Telescope, just to give you an idea of how far advanced that is. The telescope will peer back into the beginning of light 150 million years after the Big Bang. Consider that the universe is 13.5 billion years old. We will be looking back at the first % of the life of the universe and the light emanating from that. And we will see
the face of God,
the first galaxies formed as a result of James Webb. So with that, I'm proud to hand it over to NASA's acting CFO, Steve Shin. Take us through the details.
Steve, what's up?
All right, thank you, Senator Nelson.
Steve!
Yeah, we're very excited to be here today on the budget release day. The prior chart that was up was really demonstrating how we directly support our administration's priorities. As Senator Nelson mentioned, our top line for FY22 is $24.8 billion. That shows extraordinary support from the Biden-Harris administration, and our activities really align quite well against the priorities of this administration. We'll talk about this in some future slides, but I'll just mention a couple things of note. As Senator Nelson indicated, we have a robust earth science budget, about $225 million more than was enacted for FY21.
Something like that, Metrics.
And we're not just talking about climate. When we talk about climate, it's not just earth science. Aeronautics plays a huge role in addressing the climate crisis, partnerships for green aviation, improving overall aircraft efficiency. Also mentioning in terms of aeronautics that that plays a huge role in driving economic growth. The airline industry generates about $1.7 trillion of impact to the United States economy. And obviously through NASA, we're a leader in green aviation, advanced space technology, and even encouraging small businesses' success.
Yeah, Ordon's fine.
So the chart that you see on the screen now, Artemis is our sort of introductory slide, landing humans on the moon. I think one of the most exciting parts, but certainly not the only exciting part of this budget, is the strong support for Artemis. and NASA's efforts on the moon to land the first woman and first person of color on the lunar surface. These charts are showing you a regular presence on that lunar surface and a regular cadence to the mission.
No, go back to that. What are you doing?
Everything in the picture that we saw on slide 3 is in the current budget request.
Yeah.
What's also important to note is not everything that was on that prior chart is human exploration related.
Cool, Thomas.
Science as well as space technology are all working toward that common goal. Again, the picture that was on that chart is showing the Artemis missions and how their cadence is planning to go. You'll notice in the upper right that Artemis missions 3 to 5 include that cislunar buildup, as well as an initial crew demonstration landing with the human landing system. And there's a number of factors that are going to contribute to how we're going to get to the moon.
We're at the end of the bell curve for James Webb. Look,
is extraordinary bipartisan support for all of NASA's portfolio, including the Artemis and lunar activities. So we're looking forward to continuing that as we go forward through our initial crew demonstration landing and into the human landing system. When we were talking about the Artemis base camp buildup, the important thing to mention there is it's looking to move from capabilities to sustained operation.
Not bad.
Our industry partners as well as international participation is really important and critical as we achieve a regular cadence of missions. And along with that sustained presence on the lunar surface, we're going to keep learning about living and working on that lunar surface for extended stays, performing technology and operations demonstration that will ultimately reduce the risk and help us with Mars. So we are so excited to talk about the numbers. We had it on the screen. It went away for a moment. Slide 5 is our actual agency president's budget request. We'll get that slide up in a moment. There's just a lag delay in where we're getting to. So I'll talk in generalities, and then we'll see the numbers in just a moment. First and foremost, again, it's a $24.8 billion request for FY22. That is a $1.5 billion increase over FY21 levels.
It's on the books,
which is about 6.6%.
Fellas, all right, screw this guy. Look at no, not screw this guy, but you get the idea. Look at commercial low Earth orbit development. They're ramping up funding. Look at that. That's like a 90% increase in funding right there. Well, not 90, but you get it. It goes from 17 to 101 in the request for them. This is for NASA to develop commercial space stations and pay people to do commercializing space stations and paying people to do the science on orbit. This is something that was brought up back in 2017, 2018, somewhere around there. But look, dude, looks like they want to pull the trigger on it. Really good. James Webb funding dropped 57%. You're ramping the end of the bell curve. Once you move to operations, Thomas, the price stays fixed, and that is very consistent right there. This $172 million fixed across the board is operations. That's it. Because operating the telescope isn't as expensive as building it. You're seeing the end of the bell curve right there. That's fine. This is great. Yeah, then from 101 to 186. Yep. Very good.
Is funding small businesses, which is a $60 million increase for small businesses as we look at how we can encourage their growth in space technology. And we're extremely excited to talk about STEM, and our proposed budget for STEM is $147 million this year, which is, again, an increase over prior year enacted. All right, next slide.
Well, the ISS is coming to, it's not coming to an end, but it definitely is fixed by 2025.
So what's coming up next is a launch manifest, and the good news is while we're waiting for it to come up, we can't really read the numbers anyway, but that's okay. The purpose of this chart is just to show, NASA's profound launch manifest that we've got going on right now. Just in FY22 alone, there's 25 plus missions that will be on our launch manifest. Artemis 1 and the first flights of SLS and Orion, the first CLIPS mission, which are lunar missions to the lunar surface. The James Webb launch, as Senator Nelson alluded to. It'll also have the first crewed flight of the Boeing Starliner. And we're also really excited that NASA's back in the X-plane business. with not one but two new X-planes, the X-57 and the X-59. And FY23 is going to be as busy as it is for FY22.
That's what Cleod is about, Alucard. Yes.
It'll include the first flights of our third partner to deliver essential cargo to the ISS. That's the Dream Chaser from Sierra Nevada. And this manifest also shows you a regular cadence of 4 Artemis missions through 2026, and a total of 40 Moon to Mars missions in that time frame. So the chart is up on the screen now. What you see is the bottom in highlighted in yellow are our various lunar or Moon to Mars missions, and then some cadence of science and low Earth orbit missions beside that. Also worth noting on this chart is that there are several reimbursable missions for our partners at NOAA that are listed on this
Dream
manifest.
Chaser.
As many of you know, for more than 5 decades, NASA has worked collaboratively with NOAA, even when it was called the Weather Bureau prior to being established as NOAA. And we help them create environmental satellites that have been integral to life-saving weather and climate forecasts for the United States. So an amazing partnership
Artemis
there,
4.
and we're looking forward to those future launches. Next slide.
Oh, this is,
okay, folks, just on the line.
This is good. Yeah, everything looks good on this, but keep in mind this is NASA's budget request, so it's just a request. Everything looked okay there.
www.nasa.gov/budget, and you can download the chart deck there.
It's fiscal year, Meg, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So we're going to start on the account summary details. So we'll move to slide 8 when you're ready on the screen. And what you'll see here is actually the highlighting of the accounts that we're going to talk about on that following slide information. So when you see it, you'll notice that the dark blue lines represent what we call appropriations accounts. And then the white areas are actual themes. So that'll get you oriented. The first one we're going to talk about is exploration.
Really?
And when we talk about exploration systems development and exploration research and development, which are those 2 lines you see in white, $4.483 billion and $2.4 billion respectively. Exploration systems development is going to be funding the backbone of all of our transportation, including the SLS, which is the most powerful rocket ever built. The Orion that's going to be keeping our crews safe for exploration beyond LEO and deliver them safely back to Earth, and then also the exploration ground systems that are needed to integrate and launch SLS and Orion. On the exploration research and development side, that's going to fund the systems that will explore the moon after the ESD delivers us there.
NASA,
that includes Gateway, which will be in the lunar orbit, the human landing system to transport our crews to and from the lunar surface, and then surface systems including power, spacesuits, habitats, and mobility. So a lot of exciting things in this particular budget line. So if we go to the next slide, we can show a little more detail. So as I mentioned, this account includes Orion, SLS, and EGS for a total of $4.483 billion. I'll pause for the lag for just one moment to see if it catches up. I will mention, you can see it on the slide that may still be on your screen right now, is that it looks relatively flat, but essentially what it's looking at is that we decrease in the out years as we transition from development to production and operation. So that is what we'd expected. Also in this line items budget, for the first time ever in the President's budget request, we're funding Block 1B for SLS, and that's in that $2.487 billion line that you see there. So again, I mentioned most of these numbers, but $1.4 billion for Orion, $2.4 billion for SLS, and then $590 million for the EGS systems. Next slide.
EGS systems. ATM machine. All right, here. This is important.
So when we're talking about exploration systems development, we're looking at about a $424 million increase over the prior year. That's about 21.5%. $785 million of that is toward the Gateway development, supporting HLS landings and surface activities. That gateway number does include the power and propulsion element, habitation and logistics outpost, and the lunar surface suit and system. So that's in that $785 million. There's about $1.95 billion or $1.2 billion for HLS. In that budget right now, it includes one provider for 2 demonstration missions. That's one without crew and one with, as well as continued developmental funding for services related to sustainable landing operations. About $92 million for advanced cislunar and surface capabilities to conduct risk-related activities and reduction activities. About $195 million for advanced exploration systems to continue to identify those fundamental technologies that will provide our astronauts a safe place to work, particularly as we move on to longer durations, further away from Earth. There's also $130 million for human research to mitigate those exact risks. The further we venture away from low Earth orbit, certainly that becomes something we need to monitor for astronaut health much more closely, and there's about a $15 million increase from the prior year in this line item. Okay, so if we go to slide 11, we're going to move into space technology. So space technology was formerly called exploration technology. One of the things that we recognized along with many of our stakeholders is
NASA got deep pockets, Kim. Real deep. Pockets ain't empty, cuz. Mine are.
That's about $1.425 billion, and a significant increase over prior years. Go ahead and click one more slide. We're now on slide 12 to start talking about space technology. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that's about a 30% increase over the prior year. $502 million of that is for technology demonstrations. And what you see in the upper right image there is actually OSAM-1. And also in that budget, it's going to include things like cryogenic fluid management, fission surface power.
Oh, no, come back. Come back.
Fission surface power is a critical near-term priority that we need for lunar surface habitability. And while this request does exclude specific funding for nuclear electric propulsion and nuclear thermal propulsion, it's worth noting 2 things. One, that fission surface power does provide a feed forward toward nuclear electric propulsion, and then the cryogenic fluid management is a feed forward for nuclear thermal propulsion. So addressing our immediate needs, but also looking to future technologies to advance our overall agency mission. The $491 million for technology maturation includes nearly $200 million for sustainable living and work far from Earth, including, in some cases, space technology payloads that support our FY22 CLIPS lunar flights. So again, you're seeing a continued theme of collaboration amongst all portions of NASA, from exploration to science to technology. So we're really quite excited by how we're using these funds to partner across the agency toward common goals. Also mentioned, we're really excited about that last line you see on this chart, $287 million for small businesses and disadvantaged businesses to encourage and spur innovation, research, and technology transfer. And that is about a $60 million increase over the prior year. And we're partnering significantly even with our Office of STEM Engagement to help reach those underserved communities, and moving this forward as we can help support NASA's mission in human exploration, science, and aeronautics.
Yeah,
right, next
smart.
slide.
It's cool. This is good, man. All right, so just in case anybody doesn't know what the heck we're doing here, this is the fiscal year 2022 budget request. Okay, so I've always said that part of what a big thing for NASA to be able to do the things that they need to do is have the support of the White House. NASA had White House support over the last 4 years. This is really important because this shows me, this is putting your money where your mouth is. All right, the budget request should tell you where the priorities are at for the executive branch of the U.S. That's very, 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 very important for NASA. You have to have the president has to be on board, and that looks to be the case here. So that's why I'm really hype about this. There's a lot of good stuff in here, guys. A lot of good stuff. And the best part about this is that this was pretty much what was going to happen anyway. Like, even if there wasn't a change in office, this is most likely what would have happened and more. It's tacking onto the sciences budget, but also raising human exploration operations as well. It's across the board budget increase. The ones that have budget decreases in it are the programs ramping down, like exploration systems development. You don't need to defund the development of the exploration systems because they're already made. SLS is finished. That's why the funding is ramping down on some things. But across the board, this is a funding increase. Just straight up. And keep in mind, this is a budget request. But this is important to look at because it's important to understand where the executive branch of the United States is at. And I'll be honest, this looks to be in concurrence with Congress, which is something that doesn't happen very often. Like, that's not something that happens very often, but just, hey, I'll take what we can get. There is an increase for Earth science.
15.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about space transportation.
Yeah,
So
but I'm pretty okay with this.
About $1.7 billion.
SLS is going to launch in November.
NASA's partnership with the U.S. Commercial Space Agency industry, transporting astronauts safely and reliably and affordably from American soil to the ISS. In this time frame, we've had the first operational commercial crew service mission, which was the SpaceX Crew 1 flight on November 15th, 2020, which returned on May 2nd, 2021. And then SpaceX Crew 2 launched April 23rd of this year. This will support the second...
UAPs, Moist? Oh, love talking about those. That brings out all the crazy people. I don't know what they are, dude. I'll be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if it was us, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's aliens either. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm kind of indifferent because, I don't know.
Providing a stable crew and cargo
with the space physics that we understand, man.
For us to continue our human exploration activities. The last bullet on this slide is also important to mention that the suborbital crew activities will work to develop a system qualification process that's going to enable NASA personnel to leverage those capabilities as we move forward. We'll go to the next slide. When we talk about space and flight support, which is a little over $800 million, $523 million of that is for our SCAN organization, or Space Communications and Navigation, and they're responsible for providing those critical communications and navigation supports for all of our NASA missions. There's also $42 million for communication services programs to begin demonstration of commercial services that will support future missions. About $102 million for human spaceflight operations that's looking to support readiness and crew health for all of our human spaceflight endeavors. About $103 million for launch services that's providing a safe, reliable, and cost-effective launch vehicle acquisition for over 70 NASA spacecraft missions in various phases of development. So what does that mean? We're talking about this $103 million is going to be funding to support continued certification of our new commercial launch vehicles as well. And just it's important to note that rocket propulsion testing supports not just NASA's needs as shown in the image when you saw the SLS core stage firing, but it also helps NASA support the needs of our commercial partners. So again, critical activities that this budget supports. And we'll go to slide 17.
This is important. Let's hear.
We'll talk a little bit more about commercial LEO development. About $100 million in this budget on slide 17 to support commercial LEO development. Sorry, 19. Oh, it's 18. Sorry. So that's a relatively small dollar amount, but it's vital to assure continued U.S. presence in LEO in collaboration with our industry partners. If we don't do this properly, there will be a gap in U.S. LEO operations.
Good.
All right, next slide.
What? You're just going to gloss over the fact that they have a 400% increase in funding? What?
Again, we'll cover it in the...
No. You're just going to gloss over the fact that you increased their funding by 70 million. Or, well, no, 80 million. Boy, you didn't have a lot to say about that. No, nothing? Just, yeah, we're going to do that. Okay.
Earlier,
not even any numbers.
About a $2.25 billion Earth Science request for FY22, and that initiates the Earth Science Observatory that Senator Nelson alluded to a few moments ago. It's going to help us understand the Earth systems and observe the effects of climate change. Right now, we've got 4 core strategic missions that we're going to launch in this decade as part of that Earth System Observatory. It continues to fund several high-priority missions such as PACE, Clario, Pathfinder, and Landsat 9. The PACE mission, which is the Plankton Aerosol Cloud Ocean Ecosystem mission, had not been funded in prior administration requests. That's about $119 million this fiscal year. It's going to allow us to study how aerosols and the oceans can influence each other. One of my favorite instruments, the OCI instrument, which is the Ocean Color Instrument, can look at supporting the analysis of our overall ocean health. So again, really critical scientific contributions, and we're looking forward to them. Clario Pathfinder is funded about $18.5 million in this request, and again, in prior requests that had not been included. That one's measuring the complete spectrum of radiation from the sun as reflected by Earth. Also important of note here is that funding is included for Landsat 9, which is continuing our Earth observation systems in a decades-long partnership with the USGS. And if we go to slide 21, which is Earth science. I'm sorry, planetary science. Planetary science is about $3.2 billion, which is obviously a significant increase over the prior years. It's $497 million for our Lunar Discovery and Exploration Program, which partners with industry to deliver moon instruments and other payloads, including the Viper mission, which will be a rover that's going to investigate volatiles on the south pole of the moon. Also part of this 18% overall planetary increase is about $653 million supporting a Mars sample return mission as early as 2026 and begins the planning for a Mars ice mapper mission. NASA's had amazing, outstanding successes through our competitive discovery and New Frontiers programs. So that will continue under this budget, including planned new mission selections, as well as the development of our Lucy mission, which is the first mission to the Trojan asteroids, Psyche, which is an asteroid mission to an asteroid body at Psyche, and then Dragonfly, which is going to the surface of Titan, which is one of Saturn's largest moons. It also continues planetary defense programs, including DART and the Near-Earth Object Surveyor mission. So again, a really exciting planetary science budget overall. If we go to slide 21, we're going to talk about astrophysics. And I'll note that astrophysics, James Webb Space Telescope has its own line that will come up next. So
NASA-funded DART.
James
Why
Webb.
didn't you chat?
There's 9 missions operating, including the Hubble Space Telescope. And it's also the first time, has not been included in prior requests, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, formerly known as WFIRST. That's funded at $502 million in this request. And that's going to be unraveling the secrets of dark energy and dark matter. It's going to be searching for and imaging exoplanets, as well as several topics related to infrared astrophysics. So again, part of what this astrophysics budget is going to do is look at what we have as a relatively robust Explorers program. It has been successful for a really long time, and we're also looking to initiate a probe-class mission pending the final decadal survey recommendations that we receive. This budget does recommend the termination and orderly shutdown of the Sophia mission. It has completed its primary mission, and funding has consistently been added back by Congress, but it is, in terms of dollars and analysis, it's the second most expensive operating mission in astrophysics, and the goal is, again, focusing on that higher priority science that we've been pointing out thus far. All right, next slide, which is slide 23. Heliophysics is next.
The second one, train man.
Heliophysics had about a $45.7 million increase for just under $800 million in total over our FY21 enacted numbers. In terms of heliophysics, there's a great deal of new and innovative missions. There's actually a historic number of missions on orbit and in development within the HEO portfolio. This budget does support the development of the Interstellar Mapping and Acceleration Probe, or IMAP, as well as the Geospatial Dynamics Constellation mission.
Hawaii, actually, Thailand.
Again, following the theme I mentioned earlier about some of the competitions and principal investigator or PI-led explorer selections, we've got a robust cadence planned within heliophysics, and you can see a couple of them listed there on the slide that are coming up. And then there are over 18 missions in operation right now in our heliophysics portfolio, including ICON, Parker Solar Probe, and the Solar Orbiter collaboration. There's also been an increase in recent years, and we're continuing in this budget, of innovations and planning via the use of CubeSats and SmallSats. We're also looking at an enhanced rideshare program and even focusing some of our efforts on the heliophysics technology program. And then finally, I'll mention that it improves NASA's capability to study and predict space weather, which protects our astronauts, our satellites, and even our technologies here on Earth. The Space Weather Instrument Hermes will be part of the Artemis Gateway. And again, you'll see that collaboration I've alluded to quite a few times already, combining science and human exploration goals into a more cohesive strategy for this agency. The next slide is 24, specifically about the James Webb Space Telescope. And as Senator Nelson mentioned, this is going to look further back in time than ever before by exploring the infrared spectrum. Now, the Webb budget is decreasing, but that's as we're moving from development into operations. And we're right now planned for supporting a launch date of late October with a start of science operations May of 22. Worth note that we're watching 2 upcoming launches of the Ariane launch vehicle that'll help determine launch readiness for our own James Webb Space Telescope. Okay, so next slide is slide 25. Relatively small budget, but critically important is our biological and physical sciences. It is $30 million higher than the prior year, about a 37.9% increase over 21 enacted. And this is the first year we're showing the transfer of management of this element that moves from HEO and ISS over to the Science Mission Directorate.
Most of them, Wookie.
We'll pause for a moment. Go ahead when we're ready. We're going to go to slide 26, which is starting aeronautics.
Ah, the X-planes. Here we go. Yeah, of course, right? You see how people twist the knife? It's great.
And aeronautics is currently budgeted at about $914 million. And I'm going to move to slide 27 for those of you following along. Talk about some of the details within aeronautics. So within aeronautics, about $302 million is for the integrated aviation systems that are going to support the X-59 low-boom flight demonstrator and the X-57, as well as early designs on a sustainable flight demonstrator. When the pictures come up, you'll notice that the first one in the upper right is the X-59 low-boom demonstrator. In the bottom picture showing a rendering of a potential subsonic flight vehicle with a truss brace wing. These are advancements that are going to help the U.S. maintain strong competitive positioning in the global aviation industry. $244 million of this budget is for advanced air vehicles to conduct research to meet our long-term civil aviation needs, as well as more efficient aircraft and propulsion technologies that will help reduce our overall carbon footprint. $148 million for transformative aero concepts. There's $105 million for advanced airspace operations and safety, where we work with the Federal Aviation Administration to modernize and transform our national air traffic management system. And I'll mention that there's $117 million for aerosciences evaluation and test capabilities, which supports critical national ground test infrastructure. And finally, there's an overall $86 million increase over that 21 effort, as I mentioned, that's going to continue to accelerate green aviation initiatives across all of these programs. So again, tremendous alignment to the Biden-Harris priorities, and we're really excited to move forward in these efforts. Okay, so if we go right from to slide 28 into 29, we're going to talk about STEM engagement. So this is exciting for a number of reasons, the first of which is the first time in several years that STEM engagement has been proposed in the administration's budget request. So we're really excited to have it here for us to talk about.
I agree, Jake.
Second is our actual focus, where we're looking to go with that budget. And third is that it has increased over prior enacted years. So the STEM budget overall is about $147 million now. Again, about $20 million over the FY21 enacted areas, with really notable increases in both space grants as well as Europe, which are our minority-funded internship programs. So we're really looking to invest heavily in the next generation of scientists, engineers, technologists, mathematicians, explorers. We're looking at multiple competitive award opportunities for minority-serving institutions, forming several HBCU-focused elements designed to address deficits in those areas as it relates to STEM research. And our next generation STEM is going to focus on underserved and underrepresented student groups in our NASA mission content, including Artemis and James Webb Space Telescope. And as Senator Nelson mentioned earlier, just the excitement that this generates from youth when we talk about the things that we can do in STEM and they can dream, they can be part of it, is overwhelming. And we're really excited to apply NASA efforts to encouraging the next generation of young scientists and engineers.
You know, you can do that by landing on the moon. That'll do that. Bill said that himself like a second ago. The Apollo program, when we landed on the moon, just got the kids so excited. They were just so happy, and you could look at all the kids, their little smiley faces. You know, launching things into space is an inspiration for the kids. Florida man.
Paramount to achieving our goals. We can't do any of the exciting missions that I've been talking about on the prior 29 slides without the infrastructure that's funded by SSMS. Over the past decade, our mission
different bill,
Leddy. Different bill. From about 16% of the agency's top line to about 12.3%.
No, not him.
While obviously our mission requirements have increased. So this is an area we are under constant pressure to do more with less. We do enjoy the goals associated with that and looking at how we can be transformative and not reactive, but recognizing that mission environment is evolving. We have a new age of commercialized space with more partners and global competitors, accelerating technology changes, and even new and agile ways for which we address our mission needs, as well as address the American public. If we go to the next slide.
Nice, T-Man.
Which is slide 32, specific to our construction and environmental compliance and restoration. This is about $390 million in total. Again, relatively flat from the prior year. Our goal as an agency is we're looking to construct, repair, revitalize, or even demolish infrastructure when necessary that we're looking to basically, as it spans across all of our NASA centers, to enable our future mission work. That ongoing challenge is to transition many of our antiquated and/or dilapidated facilities up to modern standards so we can support these pioneering missions. We do maintain NASA's commitment to environmental stewardship, so we conduct critical cleanup efforts, maintaining compliance with regulatory requirements, and manage environmental issues. Mission support continues to improve its asset management and balancing its maintenance activities to deal or manage that degraded infrastructure. And again, you see the breakouts on the page for CECR, again, page 32. $89 million to support mission work, $21 million for space operations facilities, $75 million for NASA's commitment to that environmental stewardship that I mentioned previously. And again, we continue to balance maintenance, repair, and construction activities in the context of that growing backlog of deferred maintenance.
Why was there deferred maintenance?
So I'm going to close out on slide 33, reiterating a couple of the points I made earlier. Is that one, this overall budget, we are excited to be presenting it. It has significant investments in climate research and our science programs. It partners with U.S. industry to build the human landing system, to land the first woman and first person of color on the moon. It enhances our NASA and U.S. competitiveness in the global aviation industry, fostering green aviation, as well as the flights of 2 new X vehicles. It invests in technologies that are enhancing NASA's missions and fostering that space economy, investing in the space infrastructure, reaffirming the United States as the world's premier partner in space, and of course leveraging our unique mission to inspire students in STEM. So again, we're really excited by so many of the increases in this overall budget, and we're looking forward to executing FY22. And with that, I'll turn it over to Karen Northam.
Thank you, sir. All right, before we go to questions, real quick, we've covered a lot of information today, and I'm sure a lot of folks on the line have questions, and we have a limited time left. So I just want to make sure that everybody who wants to ask a question gets the opportunity. So
only one question at a time. What's the over-under for somebody asking 2 questions loaded in 1 sentence?
And let's keep it on topic of budget. If you have a question not related to budget, feel free to reach out to your favorite NASA Public Affairs officer, and we will get you an answer. Operator, if you would please give folks instruction on how to enter the question queue.
If you would like to ask a question, please press *1, unmute your phone, and record your name clearly when prompted. Again, please press *1, unmute your phone, and record your name clearly when prompted. Thank you.
And we'll go ahead and get started with Jeff Faust with Space News.
All right, let's listen.
Good afternoon. Question about the Human Landing System budget. You're requesting nearly $1.2 billion for that in FY22. Is that based on the assumption that you would have the one Option A contract that you have previously awarded? And what would happen if you are directed by Congress or by GAO or whatever to make a second Option A award? Thanks.
That's a good question. That's what I was going to ask, too.
Well, that is exactly right, what you just said. That is based on the budget award. There has been expressed, as you have seen, as the committees have been deliberating. Indeed, there is the NASA authorization bill that's on the floor of the Senate right now.
Just a moment.
In the Frontiers bill, and the authorization for the human landing system over 4 years, as put in by the Senate Commerce Committee, is $10 billion.
Okay.
That would be over the president's budget of approximately $7.8 billion over 5 years. Or about $7 billion over 4 years. So it has been, in no uncertain terms, expressed to me by members of both the House and the Senate that they want a competition for the remaining lander contracts that will occur over the course of the decade following the first demonstration flight, which is thought to be in 2024. Now, I know your next question is going to be, what about 2024? Space is hard. As you know, as you see the development of various space systems in the past, there have been delays. When you go further and further away from the Earth with new technologies,
that's right.
We have seen historically delays. Will they occur? I can't answer that question. I know the goal is 2024, but I think we have to be brutally realistic that history would tell us, because space development is so hard, that there could be delays to that schedule for the first demonstration flight of landing humans and returning them safely
He's right.
to Earth.
That's correct. But as long as they're shooting for 2024,
Thank you, sir.
I don't care.
Next on the line is Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay, I actually have a very narrow question about the commercial crew budget. There's $154 million in there. It's above and beyond the $1.6 billion, which I gather is to pay for the actual services. And I'm curious, what is the $154 million for? And does that go to SpaceX and Boeing, or is that to companies that might want to compete in the future?
That's a good question. Why don't I?
Yeah,
I don't
that's
ask
actually
questions,
for
Kitty.
the
I
program
listen.
management. So that's for the NASA management line to manage those efforts that you see on the previous line. So that's the all the things that we do here at the agency in support of those missions.
All right, Ken Kramer with Space Up Close. You are up next. Go ahead.
Oh, wow, thank you. Well, first of all, Bill, congratulations on becoming NASA administrator.
Kenny! Ken's cool.
My question is, maybe you could talk about the lunar rover that we hope to have for the Artemis 3 mission. When will you put out an RFP for that? And do you hope to have a rover of any type for Artemis 3? Thank you.
Good question, Ken. Well, I'll tell you.
We don't know the answer to your question. We'll get back to you.
Wrecked?
Ken, I'll follow up with you later this week. We'll get something for you.
No.
Okay, next up is John Ostrower with the Air Current.
Hey, good afternoon. Hoping you can elaborate a little bit more about the Sustainable Flight National Partnership that you're putting forward for the potential demonstrator program for FY 25 and 26. Can you talk a little bit about the process to get there, as far as the kind of the build of technologies and whether or not this is really kind of focused on Boeing and replacing the 737, or sort of open to broader industry players and other involvement?
I don't understand this question. And neither do they. What? What? Just look at it. I'm sure they're all looking at each other going, oh, what just happened?
Yeah, we can get back with some further details, but it is not aimed at a specific provider, but it is the next generation of aircraft management.
Okay, next up is Vlad Pavlov with TASS News Agency. Your line is open. Go ahead.
Vladimir Pavlov.
Hello. My question is for Mr. Nelson. First of all, the head of the Russian Space Agency, Dmitry Rogozin, invited you to visit Russia to discuss future cooperation. Are you going to accept this invitation and visit Russia? And then just a quick follow-up on the budget itself. So last year, NASA said in its budget request that it will continue to purchase Soyuz seats for crew transportation until domestic capability is available. So what about this year's request? I haven't seen any mention of the purchase of seats in this request. I've only seen this idea of exchange of seats without any actual purchase, any transfer of funds. So could you just clarify that? Thank you.
I will answer your first part about am I expected to attend the conference in St. Petersburg, Russia? And yes, I am planning to do that virtually. And I look forward to that, and I understand that I will be on a panel. Your next question of several was about the relationship. I think the relationship between Russia and the U.S. in space has been exceptional ever since in the Soviet Union a Soviet spacecraft and an American spacecraft rendezvoused and docked, and the crews lived together in space for 9 days. And we have been cooperating in space ever since. We built the International Space Station together. Russia is a vital partner to the space station, and I expect Russia to continue. And I look forward to our discussions about the continuation of that extraordinary relationship in times when things might be a little more difficult on the face of the earth. We seem to be getting along pretty good in space.
And the last piece I'll add to that was the question about Soyuz seats. This budget doesn't have any planned purchase of Soyuz seats. However, we still have reciprocity agreements for us on your vehicles and vice versa. So again, no planned Soyuz purchases, but we still have the planning to use those vehicles either way.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Well, we have gotten to the end of our time. I just want to remind folks that budget materials are available on www.nasa.gov/budget. If you have follow-up questions, feel free to reach out to me at karanorthon@nasa.gov. And thank you all for joining us today, and I hope you all have a great Memorial Day weekend. Operator, if you could please give folks information on how to access the instant replay. Thank you.
If you would like to access the instant replay, please dial 888-568-0161. Again, 888-568-0161. All participants may disconnect at this time. Thank you.
That was me. Yeah, what do you guys think? I'm happy. I mean, just like previous NASA budgets where they've increased the budget, I'm happy. Not satisfied, but I'm happy. It's good. There seems to be a imperative to keep the 2024 moon landing, which I'm good with that. Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear. Perfect. Yeah, it's a step in the right direction, Bandit, and just like previous budget requests, which were also steps in the right direction, NASA seems to be walking, albeit slowly, towards where we want them to be. That's perfect. Perfect. I'll take it. I'll take it. Things that I'm not like too big of a fan of, the STEM stuff and the increases in STEM stuff. I'll have to say, as somebody who's been around this for a long time, I think that launching rockets is the way to do outreach for NASA. That's the best way to do it. Doing missions and showing off what you're doing, and having better public relations is to show off what you're doing. Is the better way to do outreach. Taking kids to rocket launches, having like I want a stadium around a launch pad, not like around a launch, not that close, but. And I want, people taking their kids and, field trips to rocket launches, et cetera, stuff like that. I think that's the best outreach that you can do. That worked on me when I was younger. I remember when in elementary school, we watched John Glenn fly on the space shuttle.
I would like to remind you of the time we went to Intrepid and all of those NASA agencies around Intrepid that we went and talked to, and that money probably came from your outreach. But they were all showing off the different work they were doing.
What I was going to say, finishing it, is that STEM is not that expensive. So if they want to raise it by 10 to 20 million, that's fine, because that 10 to 20 million is not going to affect SLS's budget in any meaningful form. That's where I was going with that, but there's that. That's actually a very good example. I mean, that outreach stuff, don't really have a problem with it. I mean, I think the best way to do outreach is launching stuff into space, but increasing STEM by it was like a $20 million increase. What's that going to do for SLS or HLS or any other budget? That's nothing. That's peanuts. That ain't going to change anything. So if they want to bump it like that, I don't really have a problem with it. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm like, the best thing to do is to launch stuff into space, and that's what you haven't been doing in-house for like the last 10 years, which is, I guess that's okay as well. Sophia discovered water on the moon. Canceling her like that is just cruel. Not a fan of that, Swishio. I'll call it how I see it. Getting rid of Sophia is stupid. In science, it's important to have a control. So it's not about having one infrared telescope, it's having multiple infrared telescopes, right? That's the best thing that you can do with science. And I will, once again, always advocate for more money for all areas of NASA. The STEM thing, whatever. That's peanuts, dude. It's not a big deal. You want to bump that by 20 million, I don't have a problem with it. I want funding across the board, because there are pundits, I guess, space pundits, I guess, out there that seem to present NASA as NASA can only do science or they can only do exploration. It's one or the other. And that's bullcrap. The secret to that is, the dirty little lie there is that that's stupid. That's dumb. Not funding Earth observation telescopes to go to the moon is some stupid freaking myth that somebody made up just to get you to think a certain way. Simultaneously, not funding Earth science satellites so we could build this big rocket to go back to the moon. That's bullcrap. That's not how NASA's funding works. And anybody that tries to put it in a way where you have a dichotomy between science and exploration is an idiot. Yeah, an idiot. You can do, but NASA should do both of those things. It's not mutually exclusive. It's not one or the other. Anybody that says that nonsense is a moron. So even though, Swishio, like in regards to Sophia, I agree with you. I think that's dumb. I think that's really stupid. Getting rid of one infrared telescope that can literally fly in the air for stuff that's on the ground. That's not being scientific. Being scientific is having both of those ways and comparing the data. That will get you the most science, and that's NASA's job, to get you the sweet science. Yeah, Guinea, once again, I think the best way to do outreach is launching rockets. However, if you want to bump it by a little bit here and there, I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. Yeah, Revel. Mm-hmm. Hey, Randy, celebrating 2 months clean today. Thank you for dragging me through it. No way, Randy. Congratulations, dude. Yo, dude, it's difficult to shake any habit, let alone that one. Good for you, man. I'll drink to that, but I'm drinking coffee. Good job. Hell yeah, dude. Take it from somebody that's stubborn. It's really hard to shake habits. Really difficult. For me, at least. Good for you, man. Keep it going. Some people just have no multitasking capabilities. You have to compartmentalize and isolate things. I guess, caveman. I mean... Good job, Randy. Seriously. And I'll drag you through a kicking and screaming if you want, dude. Just tell me.
Discovery.
Hey, and you got gifted a sub. So, fellas, I really don't... This budget seems fine. I mean, I'm always going to say, like, okay. I have to put on... I have two thinking caps here. There's the space fanboy thinking cap over here, where it's just like double NASA's budget, wimps. You won't do it. And then there's the how things actually work cap over here. From the how things actually work cap perspective, this is fine. Good budget. It's really exciting to see that, you know, that just like the last administration, this administration is using the previous administration's goals as a springboard to go further into space. I am totally on board with that. That is 100% okay in my book. But from the space fanboy perspective, I'm literally over here saying double NASA's budget. 5 SLS launches a year. Do it. You won't. Wimp. 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 Quitter. But we're good. This is not bad. From a realistic perspective, we're good. And Jeff Faust's question was very important. Jeff Faust asked if that $1.2 billion increase in HLS development is for one lander or two. Okay? Listen, this is important. So, there's a $1.1 billion increase in HLS development and funding. Now, let's think about this. Think about this for a second. The Senate resolution bill has $10 billion slated over 5 years, with $7 billion of that in the first 4 for HLS funding. Okay? That's for development and mission operations. SpaceX's bid for the HLS demonstration contracts is $2.9 billion to land in 2024. They wouldn't give them $1.1 billion in 1 year and then $1.1 billion another year. That's not how that works. This funding request from the White House includes ample funding for 2 lunar landing providers for the contracted missions of the for lunar landings. What is plain English? SpaceX is this bill allows SpaceX to keep their funding for the demonstration mission and the manned landing, and that $1.1 billion for HLS development is for the follow-up missions, the operational missions. Guys, have our cake and eat it too. That's what this is. SpaceX, this allows SpaceX to keep going with HLS funding, provided that NASA awarded that contract within the confines of the law. So provided that the protests are butt kiss, which I'll be honest, I have a feeling that if the funding goes through for follow-up development and operational missions for HLS, i.e. this budget request, those protests will just magically go away. I have a feeling. I have a gut feeling here. But that's good. That's 2 lunar landers on the books. On the books. On the books. And the Senate, the House, the Senate, and the executive branch all seem to agree on this. That's very rare. That does not happen very often. I just want to point that out. That's good. Yeah, not the one from Dynetics camera. Yeah, exactly. I heard some good mentions. Yeah, SLS Block 1B, the EUS is on the books, Jim, and that's what I mean. Look, you can sit here and you can say that, oh, the last guy in the White House did good. This guy in the White House did good. The truth of the matter is that basically since 2013, 2014, so when Charlie Bolden served his second term, the truth of the matter here is that they've been springboarding off of each other. Jim used the foundation that Charlie set up to build the first floor. And now, of a house, right? It's a house analogy. Here we go. All right, so Charlie Bolden in his second term built the foundations out for the house, right? Jim built the first floor. Bill's building the second floor now. We're taking good steps in the right direction. This is good. This is good funding here. I'm good with this. Why do you hate Dynetics? I don't hate Dynetics. I don't hate Dynetics at all. RJ, I want all three of them. We could sit here and say, well, why do you want all three? Oh, you want less ways to get to the moon? Yeah, okay. You want less ways to get to the moon? Sure. Sure. All right. Hey, overkill is underrated, especially when it comes to spaceflight. Especially when it comes to spaceflight. I want more ways to get into space. I want more ways to get to the moon. I will always advocate for more ways to do things. Especially when it comes to space, because putting all your eggs in one basket, having one contractor, not a good idea. 2 contractors is better. 3, now we're talking. 5, 10. I want 10 lunar landers. 20. That's the only way we're going to move truly into a sustainable space economy. That's the only way that's going to happen. Yeah, Bandit. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez, yeah, Bandit. Can you tell me why you think that one spacecraft doing everything is a good way to a sustainable economy in space? I'm pretty sure that's the opposite of what you want. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's the opposite of what you want. Look, man, if you're stranded out in the woods somewhere, right? Cause your freaking car breaks down, might be a Ford. Oh, self-burn, boom, rare self-burn. Now I got your attention, don't I? Maybe your truck broke down on the side of the road. Does that mean you ain't gonna hitch a ride in a Ferrari because it's too expensive? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's ridiculous. I mean, the Ferrari might also crash and burn. Maybe we should get like a Mercedes. It'll break, and it'll be expensive to break, but it'll get you there. Hey, Beltbox, 56-month resub. Monopoly's bad, okay? Yeah, you shouldn't Monopoly, Bradley. Monopoly's bad, okay? Attention students, today we're gonna talk about why you shouldn't have monopolies in space, okay? So, Monopoly's bad in space. You shouldn't have monopolies in space. That's bad, okay? Yeah, we shouldn't have monopolies, yep. You shouldn't have monopolies. And now, to explain this, I'm going to introduce a space journalist.
You see, SpaceX is the best at doing everything. They should just do all the things. Monopolies are okay.
Ha ha! Ha ha! Eric, be quiet!
No, that's okay. He'll run out of steam soon.
Monopolies for space is bad, okay? EJ, you okay? Nah, not really. Launch above it! Alright, look, I'm not expecting everyone to get that. It's an obscure South Park reference. Yeah, if you didn't get it, just... I'm nuts. Just... Hey, DJ, what's up, man? Look, we get like 4 of these, and we dress them up like beavers? Oh, my God. I think I get it. All right. I got it, and you're still nuts. All right, cool. It's almost 4:20. Do you need a break? No. No. No, I'm good. What in the hell is that? It's an automaton. I never knew bongs made that noise. DMCA, DMCA, DMCA. Bongtomatone. Joker gets it. No, it's a windward equipment, so you gotta play it like a bassoon. I know, Sci-Fi. That's how it happens. Automatones are simultaneously the most annoying thing and the funniest thing in the world. They're hilarious. This is why we're so far behind on space news. Hey, why don't you shut the up with your Hey, you got it right this time. Nice. Why Dude, it's the stupidest thing. Why does this thing make me so happy? It is the funniest thing I've ever seen. I looked for one on Amazon. They aren't cheap. You can get an automaton mini for like 30 bucks. Ah. Ah. Wait a minute, Oompa. Da 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 da. We'll get it. Alright, sorry. Okay, guys, the truth is that I'm pretty happy here. I'm pretty happy with what's going on there. With the budget requests. These numbers here, like, okay, back to serious mode for a second. These numbers here are just fine. These are okay. Any thoughts on the new DMCA email Twitch sent? I have zero DMCAs, Bandit, so I'm good to go. I've been very, very, very careful about that lately. Yeah, and there's an occasionally one viewed VOD here and there. But yeah, it's all good. We're in the clear. There's no freaking way. All the music I check, I like, okay, so the Automaton covers, Robert Parker, that is all good. And any music that I'm like 90% sure about, I won't play for more than 30 seconds. I've been super freaking careful about it. If we get striked, I'll be very surprised. Back to the numbers. I didn't get a look. Okay, take a look. I'd be happier if the budget clears Congress without HLS and Artemis getting screwed over. Yeah. Well, Buck, okay, so here's the thing. If you really want to get a good pulse as to what's going on here, dude, right? Like, all you got to do is look at Senate Bill 1260. And look at what the numbers say in there. The Endless Frontiers Act, or at least somewhere roped underneath it. I'm just a bill. There's a lot of these are all the revisions. If you look at what kind of the Senate is thinking about doing and what the House is thinking about doing and what the president is thinking about doing, they're, for the most part, in concurrence. Like, they all agree with some small things here and there. Like, I'm pretty sure the rep that has Sophia in his district is not going to like this. But once again, you can't please everybody, dude. And that's kind of the point. You know, that's the whole point of the system. You got to come to a compromise somewhere, right? But for the most part, everything here looks right. But at the end, will they fund two systems? Well, the president's request, Zen, Bill explicitly said in the press conference when he was asked by Jeff Faust about this. And Zen, were you here yesterday for when I talked about this? My prediction was pretty much spot on. My prediction was spot on. Yeah, I said that. Okay, so this is the short version. NASA rewrote their broad agency announcement for the Next Step 2 HLS Operational Missions and Development contract. What the hell does that mean? They added another program for operational human landing system missions. The HLS contract that SpaceX got is for development, okay? So that's like part 1. This is part 2. Part 2 explicitly states, and this is in the Senate Bill 1260 in the Endless Frontiers Act, it explicitly states 2 operators. And the Senate and the House has backed 2 operators, 2 human landing systems. What NASA can do, this is the beauty of it. NASA, you can set up the contracts, but you can shift the funding around as long as you're working within the confines of the law. They can rope those operational missions, they can rope some development into that. So they could rope the national team's funding that they needed into that and split their funding between the HLS development contract and the HLS operational missions contract. That's pretty much exactly what the presidential request said. It has $1.1 billion for HLS operations and development, which is not SpaceX's $2.9 billion contract. That is a different branch of the same Next Step program. So NASA's spreading the funding around to get 2 landers on the books. They're spreading it over different contracts instead of all under one roof. This is how this stuff works, guys. There's a lot of leeway. There's a lot of leeway with how you can shift this stuff around. And if you know, this is what I mean about NASA needing a politician running the show. You definitely do. A politician, ideally, that really likes space. There are things you can tweak here. There are things you can move around. You can shift things around to get your funding, but like, you have to shift it around in a way to not give sticker shock. And that's what's going on. You're seeing it happen in real time. This is what I always talked about with Jim, and Bill seems to be doing the exact same thing. Spread everything around. Maybe rope some NASA funding into an infrastructure bill. Because NASA, are the test stands that they test engines on, is that not infrastructure? I'm pretty sure that's infrastructure. Pretty sure that counts. You gotta, and this is the other reason why you need lawyers in there, because you need to explicitly state stuff, and you need to put it in a way so you can kind of fine tune and tweak this thing so you spread the money around so no one gets sticker shock. That's how James Webb made Apollo work. Dude, you're seeing the system actually work for a change. Holy balls. You're seeing it actually do what it was intended to do. That's pretty cool. Just saying. I'm a fan. Maybe Sophia's data isn't as accurate as needed anymore. Oh, first, look, man, you know I'm for, like, launching people into space over science. It's not mutually exclusive. That's what I like. I like the rockets, right? With that being said, I won't not stick my neck out for scientific funding. Look, I would rather launch HLS 4 times a year than do Earth observation stuff. I'm not going to lie to you, but I understand that is a vital thing that NASA needs to do. And I will stick my neck out for them. Abso-freaking-lutely. NASA needs more funding. You should double the damn budget. Double it. Double everybody's budget right now. You want more Earth observation satellites? Do it. And that just really comes down to political competency of the NASA administrator. You need somebody that's very good at speaking Rule 8. And guess what? Guess what? They just put a guy in running NASA that's been a career politician since 1972. I'm pretty sure we're in the clear here, man. Look, I'll stick my neck out. Sophia should not stop flying. There's no way you can convince me from a sheer objective perspective that thing doesn't have anything to offer anymore. That's bullcrap. And look, I like launching people into space. I want landers. I want flags and footprints and bases on the moon. That's the stuff that I want. But I will stick my neck out for the science guys. Abso-freaking-lutely, unequivocally. Absolutely. I did the same thing a couple of years ago when they talked about defunding the W1st satellite. I said that was dumb. That was a stupid idea. So you know what Jim did? Jim named it. He named it Nancy Roman. Because you can't cancel a satellite that's named after a person. No way, man. Not a chance in hell. That's why I wanted him. That's why I was so hyped when he named Exploration Mission 1 Artemis and he made it the Artemis program. Harder to cancel it if it has a name. Confirmed. EJ hates science, especially astronomy. Anxious, I don't hate it. It just doesn't interest me too much. I understand it's a vital component for spaceflight, and I will argue for them to get more budget. Abso-freaking-lutely. Of course. Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we want NASA to have less money? Huh. What a strange concept. I wouldn't know nothing about that. No, I'm good. This budget request is good, dudes. It's good. It's a good budget request. I'm pretty dang happy. I'm actually pretty impressed. It has a lot of science funding in it, and that's fine. Whatever. But it also has a lot of SLS funding. It gets Block 1B on the books, dude. We're good. Guys, this is good news. And I'd be very, very skeptical of anybody that says that it isn't. This is great. Our science bros get the science funding that they need to do their Earth observation. And how about this? Take a look at these numbers here. Look at the planetary science. So planetary science is not. So we have stuff that's. This is like the Earth observation satellite. So this is like the climate change stuff. The planetary science increase is absurd. It goes from 2.7 to 3.2 billion. That's a $500 million increase in planetary science. So this is like deep space probes, landing rovers on other planets, Dragonfly, asteroid missions, which is, oh, this is great. This is great. This is fantastic. I love it. This is great. Yeah. Yo, and they didn't even brush over this part. Commercial low Earth orbit development, the CLEOD program. 15 million, 17 million, 101 million. It's a 494.7% increase in shifting NASA low Earth orbit operations over to commercial partners. Now, in the past, they'd talk about commercializing the ISS, and everybody at the time was like, "Oh, that's a bad idea. We can't do that. You can't commercialize it." No. But that's actually a smart idea. I said it was a smart idea at the time. Taking the ISS and handing it over to a commercial operator is smart. And more importantly, building low Earth orbit commercial destinations. So this is NASA basically saying, hey, you have a space station. We have science that needs to get done. You launch civilians, not a NASA astronaut, or you launch astronauts, and the astronauts can sit there and they can do the science on the station, and commercial people operate the vitals on the station. Just like commercial crew. It's just like SpaceX in commercial orbital transport services, but with operating stations as well. That's smart. That's smart, because instead of one big gigantic science laboratory, you're going to have 5 or 6 medium-sized, like Mir-sized space stations. This is genius. Oh, this is great. That's exactly what Constellation wanted to do. And we're seeing literally the first and second step of Constellation, albeit with a little bit of different rockets. We're seeing it play out here. This is great. I'm pumped. Look at page 6. Yeah, I absolutely am, and I've been talking about page 6 for like the last 5 minutes, man. Where have you been? This is the executive branch request, Shaw. The reason why this is important is because it shows where the White House's priorities are at, and I'm happy with this. This is fine. Plus, Artemis 4 has a co-manifested payload on it. Yep. Thomas, I've always said that SLS Block 1B is great for adding and building components to Gateway. And Thomas, if the national team, or when the national team, I should say at this point, it's really looking like when, you can launch a new transfer module with Orion every time. And if Blue Origin gets the descent module out there on a New Glenn, which it could do that. New Glenn could do that. New Glenn delivers the descent module. The ascent module is reusable. So Orion carries the transfer module and an Orion and, oh, that's so good. And if you have all that working with Starship, that's even better. Oh, this is great. This is great. Block 1B is perfect for that, dude. It is perfect for that. Ooh, I got goosebumps thinking about that. That's real good. That's really good. Yes. Oh, it's shaping up, man. This is good. This is good stuff. Yeah, or you could add on to Gateway. The co-manifested payload is a HAB module, a European HAB module. Yeah, no, Valupa, right? Huh. New Glenn is still vaporware until we see hardware. You see, Jim, okay, look. I agree with you on that. Talk is cheap in the space program. Absolutely, dude. You're absolutely right. New Glenn itself might be vaporware, but the factory that builds it is absolutely not vaporware. I'm just putting it out there, man. Look, and I'm not willing to give Blue Origin a kind of an exception to this rule just because I'm Twitch, Amazon owns Twitch, right? I'm not willing to give an exception there. You should have launched New Glenn a long time ago, but this stuff does take time. Look, man, if it was anybody else, I would be like, yeah, vaporware. Yeah, they're full of crap. But it is one of the richest dudes in the world, and the guy literally has built like a 50-acre factory down at KFC, not to mention one of the biggest launch pads ever made.
Discovery,
I
go
mean,
and throttle up.
Jim, have you seen what Blue Origin has done to Slick 36? It's not even recognizable anymore. I'll show you. Like, I'm willing to give Blue the benefit of the doubt just because they have so much capital behind them. Like, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, when is New Glenn gonna fly? I don't know. That's my critique, if anything, dudes. But, look, you want to see what this place looked like? That's what Slick 36 looked like in 2015. So, Pad 36, or Complex 36, Space Launch Complex 36, was a twin pad complex that was originally devised for Atlas Centaur. A lot of NASA's early planetary missions were launched from Slick 36 because Centaur is a Chad upper stage, right? It supported Atlas Centaur, and then it supported Atlas 3 after that. The first time an RD-180 was ever test-fired on U.S. soil or launched on a rocket was right here at Slick 36A. So you have a couple of adjacent pads here. You have Complex 11 right there, which was an Atlas Agena launch pad, and then Atlas Centaur right here. You notice that the Slick 36 pad looks kind of similar to LC-11. This was for Atlas Agena, this was for Atlas Centaur. So you have a little bit more infrastructure here. You want to see what this looks like right now? Unrecognizable. I'm not saying they're not building it, but they could be years away, and aren't we still hoping they fly in 2024? My best guess for New Glenn, Jim, is probably end of 2022, and that's a very, very open estimate. I'd say end of 2022. Vulcan's probably going to fly by the end of this year, if I had to guess, or the beginning of 2022. But, dude, once we get, like, it's not like they won't be ready when they need to move landing modules out to the ISS. Like, do you honestly think that New Glenn is not going to be ready by 2024? It will absolutely be ready by 2024. And you know how I know? You know how I can say that with such conviction? Look, there's no doubt that Amazon wants to get into the internet satellite business. Amazon is being very secretive about Project Kuiper. They have Project Kuiper, which is their Starlink competitor. And I know that they're taking that seriously because Amazon bought 9 launches on an Atlas V. They bought 9 Atlas Vs. to launch their internet satellite constellation. Now, what does that mean to me? Well, if we're going to see an Atlas V start to fly on the frequency of Falcon 9, which it does look that way, right? You're going to run out of Atlas Vs really, really fast. That tells me that they're looking to bridge the gap so they don't fall too behind OneWeb and Starlink in the internet satellite constellation game, right? So, 9 Atlas Vs launching routine satellites, that'll only last you a year if you're trying to build an internet satellite constellation in any capacity. And my evidence for that is look at how often Starlink and OneWeb launches fly. Vostochny has been working overtime launching OneWeb satellites every month, every couple of weeks. We see a new Soyuz fly out of there. We saw a Soyuz fly out of there today. So that tells me that Amazon's a little behind and they need to catch up. So they need a mustard too. So they bought a lot of Atlas Vs to bridge the gap so they could start building the constellation. But 9 Atlas Vs are not going to last you very long, especially if you're flying on an operational schedule quickly because they need to bridge that gap. That tells me that New Glenn is going to fly sometime maybe at the end of 2022. Into maybe 2023, because those 9 Atlas Vs ain't lasting very long, especially if you're launching internet satellite constellations, and especially if you're in competition with 2 internet satellite constellations that are already very completed. OneWeb has like 180 satellites up there. Starlink has over 1,000. Now, OneWeb is supposed to operate at a higher altitude, so it's not an apples-to-apples comparison there, right? OneWeb operates at a higher altitude because you're operating at a higher altitude. The satellites can literally see more of Earth because they're further away. So the 182 satellites compared to over 1,000 is not apples to apples. It's, I'd say about half of OneWeb's constellation is made right now, and about, well, a little bit less than half of Starlink is made right now. So they're actually in pretty good footing, to be honest with you. But if Amazon's going to work on Project Kuiper, which they are taking seriously because they bought 9 Atlas Vs, my guess is that's to bridge the gap. And those Atlas Vs will start launching with pretty routine, will start launching in a pretty routine manner, right? On the frequency that we see at least OneWeb launches, so launch a month, right? So 9 Atlas Vs ain't going to last you very long, which gives me a pretty good indicator of when New Glenn is going to start flying. Because if it took me 5 minutes to come to that conclusion, dude, 5 minutes of critical thought, you know someone at Blue Origin or at Amazon or at ULA who frankly probably gets paid way more than I do has thought of this already. There's no way that this hasn't happened. The space industry doesn't work like that, right? So we could sit here and you could say New Glenn's vaporware, but I would very much disagree. There's plenty of evidence here to support that New Glenn will happen. It will absolutely happen. Yeah, Sebi, there you go. I'm pretty sure that Elon will be more than happy to give Amazon a ride as long as he gets money. Yeah, Switchio, I don't know, maybe. Yeah. And then, oops, that Falcon 9 failed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the lawyers would have something to say about that. And Atlas will be using Blue Origin's engines. Atlas does not, Zen. Atlas uses an Energomash RD180, which is a very good motor in its own regard. It's a great first stage engine. Really good. Makes 4,000 kilonewtons of thrust. It's a fantastic first stage engine for what it is. No, Vulcan, ULA's next generation launch vehicle, which does have partial reuse in mind. It's built into the design, just as I predicted. That uses BE4s. That uses Blue Origin's motors. Yeah, Hellfish, right? Yeah, I know. Oh, the rocket failed. Oops. They did that. They did that on purpose, man. They had to. They had to have done that on purpose, Hellfish. They had to have done it on purpose. There's a reason why we don't like them. That's the only logical explanation. So, Jim, I understand what you're saying when you're saying New Glenn is vaporware at this point. Yeah, I get it. But, and once again, if it was anyone else, I would say, no, that's bullcrap. It's not flying anytime soon. But if you look at how Blue Origin and Amazon have placed themselves in terms of launch manifests for Project Kuiper, I very much disagree. That thing will be operational 2023 at the latest. I say late 2022, so about a year and a half from now. Haven't we seen hardware in New Glenn? It was a Pathfinder. It was a Pathfinder test article, Sebi. It's Pathfinder. Like SLS's Pathfinder was a dud. Blue Origin has delivered nothing in 20 years. And see, Oompa Loompa, all right, dude, and I'm not one to say that that's not wrong. You're not wrong. But also, hear me out. And I'm not disagreeing with you. I want to be very clear. I'm not disagreeing with you, but consider this for a moment. Do they have to? You've seen who's the principal investor for Blue Origin. Do they have to deliver results? No. They can take their sweet frickin' melon farming time. It's right there in the company's slogan, step by step, ferociously. When you have billions of dollars of money, you don't need results. You can go slow and steady at your own pace. And I don't know if you guys have looked. Last time I checked, Jeff Bezos is literally cashing out Amazon shares to the tune of like $1 billion a year. And he's been funding Blue Origin at that price point over the last like 10 years. You would be stupid to think that Blue Origin is not going to just all of a sudden pop into existence and start taking over the payload market. That's how freaking Amazon works, dude. Did you notice that Prime came out of nowhere? One year it was like, oh yeah, Amazon, that book site, right? And then the next year it's like, well, I'm getting my groceries from Amazon today. I can get groceries delivered to my front door. That came out of nowhere. Amazon is everywhere. Web services, NFL. The NFL powered by Amazon Web Services. Formula One powered by Amazon Web Services. Just came out of nowhere, right? That's how they work, dude. They'll just sit there and sit there and sit there, and they have all the time in the world to come up with the best strategy they can, and boom! That's it. Done. Now I own everything. It's potent as hell. And if they do that I don't have a problem with them trying to do that with spaceflight. I think Elon will have something to say about it, but... So, Oompa Loompa, just consider that for a second. Just consider it. Once again, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. Blue Origin has done nothing. They've launched NS-15. They're launching people on a suborbital rocket sometime in the summer, right? And that's fine. That's cool and dandy, but they've been around longer than SpaceX, so what the hell's going on? But see, when your pockets are deep like that don't matter. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. They can afford to sit there and develop the best rocket they can, dude. I'm telling you. I'm pretty sure, and I have no way to prove this, I'm pretty sure that Blue Origin's budget somewhat rivals SLS's budget. With all the stuff that they've needed to build, all these facilities... Zen, nobody ever said he was stupid, man. And I think that's something to really take into account. And no, I'm not advocating for billionaires. Hell no, I don't speak for billionaires. Why would I waste my time doing that? All I do is observe. I'm just looking at how they operate. I like sitting back and watching things fold out. That's part of the reason why I don't ask questions in these press conferences. I could get press accreditation and call these press conferences, and I could ask Bill questions. Do you think I don't have enough of a social following to show that I'm a legit outlet for news? No way. I could do that. You could get into NASA social programs left and right. I don't like doing that because I like sitting and observing, okay? That's because that's my science brain going off. If you're conducting a scientific experiment, right, you don't want to interfere with that experiment because you're going to taint the results. So I don't want to do that. And I'm not saying my questions would taint NASA's budget or anything like that. No. That's just, I sit and I observe. I observe and I listen. I think that's much more important in this day and age. So that's why I don't ask questions. And once again, I'm not here to advocate for billionaires like, oh, look at how good of a person this person... No. I'm saying they're smart. They're smart. And you look, if we came to this conclusion within a couple minutes of talking about this, you can be damn sure that they already did. EJ said taint. EJ's questions are a threat to NASA's budget. Dude, knowing the kind of questions I would ask, they would probably get annoyed with me real quick, Swifty. I know me. This is how my stupid brain works. I'd probably ask, like, hey, at what dynamic pressure does SLS experience the maximum here? What rate in ascent can we expect that? And they'd be like, EJ, this is a press conference for STEM outreach. And I'd be like, nothing to see here then. Bye, boop. That's how I would do. That's why I like to sit and listen, because my brain will go into overdrive and I'll just be like, hey, can you do this? Or it'll end up like that Chris Farley interviews from Saturday Night Live. I'll go to Bill, I'll be like, hey, Bill, and he'll be like, how are you, sir? And I'll be like, hey, remember the time you increased NASA's budget? He'll be like, yes, I do. I did it for the kids. And I'll be like, that was really cool. It'll end up like a awkward Between Two Ferns interview. Like, hey, you're from Florida, right? Yes, I am. I've been proudly serving Florida as a civil servant for over 50 years. I'd be like, you ever wrestled at any alligators? And he'd be like, why, yes, I have. And I'd be like, that was awesome. Jim is a Florida, or not Jim, Bill's a Florida man. Remember that. Florida man through and through. The oldest of the old Florida mans. Oh, Jim, Jim, I couldn't do it. I couldn't sit there and be like, yes, this is a legit question. Jim is Oklahoma man. That's right. Bill is from Florida, man. I'm pretty sure. Here, hang on. Administrator, Senator, Representative Bill Nelson. Yeah, you think I was just typing? No. I mean, he's done all three of those things, so it's not wrong. Where is he born? Look, Florida man through and through. Oh, yeah. Yeah, also astronaut. Yeah. And vet. He served, if I'm remembering right. Bill, 65 during the Vietnam War. He joined the United States Army Reserve. Served on active duty 68 to 70 and attaining the rank of captain. He remained in the Army until 71. Nelson was admitted to the Florida bar in 68 and began practicing law in Melbourne in 1970. Yep. Yeah, active duty 68 to 70. I don't think he deployed. Do you think he deployed? I don't think he deployed. Did he? I don't know. Let's check. Oh. Это хорошо, my pick. Nice. If Jim is from Oklahoma, does that mean Hank Hill would be intimidated by him? Yeah, probably. You probably talked about this already, but did you see Elon's response to Blue Origin? I've been talking about budget requests, dude, for a little while. But yeah, if you... Elon bringing the bants, dude. Look at... Dude. I've been... He certainly has a way to take the wind out of people's sails, huh? Like... Bro, look, what a savage. Like, I think this is funny, dude, to be honest. Even though it's kind of contrary to where I think the space program should go, I think it's still funny. It's... Oh, man. What a savage, dude. Oh, my God.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, my God. It's so freaked up, man. That reminds me of the time where they interviewed Elon and they asked him about a journalist and that was bad-mouthing Tesla, right? And Elon, they're like, what do you think about this guy that's saying Tesla is just basically a faster golf cart? And he goes, he was talking about a journalist named Randy Strauss. He goes, Randy Strauss is a huge douchebag and an idiot. I'm like... Yeah, he said that in an interview. I'm like, whoa. Hey, Chris, gifted a sub to Zen. Right on, man. But people won't see that. Yeah. Not a good comparison, though. Yeah, Rocket Guy. Yeah, it's... we all can't have multi-billion... we all can't have a private investment of a couple $1 billion, even though Blue Origin basically does. Like... Also, the Jeff Hu thing. Oh. And then the SLS bants at the Starship presentation. That was funny, dude. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. Yeah. I mean, Rocket Guy, you know where I stand on this. Like, it's not... Dude, I will say this once, I'll say it again. It ain't about price. Price has nothing to do with this. And what I'm about to say might be taken a little bit out of context. Price has nothing to do with it when we're talking government contracts, man. That has nothing to do with it. Like... And I know that sounds like really stupid, but think about that one for a second. And you're like, yeah. Okay, what do I mean? What do I mean by that before someone takes it out of context? Look, there could be two space providers, right? There could be two space providers, and one space provider could charge $1 for a launch. $1. I lost $1. And the other space provider could charge $100 million for a launch. There would still be two providers, guys. It doesn't matter. Price is irrelevant. Uncle Sam wants to have two ways to launch into space in case one of those ways has a problem. And NASA wants two ways to get to the moon in case there's a problem. Problems for rockets, problems for launch vehicles, problems for spacecraft can tank space programs. Challenger's a good example of that. They can tank space programs. You've got to be careful in this day and age. Everyone knows this. You have to be very careful. All it's going to take is one wrong thing in the wrong time, and if public perception of this service is seen as wrong, they'll get rid of it. Bye-bye. It'll tank a program. That's why they hedge their bets. The Air Force is the same way with launching spy satellites into space because in the early 1980s, the Air Force wanted to just launch all their payloads on the space shuttle. And then the space shuttle didn't fly anymore for a couple of years because they were redesigning it, because it turns out that if you launch it in the cold, it doesn't like it very much. Not that it was engineered for that, but that's another story. So the Air Force after that said, oh, we should always have two ways to go into space. Basically since 1986. It ain't going to change. And NASA is adopting that same type of mentality with commercial crew. So that's why Starliner and Dragon got picked. Price is irrelevant, guys. That doesn't matter. It's irrelevant with these government contracts. And and as much as screwed up as that sounds, and I don't like this, I'll be honest with you. I don't like that's the way that things work. Until we have enough people, enough competitors in the pot so they can compete against themselves, we're not going to have a sustainable economy in space. It's just not how that works. Yeah, Jackal, I guess. I'm kind of sad for Blue Origin's social media manager. Yeah, she's crying all the way to the bank, Infi. Chris gifted a sub to Ivan Rez. Thank you very much, man. Vertical integration versus independently developed systems using multiple contractors. Of course, one will be less expensive than the other. SpaceX is also underbidding by a lot because they have heavy private investment, which is not a bad thing. I like that way better. More companies should do that. Just, Rocket Guy, I want to be very clear. I'm not an Elon Musk critic. I love what he does. And we should always advocate for lower cost space flight, as long as it's safe. As long as it's safe. Can't afford killing anybody right now. Bad idea. They did the same thing for commercial resupply and then doubled their next phase of funding for NASA. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Yep, they underbid for the first round of commercial resupply, and then they overcharged. Do you guys know that launching people on Crew Dragon at a firm fixed price cost $150 million a launch with a reused Falcon 9? Just thought I'd let you know. $150 million, that seems to be a price point that's consistent with every other rocket. In terms of capability. We're talking capability now. I firmly believe that if you build a rocket that does more things, it's going to be more expensive to build it. The question is, if it's more reusable and you can reuse it more, that means the price per launch goes down over time. This is simple economics. I'm honestly surprised that the national team is as low as $5.9 billion for full development, testing, and first operational missions. I mean, Rocket Guy, you're right. You're absolutely right. Pixel, let me ask you this. Did Columbus start with his own money or funded by Spain? He was funded by Spain. Yeah. He was funded by... Oh, gosh, it's been a while. King? I forgot. Chat, I'm not going to guess. You guys know. Yeah, it was a government-funded expedition. Most expeditions from that time were funded by the different monarchies around Europe, if I'm remembering correctly. Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong. Ferdinand and Isabella. I was going to say Isabella, damn it. That's what I was going to say, but I forgot the king's name, so I didn't guess. There you go, Zen. Thank you. Gracias, amigo. Think Dream Chaser will launch crew on a Vulcan. It's possible, Nero. It would be in NASA's best interest to help spur development of more crewed vehicles than less. But, Nero, another thing to consider, and this is right from the CEO of Sierra Space, the guy that's running the Dream Chaser program over there. The unmanned version of Dream Chaser and the manned version of Dream Chaser, or crewed, you can say whatever you want. I don't really care. You know what I mean when I say manned. You know what I mean when I say crewed. The cargo and the crew versions of Dream Chaser share 95% part commonality. So, literally the difference between a crewed Dream Chaser and an uncrewed Dream Chaser is the seats, the windows, and the control panel. That's it. That's all. See, NASA was smart when they selected Dream Chaser for commercial resupply 2 missions. They were very smart. The reason why they were smart is because, look, man, they did with Dream Chaser basically what they did with what SpaceX did with Dragon 1. Dream Chaser is unmanned Dream Chaser that will resupply the space station. That's Dragon 1. It didn't take much to go from Dragon 1 to Dragon 2. A lot of the critical systems were developed already, so you can keep the cost down and fund it over time. I'm positive, Nero, that we will see people fly on Dream Chaser eventually. There's no way. That's a unique capability that not a lot of people have. That whole landing on the runway, landing where you took off thing. Pretty sure the only people at this point that can even compare to that is Starship. Starship lands where it took off from. Dream Chaser could do that too. The X-37. I don't know if that even counts, but you get the idea. So like Dragon 2, cargo and crew variants. Pretty much. It's Christian. Yeah, pretty much. Neutron is just a reskinned Antares. What's interesting to me about that whole thing with the Neutron rocket and Rocket Lab is that Northrop Grumman seems to want to get out of the resupply game, which is interesting to me. Why would you want to get out of a capability that not many people have? And I think the answer is that Northrop Grumman basically secured... They secured their financial future for like the next 10 years because Northrop Grumman acquired OATK, and OATK basically has the market cornered on ICBM first stages. And those contracts ain't going anywhere. Northrop Grumman got a contract to basically, because the stock for ICBMs for the US was aging, they got a contract to refurbish all the ICBM stages. So yeah, they're set. It's interesting though that, you know, they canned Omega immediately, and now it seems like they want to pawn off Antares to Rocket Lab, which is... Why would you want to pull out of a market like that? It definitely is an oversaturation, so there is another reason there, and I just don't know what that is. Who else makes solids? Lockheed makes solids, Cythera. Raytheon makes solids. Aerojet Rocketdyne does make solids, but I'm pretty sure Aerojet Rocketdyne... Didn't Lockheed buy them out? See what I'm talking about, man? The defense industry they're all trying to acquire SRB, companies that make solid propellant, because of that defense contract to refurbish our ICBM fleet. See what I'm talking about, man? The defense industry, dude. These guys are cutthroat as hell, man. 13 billion and then another 4 billion and another 2 billion last month. Do you mean Rockomax? I do. See? It's all very interesting, isn't it? You can kind of see, the story and the puzzle pieces get put together if you know what information to look for. I remember when Aerojet tried to buy ULA. I like ULA's right there. I think ULA is a great company. Tory Bruno's a freaking genius, dude. Freaking genius. Seriously. Whoever's in charge of their marketing and acquisition is a freaking legend. Because Tory Bruno basically, when he he didn't inherit anything. He was made the CEO by ULA's board of directors in 2015 after the previous guy called reusability a myth. Yeah, not a good take. Not a good take. And Elon destroyed him in a Senate confirmation meeting. Like, yeah, that was bad. When Tory Bruno got in there, ULA was wholly dependent on government contracts. And I'm not saying that they aren't now, but Tory Bruno is slowly transitioning this contractor, which is targeting the government contracts market share, which they did get, by the way. And, dude, if you told me in 2017 that someone would block buy Atlas V's to launch satellites into space, I would have laughed at you. Atlas V was not. The Atlas V would never have been competitive at that price point, but yet here we are, with Amazon block buying ULA Atlas V's to launch their satellite constellation. 9 of them. Tory Bruno took this wholly dependent government contractor and is starting to make it commercially viable for a space economy. Do you know how difficult that is to do? Like, that is absurdly difficult. Like, to change the corporate structure of your company like that? Guy's a maniac, man. That's absurd. Hey, Chris gifted a sub to Bauxy. Has ULA planned to make partial reusability? Zen, ULA is working. They're cautiously pursuing reusability, but it's not in a way that you would think. The reason why is because ULA isn't sold, operative word, sold on full reusability of spacecrafts. They're not sold on it. So they're like, okay, all right, we'll design Vulcan, which they did. We'll design Vulcan with the possibility of being made into a partially reusable launch vehicle down the road. But it's not in a way that you'd think. ULA is working on what's called smart reuse. Chris gifted a sub to Errol. Smart reuse is a pathway technology for Vulcan that basically involves a heat shield being on your engines in the very back of the rocket, and the rocket jettisoning the engine section, all right? Which is by far and away the most expensive part of the rocket. Keep in mind, this is a really old graphic. The BE-4s have a longitudinal turbo shaft in this, or longitudinal power pack. Actually, no, they have longitudinal now. They were transverse initially. This is an updated graphic. So they launch, right? And then they jettison this whole thing. They jettison the bottom. And there's an inflatable heat shield right there. There's an inflatable heat shield and a parachute. And because this isn't the entire first stage, a helicopter can go and scoop the parachute out and bring the rocket engines back. Now, don't get me wrong, Vulcan doesn't have this capability built into it in the early versions. But if you go and look at how ULA has assembled the engine section for Vulcan, it's very clear that that thing is designed to quick disconnect if needed. So they're cautiously pursuing reusability for first stages. Where ULA could really, 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 really change the game is reusable upper stages. Not reusable upper stages like Starship. That's a little bit different. Reusability is being designed into ULA's 5-meter Centaur stage for Vulcan. Now, what does that mean? What do you mean reusable second stage? Does it come down and land? No, it doesn't. That's the key. It stays up there, and then you refuel it, and then it has the systems on board to be able to stay up there for long periods of time as a satellite, and then you send another Vulcan up, you refuel it, right? And you have a reusable upper stage. ULA is being paid by NASA to work on this tech. And they're also pursuing it they're pursuing it as well. But it's a soft rollout. I'll admit, they designed it with that capability, but they haven't pursued this capability just yet. The idea is that if you figure out a way to be able to refill the Centaur stage, well, if you're working out by the moon, for instance, which has ice on it, and you have a Centaur stage that uses hydrogen and oxygen, what's the chemical composition of ice, which is just frozen water? H2O. Rocket fuel, baby. And you don't need the carbon like you'd need with like Starship or something. Not saying that Starship can't utilize that ice to make rocket fuel either. All SpaceX has to do is find some carbon on the moon or bring some with them. And yeah, you can make rocket fuel, no problem. But ULA is looking into reusable second stages that stay on orbit. Their second stage is kind of half satellite, half second stage. Really, really cool tech. But once again, it is designed to be scaled into this capability. It's not they're not designing it from the start. So it's cautious optimism into reusability. The reason is because the way ULA operates with their lower frequency of launches, reusability doesn't really make sense. If anything, reusability is going to cost you more money if you're only launching 5, 6, 7 times a year. The only way reusability makes sense is if you launch a lot. So like Falcon 9, reusing those first stages, building that Starlink constellation, oh yeah. Now it very much makes sense. And this is all dependent on the spaceflight economy, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
ULA has been in the game for a long time. They know that the spaceflight economy is sinusoidal, which means you want to be able to have the scalability if you need it, but demand does fluctuate on a fairly predictable schedule. Why? Because that schedule for demand for launches is entirely predicated on satellite service life. Most satellites for the geostationary market or Starlink, whatever, GPS, 10 to 15 years, 5 years for Starlink satellites, right? Makes a very sinusoidal demand. Demand spikes for like 2 to 3 years, and then it goes back down, and then it spikes, and then it goes back down. It's sinusoidal, right? Now, don't get me wrong, NASA, SpaceX, they're looking to change that, which is good. You don't want the demand to be going like this because then you have market depressions. So if you're a company, knowing that the demand for a rocket launch is going to basically go down the toilet in 5 years, what do? You set your infrastructure up to be scalable, but you plan for the bare minimum demand, right? That's what ULA does. It's a very safe business strategy. That's really smart. That's a really good way to do that. And that's why ULA has been able to last so long through demands down and demands up and demands down. That's just how it happens. 2017 is a perfect example. 2017, there was a spike in commercial missions because the satellite fleet for all these communication satellites, sat phones, DirecTV, geostationary communication satellites, it spiked because the satellites started needing to be replaced because they run out of fuel and there's no way to refuel them, right? So you needed to launch new satellites up. 10 to 15 years. What's 2017 minus, let's say, 15 years, right? 15 years, 2001. That's the last time the launch market crashed as a response to the dot-com bubble. It's not rocket science, man. It's economics, which is a little different. I keep forgetting to ask this, but I had an idea for KSP. Autonomous only. Can't ever use Kerbals. Would this be doable? Sure. Why wouldn't it be, Duber? But the science that you get from autonomous rovers can only teach you so much. You want to get that sweet science, you got to send people. And that is true in real life as well. Look, we sent this multi-billion-dollar rover or lander like InSight, and InSight can dig a hole in the ground probably about that much, and that's fine. That's great science. An astronaut with a shovel could get you more science. Now, don't get me wrong. It can get you more science, but sending a person there is way more complicated and way more expensive. So, you know, financially that doesn't make sense, but I'm pretty sure that NASA isn't there to be financially profitable. NASA's job is the return on investment there for NASA, for Uncle Sam investing in NASA, is scientific knowledge and understanding. So if it's about getting more science, Give me a spacesuit and a friggin' shovel. I'll go. As long as I have a way back. So anyway, yeah. We have a little bit more space news stuff here if you guys want to check into it. The budget stuff and talking about this is really what I wanted to get at. There's a couple more things here and there. A little bit of Russian news that we can pop into real quick. And then there's also some Starship stuff. It's 10 past 5, so space news will probably go to around 6, and then we'll get to test flying in KSP. Did you talk about Samantha? Huh? Who? KSP stuff? Oh yeah, the slim suit, that's right. Oh, Samantha Cristoforetti. Yeah. Pronto. Dude, she is cool, man. Samantha's really cool. One of the first ISS missions that I really covered in detail was her flight with Terry Virts and Anton Skeplerov. That was the first ISS. That's like, I decided like in, when was this? I decided when they launched that I would basically follow this mission as much as possible. And they launched on TMA-15M in 2015, and that's when I really started keeping track of all the astronauts that were on the ISS. That was the first mission I covered in detail when Samantha, Terry, and Anton launched into space. Anton is my favorite cosmonaut flying to this day because of that. And I like Terry Virts too. Terry Virts is cool. Shuttle pilot. So, yeah. We're friends, even if he has no idea who I am. We're friends now. Yep. But yeah, I read about Samantha. Dude, Italian fighter pilot. Yeah, she's a fighter pilot. Yeah, she's pretty cool. Don Pettit's missions were awesome. I didn't really cover that stuff kind of live, but Don Pettit is one of the coolest astronauts around. Did you get the orbital flight test last night? No. I needed to do more high altitude testing, John, and I figured out some severe side slip problems with the vehicle at higher altitudes. That really is cause for concern. So I'm going to try another test flight today to get a little bit more data to see if I can fix the side slip problem. And then if I fix the side slip problem, we'll modify the vehicle to have the tank where the payload base should be, and I'll send it into orbit and see where it goes. Scap is going to the ISS in October and will be part of the upcoming movie. Yeah, Kem, Scap is one of my favorite cosmonauts flying. I mean, I like Gennady and Sergei Krikalev as much as the next guy, and I've met both of them too. But Scap is one of my favorite dudes that's still flying. One of my favorite cosmonauts. He's a bad mother trucker, dude. MiG-29 pilot. So, MiG-29 pilot. That's pretty cool. I mean, Terry Virts is I think Terry Virts flew F-15s, if I'm remembering right. He's an Air Force guy. Yeah, Scap is cool, dude. I'd love to talk to him, Kem. Someday. Did you finish the launch truck? Launch truck, no. Hey, Gioni, 2-month resub. Samantha Cristoforetti's so cool. She's doing training with red cameras for 4K videos. Nice. ESA is late with the announcement as Thomas Pesquet revealed she would be flying during the Crew 2 arrival at KSC. Yeah, that's right, Thomas. Yeah, didn't she get assigned at... Yeah, that's the whole reason you talked to me about this. Samantha Cristoforetti got assigned to Crew 4, if I'm remembering right. She got assigned to Crew 4. Yep. And she's flying with Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and who's the fourth one? Yeah, that's the reason she'll be captain. Nice. I heard Peggy Whitson is going to fly on the Axiom 2 mission. Peggy Whitson's another bad mother trucker. Like, she seems like the kind of person that, you know, like, you know how Buzz Aldrin punched that one dude who called him a coward one time? Yeah, Peggy seems like that kind of person. Yeah, the kind of person you really don't want to make mad. Because, like, you know, she'll hit you. Yeah. Yeah, do what we're asking, or we'll punch you. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like that, Graph Shark. Just basically the kind of person that has a wallet that says bad mother trucker on it. You know what I mean? I mean, most astronauts are like that, to be fair. Oh, yeah, Forlorn. National treasure, through and through. You know why, Forlorn? You know why I like Buzz so much? Because Buzz Aldrin truly gives no fricks. Like, what can you say about him? Like, that guy truly gives no fricks. He's the kind of guy that just speaks his mind. He's very candid. I like that. I like that. In a world where everybody is, like, afraid to say stuff and, you know, it's all innuendo and stuff, I like someone that's candid because my dumb freaking brain can't understand subtleties sometimes. So it's really nice. It's really nice. You're a coward. Oh, yeah? Eat my fist. You know? It's nice. Well, I mean, what can you say? What can you say? Guy's been to another freaking celestial body. What can you say? You can say nothing. Like, guy can say, he do whatever the frick he wants. The guy could walk into any business anywhere in the U.S. and people would be like, yep, nope, your food's free. There's not many people that can do that in this world. Yeah, there's not many people that can do that. Where are we racing tonight? I don't know. You're going to have to ask Max. Silent, go check the Assetto important links. That should tell you. I usually don't keep track of it, dude. Max, Stormcrasher, All Systems Go, and a couple of other people. CP Polar are kind of doing all the background stuff for the racing for me. So, I don't know, man. It's usually, I don't know. It's usually whatever races are happening this weekend. Yeah, Kyron, the judge is like, yeah, it's all right. Panda Man, oh, you have no idea, man. I hate it. Dude, I'm too stupid to understand subtlety. Like, I'm too stupid. Which is why I speak candidly with you guys. You know, I have my, like, oh, am I right? From time to time, dude. But I try to explain things very clearly because that's how my brain works. That's a hindrance and helpfulness at the same time. Yeah, Neuro. Yeah. In a world where you're breaking the law, you can break the law if passengers enter the flight deck. He can enter the flight deck. That's fine. But anyway, okay. So, Kem, let's see what's going on with the Russian news real quick. There's a couple of short things here. Oh, the meats. Look at the meats on that thing. What is this?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Damn, boy, she thick! I don't hate what's going on there. Sorry. All right, Russian news. Bobby gifted a sub to Tyler Raz. Thank you. Hey, Tyler. Is Tyler in here? What's up, dude? One more. Chris Cassidy is retiring. Yeah, it's all right. No, we good. Roadkill was at Hoonigan a little while ago. Oh, no, Duber, I know. Oh, I know. Don't ask why. It seems like it's an album cover or something. Dubra, I know people. Let's just say I know some folks. Yeah, no, they brought the Disgustang there, and then it broke. And then Finnegan thrashed on the Corvette, dude, which is pretty rad. I've never heard your opinion on the new electric F-150. How do you like it? Love it, Gujar. No complaints from me. If I was going to build an electric truck and I worked at Ford, that is quite literally exactly how I would do that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Actually, if it was me, I would have an option to put a turbine generator in the pickup bed or in the frunk. I'm serious. A turbine generator. Yeah. Or, like, get a bed box, Gujar, and put a turbine in there. A turbine electric generator and plug it into the inverter or the charging port on the truck. And then you can have a pickup truck that gets 150 miles to the gallon. Because if you take a lawnmower engine and hook it up to an alternator, there's no parasitic loss. The only energy that's wasted is heat. Are they going to roll it out before Cybertruck? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Kem, Ford's going to try and beat Cybertruck to market. Absolutely. The 48 Pista has to be lying about its horsepower, just saying. 730? No, that's about right, Duber. That car weighs nothing. The Ferrari weighs nothing. The 48 Pista is a sweet car, dude. I think Chris Cassidy was going to be one of the Artemis crew members. Negative. No. Gujar, I like the electric F-150. I think it's awesome. Real quick, EJ, enjoy some news. Sad to learn of the passing of John Hodge, NASA's second flight director. Kraft was the first, Krantz was the third. Yeah, it is what it is. Did you see the NSP's illustration of how tall the integration tower is going to be? Yeah, Casper. It's going to be amazing. It's really going to be big. And there's going to be two of them. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if someone did a mod for the Lightning to do that. Roger, someone's going to put a diesel generator in the back of that thing and make a pickup truck that can drive halfway across the country on a tank of gas. Dude, actually, Marquez Brownlee did a video on the electric F-150, and I would watch it, but I don't know where he stands on people looking at his YouTube vids, so I'm not gonna look at it, but I will get the link for you guys if you want to see. And he had some interesting conclusions. About the F-150, and I'm not sure if this is right or not, but apparently we were all wondering about the 230-mile range on the F-150. That's pretty bad. Apparently, that 230-mile range or 50 or whatever for the Lightning is with 1,000 pounds of payload. The EPA estimation is taking into account you're putting 1,000 pounds of whatever in the pickup bed. Now, I think that Marquez may have been a little bit overzealous in his estimations, but if it's 230 miles with 1,000 pounds of payload, or, I mean, taking into account that payload could be 4 people, right? 4 people would be about 1,000 pounds, or if your mom's in there. No, it's a joke. If you're just driving that around by yourself and there's 750 pounds of payload off of it, right? Sorry, I couldn't help it. If there's 700, say like, okay, say take me. I'm 250 pounds, right? So what is that, like 110, 120 kilos, somewhere in there. I'm a big dude, right? If I'm just driving around in the truck, that is easily 300 miles of range. Easily. 300, 320, 330, somewhere in there. Now, don't get me wrong, like, it's not a zero-sum game with battery range, okay? So it's not like, 1,000 pounds of payload will get you double. If you take that 1,000 pounds of payload, you're going to get double the range. That's not how that works. That's not how rolling resistance works, okay? The reason is because the dry mass, or the weight of the car, is constant, all right, over time. You're not getting lighter as you go, so it's not more efficient the further you go. Your efficiency and rolling resistance stays relatively the same with cars, right? Because it's a battery. The weight doesn't change. It's not like a gas tank that gets lighter over time, and even then, that's negligible amounts. If that's the case, and Marquez Brownlee is right, which I have no reason to think that he's not. He's a really smart dude. I like his YouTube channel a lot. It gets a little too techie for me at times, but in this regard to the truck, yeah, very objective, very good review. If he's right, this F-150 could hit 400-mile range, no problem. 350 to 400-mile range, if you're not hauling anything, which, guys, that's about the range that you'd get with an EcoBoost. Yeah, that's a maybe a little bit lesser of the equivalent that you'd get with a gasoline engine. And I've always said, for electric cars to really, really, really take foot, and, you know, once again, Elon said the same thing. For electric cars to really take foot, they have to be able to be at least equivalent or better than a gasoline car. That's when people will buy them. And in that regard, this electric F-150 is just as good as the could be just as good as you know, a gasoline version of the same truck or better, which is, hey man, that's perfect. That's really cool. I dig it. That, and you can tailgate out of the front, which I think is hilarious. It has rapid DC charge, right? Ford is genius in this regard, and I'm not just saying that because I like Ford. Ford, I'm pretty sure they also knew that they had to make it better than Cybertruck or better than any other electric pickup truck on the market, Rivian, whatever. They split the battery pack, Forlorn. There's 2 battery packs in there that are half the size. Now, why is that a big deal? Well, it's quicker to charge a smaller battery than it is a bigger battery, right? So if you compartmentalize the battery packs, instead of Tesla, which is just one big battery pack, right? Ford split the battery packs. So you could charge one, or you could charge both of them at the same time. And if you're charging one, your charging time goes down. And if you fast charge on top of that, right? It's literally the equivalent of putting half a tank of gas in your car, right? It's the same thing. It's, you know, sometimes you don't fill the thing all the way up if you don't need to, right? I mean, or you could be just like me and top the tank off because, all right, right? It's literally the electric equivalent of doing that. And in the case of electric cars, there's time constraints. The time constraint is charging. Nobody wants to sit there for 45 minutes while their car charges. It makes perfect sense to me. That's really smart. And if they incorporate fast charging and a fast charging service on top of that, you could theoretically charge an F-150 faster than you could supercharge a Tesla. Theoretically, though. I don't know if Ford's doing that, but it does make sense. It's really smart. Good on Ford. Like, seriously. I'm not just saying that because, you know, I like Ford so much. That's a really smart idea. That's very good engineering. I'm really happy with this. Why is that different than charging half of your battery? Why is it different than charging your battery 1/2? But you can just not fully charge a battery. Well, cycles on the battery, D-Pick, another thing to consider. Cycles on the battery is a big deal. Like, you could get less battery cycles out of this if you knew what you were doing. That's not how batteries work. Okay. Yeah, batteries charge like springs compressed, Uber. That's actually a good way of saying it. You guys, see, I got to do more research with electric cars. I'm not explaining it right. Fellas. I apologize about that. They split the battery pack for charging times, but I'll be honest with you, I got to go read about the physics. Like, you know, full disclosure. I was trying to think about why that would be a better way to do it, but they did split the battery cells. There's 2 battery cells that are a bunch of cells set up in series, but there's 2 packs. There's very distinctively 2 packs. And they did that for a 2-pack? They did that for a reason, and I'm pretty sure it's to slow down on charge time because of what Duber said. I think. I'm pretty sure. But, You can charge up to 90% real quick. After that, getting it to full becomes exponential for the last few percent. Yeah, see, Deadbringer, I knew that was the reason. It has something to do with that, but I couldn't give you a good exact example. I know what the Tesla battery pack looks like. I've watched way too much Rich rebuilds to not know. Yeah, there it is. They split it into 2 modules. F1 did that with their fuel tank. More compartments, more speed when you balance the compartments. Yeah, Geek, that's the other reason why I think they split the battery packs up, dude. Because if you split the charge over 2 batteries, right? Over 2 different battery packs, you're putting less cycles on the battery because you're not charging it to 100% every time. I think that's the reason. So, if you split it over two modules, Geek, the battery cycles will last longer. So instead of charging one battery to 100%, or instead of charging one battery to 90%, right? You're charging 2 batteries that have the same capacity to 90%, right? Like, wait, no, that doesn't work that way. I'm trying to figure it out. No, that doesn't work that way. Never mind. You would want one battery to do that and charge one battery fast, but... Batteries have a limited amount of power they can handle, so splitting the power to 2 separate systems might be more efficient for the batteries and helps it charge faster. Charge time is the reason, I'm pretty sure, Forlorn. Lithium-ion doesn't have a memory effect. Therefore, charging 10% regardless of 0 to 10 or 90 to 100 is the same. Cycles are built into the batteries. They're hardwired into it's a hardware limitation on the battery, so you can't charge the battery to full. Hey, I saw your YouTube videos. Very impressed with what you do. Really, Scuzzle? Thanks, man. I just started doing that. Dude, don't get me wrong. I've been streaming for Twitch on almost a decade. Probably should have done this years ago, but that's cool, man. That's cool. That tells me that, you know, people are seeing that channel and they're coming here, which is... I'm pretty happy about that. That gives me kind of a return on the time involved to get that done. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. With 2 batteries, if one fails, your truck isn't dead in the water. Yeah, but what's a battery failure, Clarth? I'm pretty sure a battery failure involves the thing catching on fire. Now, see, I'm trying to talk myself through it because I got confused. I thought I knew the reason, but I guess I don't. I know there's an advantage to splitting those packs, though. I just don't know what it is. Sorry, guys. I'll do some research and I'll get it down. Yeah, a lot of people did, John, but see, the problem with that is that we needed an efficient way to do it. And I didn't want to have somebody sitting there editing videos editing a 12-hour VOD for a couple hours every day. Drummer and I figured out a better way to do it. We automated it, for the most part. We have a fully semi-automatic VOD uploading system. Fully semi-automatic. Have you talked about the new proposed NASA budget yet? Yeah, I talked about it actually... about an hour ago. I went into pretty good detail with it. I'm quick thing. I'm pretty happy with it. Pretty happy. Yep. Center of gravity with 2 packs. I guess. You ideally want Neuro. You don't want components to have moment over the center of gravity with a car. So, like, the ideal car would be like a car with 4 wheels, right? And then an engine right in the center, right? An engine and transmission right in the center of the car, right? And then a person sitting on top of that, like kind of like a Formula 1 car, right? You don't want like an engine which has a lot of momentum if you're like driving around a corner, for instance. You don't want that far away from the center of mass. Neuro, the equivalent would be like putting ailerons on the back of an airplane. That makes no sense. You want to do that for roll, it's going to be unstable, right? You would want the ailerons to be lined up with the center of mass to get the thing to just roll, right? To get a plane to just roll, for instance, right? Simultaneously, You wouldn't want your elevators to be near the center of mass because they need more momentum over the center of mass of an airplane to get it to turn, right? With cars, it's kind of the opposite of that because the tires are going to turn, right? And there is an ideal wheelbase that you would want, but ideally you want your center of mass to be equidistant from all four wheels. And the F-150 is pretty much that. It's pretty close. I'm telling you, this thing will handle better than cars. Oh yeah, just like the Model X. It handles better than cars. I have a VOD channel, Vesak, where I upload the VODs. Yeah. The idea is probably to get one of the packs low first and keep the other one at 100%. That way you can charge the empty one up to 80%. I think that's right. Yeah. Like I said, people will only really get in on electric. The mass market for electric cars will only happen once an electric car can do exactly what a gasoline car can do, and hopefully more. The F-150 seems to be able to do more from what I've seen. It's a good elaboration. That's the only way electric cars are really going to take hold. Because nobody, like for instance, if you're commuting to work, right? Say you're commuting to work in the middle of the US, right? You got to drive 50 miles to go to work, right? Which is pretty routine for anybody that doesn't live, on the coast, right? That's pretty straightforward stuff. You need a car that at least gets like 300 to 400 mile range, right? At the very least, and that's just to have a car. If the electric car can't do as much as the gasoline car, why the heck are you going to buy the electric car? You literally, some folks out in the center of the country, right, have to travel like an hour to go get groceries and stuff. So in that regard, you'd want an electric car to be able to do that much and more, right? Because an electric car, if you live in the city, for instance, that makes sense because there's always going to be a place to charge it, and you're never going to be that far from home because in the city, everything is there. I think it's very imperative with electric cars that you sell people that live in the breadbasket of like North America, right? That would be what I would design the truck to do. Because if you can design the truck out for somebody that lives out on a farm in the Midwest, right? That would be my design constraint, right? If you can design it to do what they need it to do, it'll absolutely do what you need it to do in the city. And Ford seems to have taken that into account with their new F-150, with the Lightning. It's pretty smart. That's a smart way to do it. It's like when you're building a rocket. Like when you're building Falcon, like when SpaceX built Falcon 9, right? Falcon 9's design is originally centered basically around moving the Dragon capsule into space, right? That was the original thing. And then they made it bigger, right? And then, with the stretched version, right, they targeted it for moving geostationary satellites up into space, right? And now Falcon 9 Block 5 is basically built around delivering Starlink satellites. See what I'm talking about? You always take the heaviest constraint and you build around that, right? That's just good engineering. A tonneau cover that doubles as solar panels to recharge the batteries? The mass incurred from those solar panels wouldn't it's a diminishing return, Panta. That would really only make sense if you were going like overlanding in the truck. Doesn't it take longer for the charge to diffuse through a larger battery? I thought that was one of the things Tesla was doing in order to find more novel ways to compartmentalize their batteries and allow for more cells. Hazard, I'll be honest with you, at this point, I'm blanking on how batteries work, and that does happen from time to time. I just got to go read up on it. I'm not sure. The original YouTube channel is not dead, Squishton. No. Yeah, it would be better to have like solar panels in a battery pack, like a Tesla Powerwall at your house, because that would literally be like the equivalent of having a gas pump at your house. Your house can farm the charge out, and you could store that charge in the battery. Once again, showing that battery electrical storage is really the thing that you're after. It's not that solar panels aren't a good way of generating power. It's that solar panels don't generate power all the time. So if we could find a way to store that energy in a battery for longer periods of time, then it makes more sense. And once again, I don't think that's insurmountable. It's just a matter of time before somebody figures out a better way to do it. That would make more sense on your house, right? Or if you're going overlanding, basically driving out in the wilderness and living in your truck out in the wilderness with like pitching a tent. Then solar panels on the truck make sense because you leave the truck there. It's parked, right? And it'll just keep generating power, generating power, generating power, generating power, and then in a week or two down the road, you have a full battery pack to drive back. It's all good until we get hit with an EMP and those battery-powered cars become a paperweight. I mean, I'm pretty sure a modern gasoline car would also be a paperweight, Klein. What are you suggesting? Like, I'm pretty sure the only cars that would be unaffected from that are any cars that came with a carburetor. In which case, my cars have carburetors, just saying. My cars are EMP proof. So if that ever happens, y'all are going to have some paperweights, and I'm going to be driving around going, until the gas runs out, and then also becomes a paperweight. Have you covered the NASA budget stuff? I did, Novus. Pretty happy with it. Yeah, pretty happy with it. Block 1B on the board. I'm pretty good. I'm standing pretty good. It seems like it's... Novus, I'll be honest with you. This seems very much like what NASA's budget would look like, minus the bump in science. If we just kept going on the same path, if Jim was still there. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, the bump in science definitely probably wouldn't have happened, right? But, once again, just like the people that say SLS being canceled, right, is going to mean more money for SpaceX. That money, like, that's just because science got a huge budget increase doesn't mean that if Jim was still running NASA, all that money would go into exploration and systems development. That's not how that works at all. So, yeah, they bumped science, they bumped exploration systems development, and deep space systems development. Block 1B on the board, or on the books for the budget request. Dude, I'm pretty good, man. I'm sitting pretty... How about you? Yeah, sorry, I mean, there's also that. Post-EMP, that running vehicle puts a huge bullseye on you. Everyone will try and take it. Who says I'm just going to drive it around all the time? I would only drive it if I need it. I wouldn't tell nobody about it, caveman. What are you talking about? Future's so bright, you go back to wearing shades. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Forlorn, I'm good. Once again, I've never, ever sat here, like, Forlorn, I'll be honest with you, I would want, you know, NASA's Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate to get more money, because I want to go back to the moon, and then we want to go to Mars, and I know that's going to cost money, but, I mean, if I was, I'm not going to sit here and tell you if I was controlling the purse strings that wouldn't happen, right? That's the stuff that I like. But that very much doesn't mean that we can't also do those other things, right? Like, imagine thinking it's one or the other. That's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's actually, well, I haven't gone on Twitter today, so that might not be the dumbest thing I haven't heard. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, it's good. You just told over 700 people. Okay. So what? You don't know where my carbureted cars are. And even if you did, in an apocalyptic scenario, I certainly wouldn't keep them near where I live. They would be somewhere near it, but they wouldn't be where I live. That's dumb. Putting your target on your back. Haven't you guys ever played a zombie apocalypse game? You gotta play shadow games. You're playing a shell game, dude. Haven't you ever watched The Walking Dead? The first 2 seasons. Everything else after that is trash. Yeah, Phil. Yeah, if there's angry people on Twitter... I mean, well, okay, Phil. So first and foremost, when is there not angry people on Twitter? Okay, hey, this budget is good, and no, there's not much that's going to convince me that it isn't. And I've gone and looked at the contracts. I looked at the agency announcements, the RFPs. You know where this budget request, if passed, would go. I've looked at the Senate 1260 resolution, the Endless Frontiers Act. I've looked at all of it. Like, I'd be hard pressed to find somebody that's done the amount of digging that I've done here. save for like maybe a couple people out in the spaceflight community that I deeply, deeply respect. But yeah, the vast majority of these people have no idea what they're talking about. It's very clear that they didn't read the bill. They didn't read the budget request. They have not done any research or any critical thought into this, so why should I listen to them? I'm not. That's the secret, brother. I don't care what these people have to say because they don't know what they're talking about. For reference, I remembered something like that concerning battery size and slow charge at one of the Tesla shareholder meetings. Yeah, battery day, Hazarith. The solid-state 4670 cell batteries that Tesla's coming out with literally could change our civilization, and nobody gives a crap. I think that's wicked funny, but that's just me. Interesting note, even people on our Blue Origin are ripping Scott for defending Blue's protest on Twitter. Yeah, C22. Really, really game-changing stuff. And C22, I don't necessarily believe this, but what I say about electric cars is true. I'm pretty damn sure. No one's gonna get on board with an electric car, not because you know it's electric's for sissies, or whatever the heck they try to peddle nowadays. People ain't gonna get truly on board with electric cars unless they can do what a gasoline car can do at the very least and more. That's the way we do this. Just like Elon making the Model S a really nice car, right? People bought it not just because it's an electric car, but there's also a lot of people that bought it because it's a nice car. See what I'm talking about? Duplicate and elaborate. That's how this works. That's how you, if you really want to take the electric car seriously, that's how you got to do it. And GM, Ford, Tesla, they all subscribe to that. The Lightning, the F-150 Lightning is a very good example. GM's electric Humvee, which I haven't done a deep dive into, but I've heard really good things about it. And Tesla with Cybertruck, Model S, Model Y, Model 3, great example. These are great examples. They have to be, it has to be a nice car. And it has to be able to at least do what a gasoline car can do and possibly more. It's the only way this thing's going to truly take foot, man. Even people like Chris B ripped Blue Origin in the HLS bill. Phil, you know what I find very interesting? You know what I find interesting? I find it very interesting that the same folks, the same crowds of people, not Chris B. Chris B has always been gung-ho about 2024, but the same crowds of people that were saying 2024 is never going to happen are now really pissed off that 2024 could potentially not happen because of a protest. Like, you weren't gung-ho about 2024 like a year ago at this time. Why are you gung-ho about it now? I've said 2024 was a good idea since the first time I heard it come out of Jim's mouth. Like, what's changed here? And once again, you don't read into this more than it needs to be read into. I'm genuinely curious, what changed? Because SpaceX gets money? I mean, you also have to take into account our power grid to support EVs. I mean, changing the way our civilization operates at a base level is always going to take some time, dude. I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. I think the power grid can handle it if you really want my honest opinion. Because power plants don't... Dude, there is a lot of waste with how we generate power. I don't know if you know much about this, but a power plant doesn't see that the demand for the grid is 1,000 kilowatts and generate 1,000 kilowatts. No, that's not how power plants work. Power plants will generate 1,500 kilowatts, and if the demand goes up to like only 1,200 kilowatts, they won't change it. They'll just keep generating at 1,500. There's a lot of waste electricity in the power grid system because nobody wants a power surge. Nobody wants a rolling blackout, right? So the power companies will always generate more power than needed. The thing is, it's waste because there's no way to store it. Every power plant works like this, dude. So our grid is over-engineered for something like this. Yeah, power plants are very, very inefficient. It's basically like, you know, if you're putting out a fire with a fire hose and you need only 100 gallons to put out that fire, but you have 1,000 gallons in the pumper truck, you have to use all the water. So at some point, you're just spraying water on charred ashes, the charred ash of a burning building, right? See what I'm talking about? The power plants are very inefficient at this because there's not because by choice or because there's some crazy conspiracy, because there's not a better way to do it. Because we can't store electrical power. That's the real bottleneck here. Grid needs more nuclear. I mean, obviously. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, I mean, Geek, I'm not going to sit here. I mean, you know good and well where I stand on this, dude. I'm not going to sit here and just pretend like electric is the end all be all to this problem. That's not how that works. You know where I'm at, dude. Yeah, Ewok used to work at a coal power plant. Right on, right on. Yeah, C-22. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, dude. The most skeptical people with these electric vehicles will be out in the center of the country. So if I was going to make an electric vehicle, I would design it around what their constraints are for an electric vehicle is. Or what their constraints for an electric vehicle is. Because if they can use it out in the middle of the country, it can be used here. It can be used in the city. So you blanket both markets. You'd sell more trucks that way. And that's exactly what Ford did, dude. Smart. It's genius. It's a freaking 7D chess move right there by Jim Gavin. Really, really smart. Oh, nice, C-22. That's cool. If you can get up to 1,500 miles on an electric car, I will get one. What gasoline car can you do that with, Clayton? Just out of curiosity. Do you have the link for the NASA budget? It's around. Yeah, I actually closed it. Chat, can someone in chat get that link, please? But yeah, Geek, I don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here and saying that, oh my God, you have no idea. You're living in the past. No, dude, I know good and well how dependent we are on fossil fuels, and it ain't going away anytime soon. You know, it ain't going anywhere. That's like electric car skeptic aside. There's some solid physics supporting this theory. We need to improve battery storage technology. We need to be able to basically have electricity stay in a battery for as long as gas can stay in a gas tank on a car and not degrade into varnish. we won't truly change anything until we can get the energy density out of a battery that you could get out of a tank of gas. We ain't going and anybody that thinks that electricity is some magical end all be all to our problems is dumb. That's not how physics works. But yeah, I'm with you on that one, partner. And Geek, a good start is to do what Ford did with the F1 with the Lightning. Don't design it for the city. Design it for rural work. That's the best move that you could possibly do. And I think Tesla did the same with Cybertruck. The problem is, I've noticed that folks in the middle of the country are very, not very flashy. You know what I mean? We've been all over the U.S., man. If you're in the center of the country, it's very gaudy, something like Cybertruck. So I think that turns people off because it literally looks like an N60, a pickup truck an N64 that didn't render correctly. And that's not a bad thing. I think Cybertruck's cool for what it's worth. I like it. I think it looks neat. There's some weird things with the proportions here and there, but I think it's cool. Most important metric is not energy density, but dollar per unit energy stored. I mean, Zwish, that probably has a lot to do with it too. I think energy density is also a big part of that equation. Hey, fella, welcome back. I missed the sound of a combustion engine, though. The combustion engine ain't going anywhere. That's like saying after Henry Ford started mass-producing cars that people aren't going to be able to enjoy horses anymore. No. We still have the Kentucky Derby to this day. You know, Equus is still very much a thing to this day. just like Equus is still a thing today, cars with gasoline engines, you know, will be used for recreation for a very long time. They ain't going, if not never. Like, that'll never stop. Oh, I hate Formula E so much, Rocket Guy. It's just so boring. Even if there's a good race, I'm still like, this is great. I miss the sound of horse hooves. Yeah, Geek, nothing's going to stop you from going to the drag strip on a Saturday night and towing a gasoline-powered car with an electric vehicle and then down the drag strip and then towing it home. Just like people tow horses around all the time with a gasoline-powered car, which is what technically replaced the horse, right? Like, it ain't going anywhere, man. It's not going anywhere. What are you talking about? You won't find a good old-fashioned farmer in Oklahoma using an electric tractor, hauling hay, or planting wheat. Just not in our nature. Well, I mean, if that was the case, farmers out in the middle of the country would still be using horses to plow the fields. No. You have to duplicate and elaborate. That's why farmers use tractors with diesel engines in them, right? Because it was better than the horse. An electric vehicle, in order to truly take hold and get everybody on board, needs to be better than that diesel tractor. It's pretty straightforward stuff, man. Only reason why internal combustions go away is if their use is regulated due to some strong environmental laws. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that seems as absurd in my mind as saying that you can't use a horse to get around as personal transportation because them farting too much can cause environmental problems. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Yeah, Supercraft, and that's getting into stuff that I don't necessarily agree with. But, yeah, that's just me. Liam, we all sit here and pretend like generating CO2 and CO is bad for the Earth. It's not bad for the Earth. That's a good thing. Plants grow better that way. The problem is we're generating too much. So it's never going to go away. No, you can't take that. You can't have zero carbon emissions. That's not good. That will also change the climate in the opposite direction than what it is doing now. You'd have a surplus of O2 in the atmosphere that way. That's no, not a surplus of O2. Yeah, it would be a surplus of O2, and all the plants would die. They need CO2. I'm pretty sure the plants, we need those because they generate oxygen, right? I agree, Bonesy. That's what I mean. Duplication or elaboration. That's the only way this is going to work. I don't see any other way of this working. By the way, I know we don't talk about the RPM. Geek, yeah. I've talked about the RPM Act when it was first proposed. Yeah, that's dumb. That's dumb. I really, in the context of the RPM Act, I think it's really stupid for people to say what you can and can't do with your own property. I've never been a fan of that, ever. So, yeah. And also, I think at this particular moment in time, it isn't a good thing to basically kill an entire commercial industry that people make their livelihood off of. I don't think that's smart, especially in the context of the RPM Act. I think the RPM Act is good because it'll protect against that kind of stuff. Earth would become a snowball. Yeah, I mean, if we totally limit carbon emissions, Earth will literally go into an ice age because that's what happened when it went into an ice age last time. It's about, the whole climate change argument I thought has always been about finding a balance. It's finding a symbiotic relationship with the planet. So in that regard, we still need to generate some CO2. And there is the natural cycle of, like you breathing, for instance, right? Enough CO2 is released via animals and geological processes to keep the plants alive. It's how they worked before there were people mucking up the environment. We don't need cars for the plants. Bombadu, I would invite you to probably go and look at the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere over the Earth's history. We're actually at an all-time low for CO2 production, if you really want to know. I would invite you to go and look at it. I mean, think about, remember the show Land of the Lost? Or just picture a dinosaur in your head, right? Picture a dinosaur in your head. Picture the environment that dinosaur is walking around in. What does it look like? Volcanoes, palm trees, jungles, right? See what I'm talking about? You know why? Because when the dinosaurs existed, there was 6 times as much CO2 in Earth's atmosphere as there was now. And once again, I'm not saying we should get there. No, that's not how this works. It's just it's important to understand the context of that. And once again, nor am I going to sit here and use that as some kind of stupid statistic to say that, climate change isn't a big deal. No, that's not how that works either. Once again, this is the good with the bad. You have to understand the context in which this stuff happens. It's the lowest it's been right now in over millions of years, but I also think that anybody that tries to use that as a justification for putting more carbon in the atmosphere is a moron. Simultaneously, I don't think all the people that say, we should just stop making CO2 in all accounts, that's also stupid. It's about finding a balance, guys. Isn't that what this is about? Or am I wrong? Am I incorrect? I'm actually asking. I know they did helicopter on Mars, Bandit. I mean, Bomb, the other thing you got to take into account, dude, is that you don't add 7 billion people to this planet and think that the climate is going to somehow stay the same. Everybody needs to breathe. And don't get me wrong, car is way more CO2 emissions than a person, by all means. But as the human race grows, carbon emissions are going to go up, even if everybody here rode around on a horse. Now, don't get me wrong. And this is what I mean about balance. They wouldn't go up at the rate that they'd go up if everybody's driving around a car, obviously, right? Obviously. It's about finding a symbiotic relationship with the planet. That's the whole climate change thing. And I think people, once again, this goes back to people not knowing what the heck they're talking about. You know what I mean? Everybody sits here and pretends carbon bad, carbon bad, carbon bad. No. That's not what it's about, right? It's about finding symbiosis. So it's not eliminating carbon emissions, it's limiting it. So we need cars and trucks so the world survives? I don't buy that. That's not what I said, Anth. No, that's not what I said at all. Yeah, Supercraft, there's also that to take into account. So, I mean, that's what I mean about fossil fuels ain't going away anytime soon. It's about finding a balance. Now, I do have another question in that argument, and this is just totally notwithstanding. Do we really think we can... okay, I assure you this is coming from a complete place of innocence. I'm not trying to prove any particular point here. Do we really think we can control what the Earth does? There is a natural cycle, and you've seen it through just radiocarbon dating. We can see how much CO2 is in the atmosphere at any particular point, right? Do we really think we can control what this planet does? We are right now, to an extent, O-Force, right? Yeah, absolutely. But, okay, so O-Force, what I mean by this is if an asteroid comes down and it's supernovas, or it's not a microburst. What the heck is it called when it blows up in the atmosphere? Or a volcano erupts, for instance, right? These are things that we cannot control that will change the climate. I mean, look at that volcano erupting in Iceland. Look what that did a couple years ago. You remember that? How much carbon did that spew up in the atmosphere? Look, what about the forest fires in Australia? You know, and once again, that's terrible. You know, I wouldn't want that. But what about that? That didn't do us any favors with carbon emissions, did it?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't find this persuasive. Marmot, it's not supposed to be persuasive. I'm actually asking you guys. It's not supposed to be persuasive. I'm not saying that, oh, you know, I'm not, okay, so before people jump to this conclusion, I'm not asking whether you, oh, well, if climate change is going to happen anyway, then screw it. No, that's not what I'm saying. No. My question is, do you think we have the power to keep this planet on an even keel? I mean, I think we can control it to an extent, but I mean, Earth is always going to have a natural carbon cycle that I just don't generally think we can get around. I mean, that would mean we'd need to stop like volcanoes from erupting. I'm pretty sure we can't do that. I'm pretty sure we don't even know when they're going to erupt. You know, it's an interesting thing. And you know what, to tie it back into space, this is what the Earth Sciences budget does. It's trying to figure this stuff out. That's not the point. The point is artificial emissions. Natural emissions are what they are. So I'm not making a point, Raja. I said that when I asked this question right before I asked it, saying I'm not making a point. The point is human emissions. Okay, so, all right, O-Force. So what happens if everybody gets the net zero emissions and we curb it and the climate starts changing in our favor and we achieve symbiosis and then a volcano erupts? Then what? And then, or an asteroid comes or something, as far-fetched as that might be. It's just an interesting thing to ponder in my head. Like, and once again, I am not anywhere close to suggesting that, oh, if we can't control it, screw it, then it's not a problem. No, don't get confused. I'm just asking an innocent question, that's all. It's just stuff to ponder in my mind. I mean, this is the stuff I think about when I'm going to sleep and stuff. It's just something to ponder in your head. You know, just turn things. Like, what happens if an asteroid hits and we have a dinosaur extinction event? That would suck. All that work to curb the climate and then bye-bye. But once again, I want to be very clear. That does not mean for a second that I think we should ignore it. That's really stupid. Either one, O-Force, you know? The Earth's oceans can't keep up with the CO2. The Earth's oceans can keep up with the CO2 for volcanoes and such. Volcanoes is not a supporting argument, to be honest. I'm not arguing anything, fellas. Guys, I'm not arguing anything. I'm just asking questions. It's an innocent inquiry. Like, I'm not trying to prove any particular point. I've said that like 4 times now. Like, it's just something to kind of consider, I guess. I mean, how much would it suck if we freaking if we did all this work to curb the climate and then like Yellowstone goes off? I would never want that in a million years. I mean, like, it's funny to me. Like, but once again, that would be pretty ironic. It's probably, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to, you know, instill the wrath of like Mother Earth on anybody. Like, oh, we're screwed anyway. Like, that's stupid. Like, it's just I'm just asking innocent questions, dude. That's all. Like, I'm generally not trying to prove a point. It's just something to ponder, I suppose. I didn't realize we could discuss religion in here now. I don't know how you pulled religion out of this argument, John, but that's a pretty damn good indicator to steer us back over to space news. I don't know how you could have possibly construed that from anything that I said, but that's fine. I mean, taking things out of context? No, nobody ever does that, right? Let's get into the rest of the news. Main part of the executive director's speech on Roscosmos on science, Alexander Boroshenko, says, prospective projects of the state corporation Roscosmos, acceleration of knowledge for space exploration. Oh, how long is this? Hold on. 15. Ooh, what do we got here? Let's see if we can figure out what he's saying. All right, guys, turn the page. Turn the page. That conversation's getting out of control. Let's screw it. Let's go back to this.
Они, по крайней мере, считаются новичками в космической деятельности. Китай, они тоже уже вовсю говорят и про метан, и про возвращаемость. И мы эту работу тоже...
What's the rocket on the right? So that's Long March 8. This is... What? I don't know what's ZQ. I don't know what that is. I think you're getting the Expanse confused with real life, Wookiee. That would suck, goalie. Maybe we should go into space more. Yeah, Z-22. Yeah, once again, it's just... I don't know why, like, I can't ask a question like that if I'm not trying to prove a point, you know? Like, it's just something to ponder. That's all. And once again, I still firmly believe we're doing something to this planet. You don't put 7 billion people here, especially 7 billion people driving cars on this planet, and think that things are going to change the same. Think that things are going to stay the same. That's not how that works. Come on, man. Let's go back here. I'm wondering what this is. What's ZQ2? I think that's that Long March 5 variant that they're working on. There's a variant of the Long March 5 going around here that I've seen that's kind of like Falcon Heavy, but it's kind of not. ZQ is a Chinese private rocket company by Landscape. Large, John. Let's see. ZQ5 is made by Landscape and stands for Zhuque 2. All right, let me take a look here. Zhuque 2B rocket. I'm probably not saying that right, and I apologize if I'm butchering the language. Okay, so a ZQ-2B can move 17 tons, and a ZQ-2C can move 32 tons. Interesting. CWA is USA in Cyrillic. That's correct.
Развернули. Вот несколько лет уже идет разработка двигателя на топливной паре кислород-метан. И мы в прошлом году открыли эскизный проект на создание ракеты в среднем классе.
So,
в этом году, по сравнению с другими, они, по крайней мере...
That guy that's talking right here, this dude, that's Alexander Blashenko. He is kind of like Roscosmos' like head engineer for the most part. Like there's not an exact counterpart to him over here. But yeah, he's the big engineer. He's like the guy that's like kind of... So since Roscosmos is a state-owned corporation, he's like the CTO. He's the chief technical officer. That would probably be the right way to say that, but it doesn't have a direct kind of counterpart, you know?
Здесь сделан определенный анализ из США, Евросоюза и даже такие, если их можно так назвать, но по сравнению с другими, они, по крайней мере, считаются новичками в космической деятельности. Китай, они тоже уже вовсю говорят.
Yeah, I could just tell by the way he talks that he's an engineer, Cam. It's pretty easy to spot.
Эту работу тоже развернули. Вот несколько лет уже идет разработка двигателя на топливной.
So, what are we comparing here? So he's talking about the engines here. This slide has the engines. So you have rocket engine. So first stage and second stage, right? So there's Terran 1 right there, and then Vulcan, and then New Glenn, and then Starship, and then there's Ariane 6, then Ariane Next, which is... okay. He's showing the other new rockets and how they will compare to another slide where they show a Muir. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is what I wanted to see right here. Let's see. So this is what Russia's working on, and this is their kind of dive into building a semi-reusable launch vehicle here. This is the Amur rocket. Here we go. We got some numbers. This is good. So the RD-0169, methane engine. 5 engines in the first stage. 5 RD-0169s in the first stage. So he's talking about Soyuz 2, which has been flying for 63 years. I'm not sure what this front part says, but this is talking. So.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Rakety Nositel. So that's carrier rocket, right? But I forget what this stuff says up here. Gradual replacement of Soyuz 2, which has been flying for 63 years. Got it. So it can do 10.5 tons reusable, 13.6 expendable. Okay. Beefcake. 3-month reset. Beefcake. They will be using composites. Yeah, I see that. I see a mandrel right there with a carbon composite. Thanks, Switch. Oh, wow. That's, I like it, 95. It looks cool. Reusable medium-class rocket, $20 million cost, 360-ton wet mass. And a landable first stage. Carbon composite. So, this is this is medium-duty numbers right here. Medium to kind of pushing into the heavy-duty here. Methane reusable carbon composite. Nice. Hey, Ismic. Hope you're having an amazing day. Yeah. Everything is good here, man. Yeah, you said duty. They are also flying up like Falcon 9. Interesting. Yeah, see right here? Reusable up to 10 times, 100 times total. Yeah, not bad. That's what that says, right? That was sarcasm, but never mind, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, no, yeah. It's just a copy, right? Yeah. This is cool. Cool first attempt. This is good, man. Methane. Yeah, Gorgon, I'm with you on that one. And this seems like a serious entry here. This is good.
Вот дальше это полностью на откуп конструктору мы отдали эту задачу. Мы получили несколько нетривиальных решений. Вменив такую схему, я думаю, что мы в конце года вам расскажем.
What's the second rocket? Last row starting on the far right.
Ну, то есть вот $22 миллиона за пуск, то есть это
That's the N1. That was the Soviet Union's moon rocket.
Аппарата с интеграцией, с выводом. Это очень амбициозная цифра. Это при том, что ракета класса примерно Союза-2, она чуть по энерговооружению, то есть Союз у нас 8,5 тонн выводит.
Dude, that Amur shirt that he has is pretty cool.
10,5 тонн многоразовой первой ступени, 13
тонн
одноразовая. Она,
what was that cameraman doing?
Она очень амбициозная. То есть,
yeah, it says Amur on his shirt.
Этот параметр такой, чтобы он был конкурентоспособен для нас не сегодня, а на горизонте 26-го года.
Dude, I hate crowd shots. In any presentation like this, I can't stand crowd shots. I'm not there to see the crowd. I'm there to see what's going on. I don't know about you guys. I hate it when they do that in sporting events. It's really annoying.
Для нашей отрасли, то есть вот то, о чем говорят сейчас системный инженеринг, дизайн to cost, это вот то, что сейчас отрасль остро требуется и какие компетенции мы развиваем. Здесь понятно все совершенно, и композитные баки, и аддитивка, это все в полный рост будет использовано. Ну вот, какой выхлоп получается из того, что я сказал? Вот сравните, например, носитель «Союз-2.1Б», это то изделие, которое у нас сейчас есть. И,
also, Mir will be having twice as less parts on Soyuz right now.
Посмотреть на один показатель, это вот количество деталей.
Oh God, Bandit, I can't stand it. I hate it in NASCAR races. I hate it. I especially hate it in football. It really is annoying. Formula One, dude, it's so annoying.
У метана еще есть такая интересная особенность, что у него температура кипения близка к температуре
кипения. Okay, so this is a comparison between Mir and Soyuz 21B. Soyuz 21B. Well, Bandit, I hate that too. I don't like anything that's going to distract me from the core content that I came there to tune into. It's really annoying. Which is why I hate ads so much and why I don't do them here within my control. So Elon made SpaceX because the Russians turned away when he wanted to buy a missile from them, and then he makes Falcon 9, which lands the booster. Then Russia copies SpaceX. Weird how things lead up. It's not so much copying Nutbuster, but changing the market. I mean, that would be like, in my mind, dude, it's not a copy. It's, remember, it's just like the electric car. Duplicate and elaborate, right? By that kind of logic, the A320 is a copy of the 737. And I'm pretty sure if I just went around spouting that, there'd be a lot of Airbus people in here saying, excuse me, no it's not. Even though they're designed to do the same thing, right? And Elon himself has said multiple times, dude, that you want the competition, right? You want the competition. You want the competition. It's not so much of that it's a copy, but it's their answer to reuse, or their kind of soft dive into doing reusability, right? That doesn't mean it's a copy. That would, like I said, that by that logic, you know, an Embraer 190 is a copy of a 737, which is not really how that works. Didn't Airbus get caught for industrial espionage on Boeing? I don't know, Laserman, maybe. I mean, that's not how that works at all. I want more people pursuing reusability, and Elon wants that too, because that's where we need to go. That's where we need to go to really make it so it's easier to get into space. And that can solve a lot of problems down here, you know. Having more ways to get into space and building an economy out there can solve a lot of problems down here.
Второго минус 180. Вы можете делать, например, баки с совмещенным днищем и единую систему обеспечения теплового режима. А вот представьте, у вас кислород, который плюс 40. И у вас две огромные такие сложные системы обеспечения теплового режима, которые съедают трудоемкость, массу, ну и так далее. То есть вот конкретная иллюстрация, за счет чего мы хотим этих технико-экономических параметров достичь. Значит, мы привязались по карте, вот здесь два наклонения, более горизонтальная трасса на 58 градусов, более вертикальная это район падения.
That kid's like, when do we eat?
Солнечной синхронной орбиты. При выводе на солнечную синхронную орбиту привязываемся, конечно, к уже выделенным.
I prefer Russia point their rockets up and sideways, if you catch my drift. Same with us, Broken Hero. Yeah, I know. I'm picking up what you're laying down, dude. Absolutely. This is where they could potentially land.
Полям падения на космодроме Восточный, ну и очень удачно здесь располагается Амурский ГПЗ, это объект Газпрома, который как раз этот сжиженный природный газ и, собственно, выпускает. И у нас есть определенные планы по газификации Восточного, и мы ведем проектирование с точки зрения наземки вместе с Газпромом, не изобретая велосипед, применяя уже их отработанные годы.
Gazprom methane factory is nearby. Yeah. Vasi, I was literally just about to ask why, and it's something I probably asked before, but I don't know. I don't know the answer to this question. And if you answered it, I don't remember. Why didn't they put the launch site like over here on the Kamchatkan Peninsula? Like I understand good and well that there's nothing out there, and that has a lot to do with it. Like, why not here? Why not here by the coast? Why is it so far inland? And that right there tells me that the infrastructure is there, and there's not a lot of infrastructure here to do that same thing. There's a reason why it's there. They also show the gas pipe. It's close to Vostochny. Yeah.
Система Млечный Путь, вот,
I wasn't swearing,
вы
I swear.
знаете, что очень много сейчас идет разговоров о регуляции космического движения, там гиперспутниковые, многоспутниковые группировки выводятся. И в нашей стране есть такая система, называется автоматизированная система предупреждения опасных ситуаций, АСПОС. Вот все в мире две страны есть, которые умеют смотреть, что же происходит на орбите. Это мы, Соединенные Штаты, причем Соединенные Штаты о том, что мы тоже это можем, узнали в определенный момент только на площадке ООН. Вот у нас есть средства, которые располагаются в наших обсерваториях. Это наши собственные Роскосмоса, это привлекаемые средства частных организаций Академии наук. Это оптика.
The island that you've shown is Sakhalin, not Kamchatka. No. This is Kamchatkan Peninsula up here. Everest, go and rewind. I know that that's not the Kamchatkan Peninsula. You know how I know? It's not a peninsula, it's an island. I'm talking about this over here.
Собственные Роскосмоса, это привлекаемые средства частных организаций Академии наук. Это оптика.
Nah, dude, I know. I was talking about this, and then I said, or here. I get it. I know. I'm pretty good at my geography. I know it pretty well.
С Министерством обороны по их средствам радиолокации по низким орбитам. Мы без этих данных не можем ни один аппарат вывести, не понимая, что там происходит. Мы управляем.
Alex is going too fast for me. I'm going to move to the next slide. I'm not going to lie to you. I need to move to the next slide.
Решение.
And he got rid of it. Huh. Okay, here we go. What do we have over here? This is a communications network? There are also some disputes with Japan on some islands there. Interesting. Go to the next one. This is boring. But he's talking about communication satellites at Lagrangian points from what I'm looking at here. Talking about orbital avoidance systems and how they regard it during launches. Yeah, that's boring. I don't want the beepy noise to happen. Oh, it's asteroid warning systems. Cool. Yeah. Of course, I unmuted it right when the beep happened. That's great.
Ядерный буксир, Нуклон, значит, он транспортно-энергетический модуль получил у нас в этом году название.
So that's Nucleon right there. Nucleon, guys, is a nuclear reactor spacecraft up at the front, right? Nuclear reactor that is coupled to generate electricity. And these are all radiators. They're not solar panels. The solar panels are right there. It's a nuclear reactor coupled into a solar electric propulsion system, so ion thrusters. A nuke being coupled into an ion thruster is probably about the most efficient propulsion system in space that we could possibly do at this given point in time. Unless anybody has an Epstein drive lying around, yeah, that's pretty damn good. That and nuclear thermal. So yeah, this is pretty rad. Solar panels are what for? Redundant power generation, K3. Can I get a link to this video? Sure. How would they keep it cold? All these are radiators, dude. Those are not solar panels, it's radiators, because that's what you need. Keep in mind, Goalie, this is a tiny nuclear reactor. It's small. The U.S. and the Soviet Union have both tested nuclear reactors in space in the 60s and the 70s. It's been done. So you can keep, they do work. You can keep them working up in space for a long period of time. There are two versions of this. One with plasma propulsion, and the second one is a nuclear. Interesting.
Зевс, вот есть программа Артемида, есть программа Зевса. Что это такое, да? Вот очень часто идет путаница. Ядерный двигатель, ядерный буксир, ядерный аппарат. На самом деле смысл здесь очень простой. Вот источником энергии в космосе в основном являются солнечные батареи.
He's going too fast for me, dude. And it's funny because he talks slow. That shows you how much freaking Russian I know.
У них есть определенный предел по мощности, по коэффициенту преобразования, ну и, собственно, по дальности таких миссий, потому что, отлетев куда-то, например, в сторону Марса, уже с солнечными батареями начинаются проблемы. Они должны быть очень большие площади, их сложно обслуживать и так далее.
Pause, okay? So that's the mass, right? Interesting. His shirt has the name of the Amur rocket, that reusable methane rocket that they're talking about, and it's this cool kind of graphic of the launch site and stuff. It's pretty neat. So this is the slide here. What is... I don't want more videos. Get that off the screen, YouTube. 1900 kilowatts on the bottom. What is this? The launch vehicle will be an Angara A5 with a frigate upper stage. Is that what I'm looking at here? Two variants. Rotary magno... Oh... So a plasma engine, rotary magnetoplasmic is a Vasimir engine. I mean the Vasimir engine would be even better. Yeah. Interesting. Plasma engines. I don't hate that. Yeah, no, I swear, for the people that are coming in here, we're not making up words. A magnetoplasmatic drive is theoretical. It hasn't been done before, but it can be done. It's just one of those things. It's a POG engine. It's also called
Были тогда сделаны аппараты с небольшими ядерными реакторами или, можно сказать, с реакторами такими на делящихся элементах, которые вырабатывают
Broke it down already, Kress. Yep.
киловатт энергии. Вот МКС сейчас с учетом деградации батарей можно принять там порядка 70-80 киловатт мощности электрическую. Вся МКС, она по площади как футбольное поле. Вот в Советском Союзе были такие разработки. И в 90-х годах их США купили за какие-то смешные, в общем-то, деньги, там порядка 12 миллионов долларов. Полностью, естественно, разобрали такие вещи и сформулировали для себя, с учетом их возможностей, максимально амбициозную задачу сделать такой реактор на 10 киловатт космического назначения. Вот наш аппарат – это 500 киловатт, это полмегаватта. Это качественно другой уровень решения задач. Она как бы отличается такой амбициозностью и определенными, ну, так сказать, критическими технологиями, которые нужно сделать, чтобы этот проект реализовать. Вот мы их выделили, часть вопросов уже решена, часть вопросов еще в стадии решения. То есть, на самом деле, что это такое? Это такой универсальный модуль, у которого есть возможность сменять полезные нагрузки. То есть вот.
He's talking about Soviet space nuclear developments, how it was sold to the U.S. for like $12 million and reverse engineered. New Russian project is much bigger. What? When did that happen? Do you know, that's what he said. Here, let me take a look. I thought they were independently developed unless the U.S. bought something. Unless we bought something that like post-Soviet that we thought was a good idea, like the RD-180, for instance. Here, let's take a look. So there's NERVA, nuclear power in space, and keep in mind this is the English version, Vasya, so might not tell you everything. There's SNAP 27. That's an RTG. Yeah. Radioisotope thermoelectric. Yep. SNAP 10 nuclear power plant. Yeah, SNAP 10 was the nuclear reactor that they put into space in the 60s. Fission systems. In the 1960s and 1970s, the Soviet Union developed the Topaz reactors, which utilize thermionic converters instead, although the first test flight was not until 1987. In 65, the U.S. launched the space reactor SNAP-10, which had been developed by Atomics International. Yeah, see, they were co-developed. Like, we developed both of them at the same time. Everyone bought something after the Soviet Union collapse. Definitely post-Soviet. Yeah. In 1983, NASA and the U.S. and other U.S. government agencies began development of a next-generation space reactor, the SP-100. Contracting with General Electric and others. In 1994, the SP-100 program was canceled. Largely for reasons with the idea of transitioning to the Russian Topaz 2 reactor system. Although some Topaz 2 prototypes were ground tested, the system was never developed for U.S. space missions. I'm surprised you didn't want to believe. It's not that I'm saying that Alex is full of crap. He's an engineer. He wouldn't lie about that. I want to understand what happened. Like, I want to know so I know if people ask me. So the Topaz reactors were designed in the 1960s and the 1970s. Topaz 1 and Topaz 2. The Soviet Union test flew it in the 80s, and then the U.S. After the Soviet Union collapsed, like I said, it was just like the RD-180. We did it just like the RD-180s and the NK-33s. You know, we saw an opportunity to get them for cheaper and to help proliferate it so nobody else would get it. I mean, that's the big reason, dude. I mean, the U.S. propped up the Russian space industry through the 90s so they wouldn't go and develop rockets for people that don't understand the potency of a rocket. Potency, I don't think is a word. Basically, we kept their space sector going in the 90s because we didn't want the rocket engineers to go develop like ICBMs for people that don't like us. That's the real easy way to put it. It's just, and once again, like I'm not saying that Alex is full of crap. Like I said, he's an engineer. He doesn't have time. He doesn't have time for games like that, dude. Just like our engineers over here. They just call it like it is. Why didn't the U.S. buy the Buran prototypes? Supercrap, my guess is that the U.S. probably looked at, I mean, an important thing to understand, and poor us, the defense budgets after the Cold War got slashed.
Go at throttle up.
They got slashed really badly. So, like, I mean, yeah, our defense industry still, you know, it's been consolidating down even 30 years later to because of the budget cuts. But long story short, why didn't we buy the Buran? It's probably too expensive to save, and we know good and well that nobody else has the infrastructure to launch a space shuttle. I mean, that's most likely it. I disagree. I think that it would have been better to have, if I was going to prop up any particular thing from the Russian program, I would have said, nah, screw Soyuz, keep using Buran and have two shuttles build a space station instead of one. But Prigozhin can't get Beria back. You think you would do better? I mean, hey, Funky Flex, 2-month resub. I mean, dude, like, here's the thing. Like, dude, we were able to basically prop up the entirety of Energomash. Like, keep the company going with relatively no changes, right? And I'm not like, Kim, I'm not trying to say, like, it's just like the other conversation we had a second ago. I'm not trying to say, like, oh, we saved you. I understand why we did it, and that's a good thing, right? Like, it's better to keep the technology going than have it lost to the sands of time, like what happened to Buran. I just, you know, Dmitry can't get Beria back now because it's 30 years down the road. It's not like people have been keeping track of who owns the stupid thing. But in 1991, it probably would have been easier to track that, and it probably would have been easier to procure it then than it is now, don't you think? I mean, Dmitry was freaking probably like 16 or 17 at that time, like, right? Like, he's like 50-something. So they want to put nuclear material up in space. Isn't the world in a shortage of nuclear material for reactors? No? Goalie beer, nice. Goalie, the U.S. restarted nuclear material, fissile material production in 2017. Yeah, we started making more of it. The program was restarted. And that's part of the reason why NERVA was also restarted. It was restarted with the Department of Energy. Yeah, the DOE. Then you would sponsor a super heavy lift that you didn't have at the time. It would look weird in the eyes of Americans, I think. Kem, all my mind is defaulting to now is having Energia and the space shuttle running in conjunction with each other, working on the same space program, and I'm just like, oh, that would have been nice. Oh, that would have been nice. Oh, that would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. That's like having SLS and the space shuttle working at the same time. And we could have done it for cheap, too. Cheaper than it would have cost us to develop it, that's for sure. I mean, but then again, Kem, the way I look at that, dude, is that if we propped up Energia, you would have propped up everything. You would have propped up everything that they propped up anyway, like Energomash. But, you know, the people making Soyuz would have been out of a job. You know, it's like we kept everything, all the most expensive parts of Energia we kept going with the exception of the 0120s, right? We kept going with it. And the propulsion is the most expensive part. It wouldn't have been that much more to keep that whole project going, but I mean, there's some parallel universe, Raja, where that's what happened. Someone decided to keep Energia going and kill Soyuz and everything else. You know, that would be pretty cool. Hey, Dutch guy, thanks for the raid. Anyway, we'll finish up this video here. Let's check out the last slide, and then we'll keep going. Whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What are we talking about here? Ukraine also had boosters for Energia and Zenit rockets, so they would need to get money too. It's probably too complicated. That's my guess, Kem. Keeping that supply chain going, which was an insane supply chain because the Soviet space program spread everything around, just like NASA. They spread the contracts all over the place. So, like, Zenit boosters are in the Ukraine, right? And, you know, the launch in Kazakhstan, right? They spread it around. That would have been a hard supply chain to keep going. Now that I'm really thinking about it, I don't think they had the choice. I don't think they had a choice. 50-month mission time. Nice.
Спутников. Это то место, где сейчас приковано всеобщее научное космическое, если можно так сказать, внимание. Это место, где, с одной стороны, на этих спутниках есть лед, подо льдом вода, при этом часть из них тектонической активностью обладают, то есть там тепло, ну и вроде бы есть все основания полагать, что там могут быть какие-то формы жизни, но для этого нужно иметь мощный сканер или, так сказать, локатор для сканирования подледных структур и мощный передатчик для того, чтобы эти данные сбросить на Землю. Ну, вот эту задачу мы хотим реализовать с точки зрения того, что у этого буксира будет ионные двигатели, не на химическом топливе. На нем имеет смысл летать именно в дальний космос, потому что там маленькая тяга таких двигателей, но начиная, например, с полетов к Марсу, это становится более предпочтительнее, чем летать на наших обычных ракетах. В конечном итоге мы понимаем, что...
Look at this freaking... What the... Wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is that there? That's Kleeper. What is that doing there? Alex? Is there something you're not telling us? This Alex, not you, Kim. There's Oriole, and then there's Clipper. Okay, all right. Let me bring people up to speed here. Clipper is a spacecraft that is basically, it's a re-entry vehicle, right? It's a shuttle. For the most part, it's Soyuz's service module right here, shoehorned around a Soyuz orbital module, and instead of having a capsule come down, right, it's a little mini shuttle. So this part right here would be jettisoned, just like a Soyuz, right? The service module and the orbital module would be jettisoned, and then from here forward, the part with the tiles is the thing that would come home. Actually, Dart's design took a lot of influence from Clipper, if you really want to know. The Clipper, but see, here's the thing. The Clipper program was something that the Russians proposed to do in the 2000s. It's been long since canceled. Like, for a long time. Clipper's there as a placeholder for the new space plane, is what I heard. It's probably to represent the new shuttle that they're making right now. But even then, little mini shuttle doing resupply missions, like Dream Chaser style, Kim, I'm not going to disagree with that. That's fine with me. So what's the advantage over Soyuz?
На этих принципах будет строиться.
That's probably why it never happened. Yeah.
Потому что, конечно, никто не полетит к Марсу 9 месяцев.
He's saying it could go to Mars. So, hab module back here with a multi-axis node. The shuttle could service the thing, or you could tack an Oriole onto it. So the Oriole capsule is like a Russian deep space exploration capsule. It's kind of like Orion. Oriole is Russian for eagle. I must say, Eagle's a pretty good name for a capsule. Yep. How would they go about refueling a nuke up there? Or would they throw this away and send up a new one? Refueling it? It ain't gonna run out of fuel. Refueling it, goalie? What are you talking about, man? A golf ball sized piece of uranium in this thing will power it indefinitely for an extremely long time. Refueling it? First of all, you wouldn't need to refuel it for years. Decades. It's not... think about like a nuclear aircraft carrier. Think about like a Nimitz, goalie. Those things only need to be refueled once every 20. And that's for an aircraft carrier. This is a spacecraft. The energy demand from an aircraft carrier is way higher than it is for this, right? Dude, yeah, refueling? No. Your constraint here is xenon gas. This is basically the Russian version of Starship for a mission to Mars. I don't hate this, Kim. This is pretty good. The xenon gas, or whatever noble gas you're using for the ion thrusters, that's your constraint at this point. Ryan, what is this? This is a nuclear-powered Martian transfer vehicle that the Russians are planning on making. So the people go back here. So this is like a space station module, right? Your propulsion system is right here, right? And then you have this long spine down here. And the reason why it looks like a big telescope is so they could fit it inside of a payload fairing. The thing is like a big transformer. It compacts itself down, and then when they deploy it in space, it'll extend. The reason why it needs these extension pieces is because the nuclear reactor is way up here at the front, and all these systems right here are radiators. All right? And last time I checked, you don't want to be near this thing. There's enough radiation in space. You don't need more. So that's why the thing is a huge telescope. Could it be used as a moon ferry? It would be a great moon ferry. Floating disk? Yeah. It would take a second to do a translunar injection burn, though. This type of spacecraft with an ion thruster is extremely efficient. We're talking specific impulse up in the 3000s. For the people that don't understand what specific impulse means, we're talking about a rocket that gets probably like 500 miles to the gallon. But it has the thrust of a desk fan. Like if you have a fan in your room that's keeping you cool, like a little box fan, yeah, like 5 or 6 of those thrusters are making maybe half the thrust of that fan. It's not a lot. Ion thrusters are super efficient, but they're slow. They don't have high TWR, but then again, that doesn't matter. Who cares? I mean, as long as you have consumables and electrical power, you know, water, you recycle the water, yeah, people could fly on this thing indefinitely for a really long period of time. What Kem said, engine is in the back right after the reactor. Oh, so they move the engines back here. Got it. Some 1992 space news that could shine a light on the post-USSR collapse of the space industry. Science Mag had to rehost it because of paywalls. Oh. C22, and thanks for linking me articles, guys. And once again, genuine question. I was just asking about that other thing. I'll link it up and I'll read that stuff later. I think we need a chat command for power and propulsion since we talk about that so much. Yeah, Grab Shark, we could... The way I see it, dude, is that I always take time to break it down and explain it to people, because saying, oh, just check out this video comes off as very disingenuous to me. Like, I don't value my viewers' time. No, I have the patience. I'm a very patient guy. I'll take the time to explain it. Even if 1,000 people ask it over the next week, I'll still take the time to explain it. Gotta be patient with people, man. Especially in my line of work, explaining this stuff. And remember, the end goal is getting people excited about space. If I just say, hey, go look at this video of some guy talking, even if it's me for a long period of time, yeah, that's not worth it in my mind. The thing I always found funny is people are so scared about radiation on submarines and don't realize that right now, sitting in our houses, we're getting more rads than the boys working on the engine room. Yeah, of course. And John, part of it is learning. Part of here, what I'm doing here is to teach people about this stuff. This stuff isn't as complicated as everyone makes it out to be. It's really not. Yeah, Grab Shark. Grab Shark, can you imagine, I mean, okay, like, with a nuclear reactor, dude, with a nuke on board, electricity is no longer a constraint. The only constraint here for an ion thruster having more thrust than a damn desk fan at this point is literally how much gas you can get up there, how much xenon gas, but more importantly, how much electrical power you can flow. Because a Hall effect thruster works entirely on how much current you can put through it, right? And right now, because spacecraft use solar power, right, we can only flow as much as the solar panels allow for. That's why solar electric propulsion, doing this, has more thrust than solar electric propulsion, right? With a nuclear reactor up there, I've talked to guys, there's actually guys that, the folks that are making the gateway ion thrusters for the power and propulsion segment, they're outside, just outside of Boston. I've talked to these guys before in chat. I've talked to these guys before in chat. They popped in from time to time, and I asked them, what's the only thing that's scaling? Can we scale ion thrusters? And they said, yeah, of course, we just need bigger wires. So can you imagine, like, and keep in mind, I'm not an electrical engineer. Can you imagine a nuclear reactor that's plugged into a step-up transformer, right? And that transformer, the step-up transformer, is into the ion engine. At that point, the only, you have the heavy-duty electronics, right? At that point, the only thing is delivering the gas fast enough. This stuff can scale, dude. Oh, yeah, it can scale. The guys that make the things freaking told me so. Yeah, the mock-ups for Nuclon. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, you guys are working on it, dude. That's why it blew my mind when when you first showed it to me, Kim. Real Engineering YouTube did a video about that idea a couple weeks ago. Oh, cool. I'll have to go check that out. I mean, you can scale it, Josh. The guys that... And I should probably go over there and knock on their door. Literally, it's like... They're near where I worked at Best Buy, outside of Boston. It's actually on the way where their shop is. I drove by it almost every day on my way to work, which is kind of crazy, and I never knew it was there. It's in an industrial park, and you wouldn't know. But one of them came in here and is like, dude, I work here. You're in Boston. I work here at this place. I'm like, what? That's really close to me. Holy crap. And that's what I asked him. So, I mean, if the guy that makes the things is telling me that they can scale, yeah, this is pretty... The constraint has always been solar panels at this point in space. The ion thruster can only be as good as how much power the solar panel can generate, right? So if we have a nuclear reactor up there... Uh-oh. I mean... Not saying that someone could just poop out something like an Epstein drive from the Expanse, but... You need 6.5 square meters of solar panels for 1 kilowatt. So if this reactor is 500 kilowatts, that's 3250 square meters of solar panels. Yeah, but nuclear engines are a little bit different than this, Ryan. Nuclear engines and nuclear power generation in space are two different things. Keep in mind, though, a nuclear thermal rocket does generate power. Not Epstein levels, but think we'll see something like that in our lifetimes. You and I are actually the same age if it matters in comparison. Grab Shark, I've always talked about what a space economy could look like in 30 years. Okay? So when you and I are old enough to retire, I think that, you can look at history, and history can denote with reasonable accuracy. History doesn't necessarily repeat itself in the exact same way, but it does rhyme. You know what I mean? I look at how our global supply chains around the world, humanity, not just the U.S., just humanity's global supply chains. Supply chain being the operative word. A space economy in our lifetime would probably be centered around how much payload you can move at a time and what that payload is. Operative word. Okay. We move a lot of freight by airplanes nowadays. There's air freight all over the place. There's a demand to get move product or whatever around quickly via an airplane. Like if you airmail something to your house, right? Right? It goes from a distribution center, right, onto a truck, onto a plane, off of a plane, back to a truck, back to a regional distribution center, to a smaller truck, to your front doorstep, right? There's a supply chain. What keeps that supply chain going? Constant working, right? So that package doesn't need anything as long as you keep the temperature right. You know, it's cheap to move around, right? I mean, it does depend on weight for the airplane, right? But it's not sending a person around. You wouldn't ship yourself in a box via FedEx to save some money because it's cheaper to do that than it is to fly on an airplane, right? Right? I mean, I'm sure some moron has tried that at some point, right? No one 2021 in this day and age, you know what I'm saying? Right? So in 30 years, I look at this and I see solar electric propulsion and chemical propulsion. And I look at that and I say, well, what are the closest equivalents to these that we have around right now? Solar electric propulsion or ion thrusters are super efficient, and they have crazy amounts of delta V because of a high specific impulse, but they don't make a lot of thrust. So what in our global supply chains works like that? The immediate thing that pops into my head is a container ship. A container ship. Are container ships efficient? Well, yeah, of course. Do container ships go fast? Yeah. I mean, well, no, they don't. No, they do not. They do not go fast. They go 10 to 15 knots, 20 knots on a good day if it's a newer container ship, right? But you'd be hard-pressed to find any other system that can move that much cargo for that amount of propellant. In this case, it's diesel fuel, right? The nice thing about the nuclear-powered ion engine is that you can store propellants for as long as you like if you're using noble gases, correct? Right? They did, Ryan. I already answered your question. Yeah. Mm-hmm. In 2017. Yes. So, GravShark, what I'm telling you is this. What I picture a space economy looking like in the future is having inefficient, fast ways to get there, chemical rockets, and having super efficient, slow ways to get anywhere in the solar system, a container ship. Starship will end up working like an airplane does in that regard. So, like a 747, right? 747s can move cargo. They can also move people. It's more designed for people, so you can get people there quickly because, humans need stuff to survive, and you need to do it quick so they don't go hungry. And even then, some people get hungry on the airplane, right? So you need quick ways to do it, and you need slower, more efficient ways to do it. What I think a space economy, if everything goes in the way that we want in the future, would look like is basically container ships using ion propulsion to set up a supply chain using some type of cycler orbit or something to be able to get payload on a reasonable schedule to Mars, right? And like I said, that's where a cycler orbit could come in. Or, I mean, you can transfer to Mars at any particular point in time. We could go to Mars right now. What's the constraint? The constraint is delta V. Solar electric propulsion has a lot of delta V. So transfer windows no longer become a problem if you don't have a constraint on time, right? The reason why we say it takes 3 months to get to Mars is because we're launching in the transfer window when it's the most opportune and the most efficient time to move, right? We could have a constant supply of payload being moved to Mars via container ships or these nuclear-powered ion propulsion system vehicles, which are very slow, but they'll get there. And if you send them out, send one of every week, right? You're going to get a constant supply chain going to Mars. And if you couple that with, sending people on the starship, and you can really only do that every 26 months. You could have, every 26 months, people will go there, and they'll end up being just a bunch of freaking payload in Mars orbit waiting for them. You could have an entire city waiting for them if you did it right. That's what I think our spaceflight economy will look like when we're old and sitting in the rocking chairs, Rav Shark. That's what I would want. You could take a starship to the moon. You could take a starship to Mars or whatever we have at that point. I still think we're going to use chemical propulsion, right? Because, once again, airplanes are inefficient compared to container ships, right? But we still use airplanes. We use airplanes because people don't like being hung up on a container ship for 2 weeks crossing the Atlantic Ocean, right? We did that for a long time. There's a reason why cruise ships got, passenger service between North America and Europe kind of went the way of the dodo like 60, 70 years ago, right? Nobody wants to be hung up on a ship for two months. I'd rather do it in 6 hours, or the Concorde, you'd rather do it in 2, right? So that's what I think. I think the spaceflight economy of the future is going to be bulk transport with ion thrusters. Basically, picture a container ship, the top of a container ship with all those containers stacked on top of it, and then a central spine, right? Just a central cylinder, and then on the bottom of that you have containers on the bottom in the other direction, and then the superstructure where the crew stays is just at the back. Like a 3-dimensional container ship. Basically, cut the boat hull part of the container ship out and just leave the superstructure and the propulsion system, put the nuke up at the front, and use connexes. All you need is an airtight connex, so something like the MPLMs from the space shuttle, so just a bunch of sealed containers. That's what I think, dude. I think that's where we need to go. And I think that's where it will go, because space, yeah, I mean, and once again, I'm just looking at how we move stuff around now. Spaceflight, I fundamentally just see spaceflight as a logistics service. It's like a train or an airplane or a car or a bicycle, right? It's just a logistics service. It always has been. It's just, I need to move this over there. This is a quick way to do it. I need to move this nuke over there. This is a quick way to do it. Or I need to launch this space shuttle into space to build this space station. This is the way that you do that, right? It's just a logistics service. The space shuttle was always touted as a space truck, right? So, yeah, you asked me how I think it's going to look. I think it's going to look like that. I don't think we'll have something like the Epstein drive, but something maybe close. Cruise ships work well for 300 plus years. Exactly, Floating Disc. We're not going to have Star Trek in 30 years, but we'll have something that's still pretty damn cool. Right? Go Navigator is back with a fairing half. Before this mission, it was for maintenance and a touch-up on its paint job. Cool. That would work well with Aldrin's cycler method. Get enough ships going in that trajectory that there is one near Earth or Mars every month or better. Erasmus, exactly like how if I want to order something off of Amazon, it goes from an Amazon distribution center onto a truck, onto a plane, off of a plane, onto another truck, to a regional distribution center, and then a small truck that comes to me. Setting up the supply chains in space is crucial to, I mean, if anybody here wants to take going to Mars and starting a city on Mars seriously for even a fraction of a second, you need the supply chains set up. Just like Plymouth and Jamestown in North America, they still had access, they could still go back and forth, you know what I mean? You can still go back and forth. Like when, European colonists came and discovered the New World, right? Colonists, you understand what I'm saying? Like, they always had a way back, but if we really want to take that seriously, you need to set up a supply chain between one and the other. They moved printing presses in the 1700s. They moved printing presses that were manufactured in England. They put them on a boat and they moved them here. You needed to do that for a little bit of time until we figured out how to set up manufacturing here on this continent. And then there wasn't a need for that service anymore, right? Like, that's what I see. That's where I see us going. And I don't think that this is just, going back to the climate conversation that we were having, this is something that we have to do. We have to do that. We can't stay here. I mean, we can't stay here. We'll screw up the climate too much. I mean, it's true. Got to go out into space, man. And if that supply chain gets running on a regular schedule, then I want to live in a future where manufacturing stuff here on Earth is about as dumb as you trying to, mass produce automobiles in your living room, right? Or your backyard, right? Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to start a factory in the back of their house. I mean, some people would, but it really depends on how much demand there is. I'm talking about mass production here. When we get the ability to just yeet orbital mechanics and just do, expanse level maneuvers, that's the moment we bump ourselves up and off on the Kardashev scale. Yep. This might be an odd question, but would an ion thruster be able to give a spaceship some artificial gravity? Shai, if the ship was under constant acceleration and then halfway through turned around and was constantly decelerating like what they do in the Expanse, it's not artificial gravity. It's an acceleration that's equivalent to the gravitational pull of Earth. Yeah, of course. That would be way easier. You'd be able to have a whole slew of health problems associated with long-term space travel. Jeff Bezos has a lot of ideas, but one of them I actually agree with is manufacturing on orbit and leave our residents on the surface. Don't crap where you eat, Grabshark. Pretty straightforward stuff. All right, Sun Temple, good night. Last, please. What's up, John? I think you just described this ship. You're pretty much just a big space truck, yeah. It's just this. Take a container ship and take the superstructure from a container ship and just put what Alex here is what Alexander's talking about. Put that and attach it, scale it up, and attach it to the superstructure of a container ship. Take the boat hull part away, and boom, there you go, space container ship. John, seriously, is that far-fetched of a thing? I don't think so. The only real thing would be getting all the payload to the thing. Sending it would be not that technically complicated of a mission, right? Well, not sending it. I mean, the better way to phrase that is there anything with physics that's stopping us from doing this? No, not at all. That's what I question. It's going to take 3 people in a food service to provide for 1 person on Mars. How the heck are they going to make enough protein and fiber? Farm, it's I mean, a greenhouse could do it. But yeah, you're playing RimWorld at that point, dude. But I don't think that's totally far-fetched, man. I mean, The Martian, even though it's sci-fi, it's very, very grounded in reality sci-fi. As long as we bring some dirt with us, dude, we can mix the dirt with the Martian soil, put the microbes in the Martian soil, and it should work. That wasn't bullcrap, dude. Mars has dirt, just like Earth does. There's just no microbes in the dirt that make plants grow well. You can't put even if we sealed off a dome, like a greenhouse on Mars, right? Even if we sealed it off and we planted some, plants in the dirt, they wouldn't grow. There's no nutrients in the soil. But that doesn't mean we can't take some from Earth and put it in the ground, mix it up with the dirt there, and use that. You absolutely can. It wasn't bullcrap, it was human crap. That's right. I mean, Farm, it's a completely different way of thinking, dude, because you have to reuse everything, dude. It's like the pilgrims coming over here. You have to reuse as much as you possibly can. So, people take a dump, you don't just flush that down the toilet, right? You'd use that as fertilizer. Yeah, I mean, you can farm on Mars. Sure, why not? You could farm on the moon if you know what you're doing. Once again, Farm, the way I look at it is it's just a logistics problem, dude. Like you said, you need 3 people to feed 1, right? So Does that mean we can't do it? No, the problem is a logistical bottleneck, right? Just like a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, you know what the biggest demand is on a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? Because it ain't fuel for the aircraft carrier. It's jet fuel. Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers have to be resupplied all the time with jet fuel for the airplanes that fly off of them, and food for the crew. That's the bottleneck. The bottleneck ain't fuel on the ship. And clean water? MacBeat, no. It's a nuclear power plant. They desalinate the water. Yeah, it's a nuke. You have tons of power. The aircraft carriers have desalination plants built into them. Yeah. I know that for a fact because I talked to guys that work on a carrier before, and they have to wash the salt mist off of the airplane so they don't break. And they have hoses on the flight deck where they spray the planes down. And you don't want to spray the planes down with salt water to get rid of salt water. No, there's a desalination plant on there. It's not even water, it's just food. It's food and jet fuel. That's it. Why doesn't the crew just eat the jet fuel? Problem solved. Well, Boris, it's because pilots are kind of, pilots. They're very, very partial. Oh, I'm a pilot. I should get the best food. They wouldn't eat it. That's not the reason jet fuel is bad for you. Simple. Just eat the colonists. Found the RimWorld player. I wonder how difficult it would be to make a Japanese-style vertical farm work in an orbital facility. Erasmus, you don't even need a vertical farm. Seriously, they've been growing plants like you don't need a vertical farm. Plants grow better in space because they can spend more time growing and less time fighting gravity. In the same way that you'd stock a tomato plant, right? A tomato plant, you don't want to just let it grow on the ground. It's better for it if it grows up a stalk, right? So you put a stick in the ground next to the tomato plant and it latches onto it and it goes up, right? A Japanese vertical farm is basically kind of the same concept, right? In gravity, you don't have to worry about that at all. You just let the tomato plant grow, and then the tomato plant can focus more on actually growing than having to reinforce itself to fight gravity. Seriously, this has been well documented in space with the plants that they're growing up there right now. Shoot the hostage. Take them out of the equation. That's not how that works. That's not funny. My Navy buddy says the diesel fuel leaked into the drinking water. Ugh, that probably tasted horrible. Dude, RimWorld seriously brings out the bad person in me. There are uses for prisoners. Yeah, there's also this thing, Grav Shark, called ethics. And I tried to ethically run a RimWorld colony one time, and it failed, and I got really annoyed at the game. Oops. Hey, I got it to last. I had a colony that lasted a number of years. It just gave me an impossible scenario. I had the best medical facility for my colonists and the best defenses, and I got Mechanoid invaded, and for whatever reason, despite my like tier 1,000 healthcare system, they all got freaking a disease. I'm like, oh, that's good. That's good. I did so good in RimWorld that the game had to pandemic me while getting invaded at the same time. Boom. Roasted. Screw you, Cassandra. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. Yeah, no, it promptly made me rage quit the game, and I haven't played it since. Yeah, that's what happened. That's how that really happened. Yep. Prisoners become nutrient paste and clothing. Easy peasy. Human leather hats. The moon landing was fake. There was no wind on the moon, yet the flag was waving in the wind. Nice troll, Gary. Nice. You don't... Dude. Alright, Gary, come on. Look at me. You see all this stuff here. Do you honestly think I don't get asked that every day? Come on, man. Come on, you could do better than that. Come on, come up with something better, please. Please try to. Can you come up with something better than that? Like, I'm actually asking you to. Please troll me better. I don't mind trolling. I really don't. I have a rule about it down there if you go and look. Just, all I ask is you put some effort in. The wires on the flag? Come on now. There's wires in the flag to get it to stay stiff. It blows in the wind because every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and lunar gravity is 1/6 the pole of Earth because it's 1/6 the size, right? So if you planted that flag and an astronaut hit it, it's just going to sit there and do this for a little while because there's nothing to stop it. This is Newton's law. Saying the flag was waving in the wind saying that the flag waving in the wind, that's not how physics work. No, you just don't understand how physics works. The flag should be moving at least a little bit because it was acted upon by an outside force. This is basic physics. So saying that the flag waving in the wind is against physics is like saying that you don't believe in Newton's first, second, and third law of physics. Come on now. You can do better than that. Please. Please, I'm actually asking you to troll me better. Like, I don't care. You choose what you want to put effort into, but all I ask is that you put an effort into it, man. How was there wind in the green screen studio? See, Infi, that's a little better. Hey, got a Snipple 11-month resub. They staged the moon landings on Mars. Yeah, Kubrick insisted on filming it on location. Yeah. All right. So that nuclear tug that Alex is talking about is pretty cool. Work harder is anathema to conspiracy theorists. Yeah, people don't want to be correct. Hunster, they want to be right. I get it. Nobody wants to look stupid, but the low effort tells me that the troll knows nothing about physics. And that's what I mean about putting in effort, dude. At least do some research, man. Shoot. At least watch Joe Rogan or something. Like, if we're talking about scraping the bottom of the barrel for effort, like, you know. Did you ever see an astronaut do DMT on the moon? It's entirely possible that that has happened. Spotify. No, all right, anyway. I think canceling Constellation was a good thing. After all, we saved 30... You know, Laserman, I know you're trolling me, and I know I said do better. I still cringe at that comment. I still fall for it. It's so bad. The last video is also nice. It's only 3 minutes long. All right, let's see what we got here.
Теперь о ленте, работа над которой только набирает обороты.
She's going way too quickly for me.
Активная фаза подготовки к первым в истории съемкам на орбите в рамках научно-просветительского проекта «Вызов». Актриса Юлия Пересильд и режиссер Клим Шипенко провели первые испытания внутри тренажера космического корабля «Союз-МС». Кристина Оливиева побывала в центре подготовки космонавтов и увидела, как все проходит.
Ну, таких худеньких у нас еще не было.
She's talking about the actress and the director. Yulia Peresid and Klim Shifenko, the director and the actress that are going to shoot a movie about space, actually in space. She's talking about them getting prepared for their mission.
Осиная талия Юлии Пересильд в диковинку для инженеров-конструкторов спецснаряжения космонавтов. Актриса заметно волнуется, ведь именно в этом скафандре она совершит
They're taking measurements for a spacesuit.
полет на МКС.
166,8. У вас...
Я уменьшаюсь?
Вы сейчас стоите в свободном состоянии. А когда меряют рост вот так вот по стене, то, естественно, там побольше будет. Это нормально.
Я всегда мечтала такой комбинезон, как у...
Space бабушка!
It would be, с собой в космос можно будет взять лишь 1 килограмм вещей, причем багаж полетит отдельно уже в ближайшее время.
То есть я туда могу сейчас платье отправить в блестках?
Под скафандром специальный комплект белья. Режиссер Клим Шипенко в прекрасной форме. Похудеть пришлось почти на 10 килограмм. В полет берут только если вес меньше 95.
Я занимался похуданием, поэтому то, что здесь сейчас мало мышц, это...
Нормально.
Hey, Clem, stop flexing on us, okay?
35.
А так они обычно как у оператора.
Режиссер успел познакомиться и с командиром.
Hey, Shkap. That's Anton Shkeplerov. He's a Russian cosmonaut. They're inside of the mock-up of the Russian side of the ISS.
Он не только доставит съемочную бригаду на МКС, но и будет принимать непосредственное участие в съемках.
Мы будем с ним готовиться к этому. Это тоже тренировки, это тоже, научить космонавта органично играть, говорить текст. Это тоже задача, которую нужно сделать, которую с Антоном мы будем делать на Земле, а с космонавтами, которые уже улетели, мы уже репетировали в марте. И уже репетировали здесь, то есть они уже получили некий базовый курс актерского мастерства.
Первая художественная лента на орбите. Над фильмом «Вызов» работают Первый канал, Роскосмос и студия Yellow Black and White. Основной состав экипажа одобрила госкомиссия по итогам тщательного медицинского и творческого отбора. Съемочной группе предстоит всего за несколько месяцев научиться там.
This is the Cosmonaut Training Center, the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, GCTC. It's in Star City outside of Moscow, which Star City is basically... Star City for the Russian space program is what Houston is to, and Johnson Space Center and the Astronaut Training Space Center, like at Johnson, that's the Russian equivalent. This is where all the cosmonauts train. There's a mock-up of a Soyuz orbital module behind the presenter.
Тому, к чему космонавты готовятся годами. Поэтому каждый день режиссер Клим Шипенко и исполнительница главной роли Юлия Пересильд проводят здесь в Центре подготовки космонавтов имени Гагарина. Сначала, конечно же, лекции, только потом практические занятия на тренажере космического корабля «Союз».
Yeah, there's the Soyuz interior. This is a Soyuz trainer right here. Fully functional too. That's cool. Those cosmonauts that are already at the ISS were trained with the director before their flight. Cool, cool.
Обучение непрофессионалов по ускоренной программе будет востребовано в будущем для отправки на орбиту узких специалистов, врачей или ученых, считают в Роскосмосе. Поэтому съемки — это лишь часть большого научно-просветительского проекта. А между тем, первая лекция у съемочной группы уже началась. Сложно.
Для всех сейчас ситуация необычная, потому что такой короткой подготовки еще не было. Никогда. Ни для космонавтов, ни для туристов в том числе. Поэтому мы немножко экспресс-методом идем, двигаемся. Нам уже выдали учебники. Это вот такая вот стопка по бортинженерии и не только. Я уже открыла.
That looks like a trainer MiG, Max. Trainer MiG-19.
Для женщины, наверное, ничего, кроме шуток, на ум пока у меня не приходит. Ну, попробуем разобраться.
Если все пойдет по плану, в космос Шипенко и Пересильд полетят уже в октябре, однако до самого старта готовиться к полету предстоит и дублирующему экипажу. Только смотрите, больше не худейте, просят конструкторы. Скафандры уже в разработке. Кристина Левиева, Юрий Шомов, Кристина Иванова и Руслан Башко. Первый канал.
Farm, were you listening? Were you listening to what she had to say? You disrespectful perv. Farm, it's like when we were watching the OneWeb launch a little earlier, dude. I was trying hard to listen to all the Russian that was being spoken and translating it. Will you play KSP? Sure, Angela, in a little bit. Were you paying attention, Neo, or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? Look again. Don't look over your shoulder. There's the EJ needs more water in the cup. Yeah, you picked up on the, yeah. I like throwing a lot of subtle stuff in with my presentation, C22. It's not all the time that people pick up on them. I was going to ask, is there any chance that U.S. theaters will play this movie? I mean, silly, like they play all the other Russian movies? Probably not. You'll write them to get more women for commentary? Kem, if more women want to get involved with space, I have no problem with that. And that's all I have to say about that. What's your opinion on people who don't like sauces? I don't care. I only have so many fricks to give throughout the day, Hired. That's not something that I give two craps about, man. I put most of my fricks in the space basket. Never know, this one's getting a decent bit of publicity. Might make it into the cinemas. I mean, I don't know, Tessa, maybe. I didn't say women for commentary, Grahi. I said at all levels. I have no problem with that. In fact, I want the next person that makes the footprint on the moon to be a woman. I think that would be pretty cool. I wouldn't have a problem with that in any way, shape, or form. You know why? Because I think people miss the point there. Yeah, I mean, people miss the point there. I mean, having a woman go to the moon is great. That's amazing, and I'm really proud of that. But we're the point is we're getting back to the moon, man. That's the real one. That's back to the moon, dude. I don't care who does it. It doesn't bother me. We need to go back to the moon, and then we need to go to Mars as well. We need to go everywhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Everywhere! Ismic, 5 subs. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Like I said, I only have so many fricks to give. That's not something that I care about. It's, you know, that's not... Let's go, man. Love the latest project on KSP. I've been following it from the beginning. I'm glad you like it, Angela. Thank you. So you haven't been everywhere, man? Why is there a Thor plate in the back of Mission Control? Is that where Thor himself sits? What? I don't understand, XL. Screw Mars. Let's give it a... Nah, we should probably go to Mars first. Next to Rocket Guy. Oh, the title. That's, hang on. I can get you that. Hold on. It's a flight room control position. I forget what it means off the top of my head. Thermal operations and resources. There you go. So they're in charge of making sure it doesn't get too hot on the outside and on the inside of the ISS. I mean, the inside is more Eclipse, but that's a different story. That's a different position. All right, guys. I think that's everything. I mean, there is some Starship stuff, but we already watched them crown the next level on the service structure here. We watched that right at the beginning. So what I think we should look at this picture here. RGV Aerial took one of the pictures of the launch site and photoshopped it to show what the service structure is going to look like when it's completed. Now keep in mind, this is all real over here, but this is the part that's photoshopped right there. Check that out. That's how tall that thing's gonna be when it's finished. 7 segments. And there's gonna be two launch pads. The rocket, Nulty, launches from a pedestal that's sitting on top of these posts right here. So yeah. I've never seen anyone take a fixed service structure and put it kind of diamond oriented next to the launch pad. So normally, like the Saturn V had the flame bucket right here, and then the Saturn V was right there, and then the launch umbilical tower was always parallel to it, right? Right? Like that. And then the space shuttle had the mobile launcher like this, right? And then it had the holes for the SRBs with an SRB right there, right? And then it had the holes for the 3 engines, right? Right, and then the external tank would be right here, right? And then it had a fixed service structure right here, and then a post with a rotating service structure that could move here to get at the shuttle's payload bay, right? And then Starship has the orbital launch table. That's not a circle. The orbital launch table like this, right? And then the service structure is like this. It's diamond oriented. See that? I've never seen anyone mount a service structure or put a service structure next to a pad like that, which is very weird. What are the chances of the booster destroying the tower when landing? From what I've seen with how chonky that thing actually is, the only way that the booster would destroy the tower is not from an impact. The tower would shred it like a knife through butter, to be honest with you, is if it caught on fire and melted things and then the thing would fall over. That's the only really way I see that. Launch pads are overbuilt because they're designed to survive having a rocket engine fire right next to it. Rocket engines are basically a controlled explosion going in one direction. So the thing is literally blast proof, so hitting it won't really do much. Maybe so it can serve as 2 or more pads. Well, Tessa, they're going to, from what I've seen from the environmental assessment plans, is that this SpaceX's whole launch site is going to go to about over here, and there's going to be a second orbital launch mount. There's going to be another one of these right here, and then another tower right there. There's going to be 2 of them and 2 launch pads, so it's a twin pad complex from what I've seen. Apogee, oh god. How high is that tower right now? Mab, the tower is 3 sections high, so this is the part that's been completed. Final thing is going to be like 140 meter, so like a 40 or 50 story building. It's going to be quite big. Where's the landing pad for Starship in this shot? The pad where SpaceX has landed all the Starships is this right here. That's the landing pad. This is where 15 landed. 15 landed right here. 11 landed over there somewhere in pieces. 10 landed right here. 9 crashed into the ground right here. And 8 crashed into the pad right here. Crane extension parts have arrived. Yeah, they are already going to extend the 11350 with the power boom. They're going to make it taller. It's going to need to be taller. The crane, when in the configuration to stack that 7th segment, is probably going to be about this tall. It's going to be up here somewhere, which is about, I don't know, 200 meters. It's an SDW configuration for the 11350 crane. If there's any nerds out there that want to go look it up, I'm pretty damn sure that's what it's going to look like. How thick is that pad? Do we know? It's supposed to survive crashes. It's just reinforced concrete, Nulty, so reinforced concrete's pretty damn strong. Reinforced concrete is the same thing they build foundations of skyscrapers out of, or like bunkers. Bunkers are made out of reinforced concrete. It's at least a foot, so it's at least 30 centimeters thick, at the very least. It was hard to see from the videos, because people were watching here, it was hard to see how thick that concrete pad was when they poured it. How tall is that tower going to be? About 500 feet. Here's the plans for Starship. This is what we're looking at here. So, right there is the tower that's being built right now. That's the launch mount, and there's going to be another one right next to it. And then there's going to be another fuel pad, another fuel farm right here for this pad, just like there's one right there for this pad. There's going to be another one of these. Another one of these guys right here, over here. There's the landing pad, and those are the test stands over there. And then they're going to have a second landing pad. This is right from the draft. It's from the draft environmental assessment, which is one of the first things that you have to do. You have to do an EIR if you want to build something. Environmental impact. You have to see, and don't get me wrong, environmental impact reports aren't something that's there just because Herder, the tree huggers, want that. No. You don't want to go and build your skyscraper out in the wetlands in the Rio Grande Valley, right? In the Rio Grande estuary, in swamplands, and have it sink into the swamp. EIRs are about figuring out ways to basically mitigate the environmental impact, but also make sure that the structure, won't fall into the swamp. Just putting it out there. It's kind of, you probably don't want that. Yeah, so there's going to be 2 of these things. There's going to be 2 of that. There's going to be another one basically right here. Pretty sure they will use those suborbital pads to static fire starships before they put them onto Super Heavy, since they do the same with Falcon 9 upper stages. Yep. I built another. Built a second castle. It fell into the swamp. That burned down, fell over, then it fell into the swamp. But the 4th one that stayed up. Yeah, you want to make sure that you don't screw the area that you're in up too much. For instance, building all this could raise the water table, which is why you need to dig a retention pond. And SpaceX is pretty much, there's wetlands here, so I'm not sure they'll have to do it exactly, but you can only build so much heavy things on the land before you start displacing water, and water will go where you don't want. You'll raise the water table. That's no good, because you need more of the soil here to be able to absorb all that water. And if you want more areas that are dry, you're displacing that, and eventually you're going to need to dig a hole in the ground for all the water to pool into, or else all your dry land that you graded here will just become mud again. Yeah, that's also important. And look, see what I'm talking about? In these plans, there's a retention pond right here, and also right there. That's not an accident. It's just like building in Florida. You have to make sure that you dig a hole next to the structure that you're building, so the water doesn't go into the structure that you're building and it goes into the hole that you dug. Nice, Kyron. So yeah, this is about half of the launch complex that SpaceX plans on making over there, which is still, that's pretty ridiculous, dude. Oh, C-22, I know a lot about that Millennium Tower. Yeah, I've gone on a dive into that. Why don't they use self-climbing scaffolding to and a self-climbing crane? Mr. Hazlard, long story short, the things that they need the crane to move are too heavy for a tower crane or any type of self-climbing scaffolding crane or whatever. Sections are the things that they're moving are way too big. And I'm not a crane operator by any means, but the 11350 lattice crane that they have right here, if you look at, I know how much these counterweights are because I've read the crane's manual. If you look at how much counterweight this guy has, it should give you a good indicator as to how heavy one of these sections actually are. This guy is carrying, with the saddles right there on the crane and then the wagon on the back, it's like 700,000 pounds of counterweight. Now, don't get me wrong. You don't want your counterweight equal to the payload that you're moving. So if he's carrying like 700,000 pounds of counterweight, that tells me that these things weigh a ton. Not a ton, a lot of tons. You know, a tower crane I don't think could move something that big. They're moving them in individual in pieces. They're building the pieces off site, bringing them in, and then they're using the crane to pick it up. Tower cranes can't move something that big. They're not designed to do that. We use them all the time in Holland for building your launch pads. Yeah, the tower in that picture, Casper, is photoshopped. Windmills. I don't think they use tower cranes to build windmills, though. I think they use lattice crawlers to build the windmills, like that crane. I'm pretty sure Liebherr engineered that crane with the intention of making a crane that could build and service wind turbines. Pretty sure that's the reason why that crane exists. Because Liebherr's promo video for the 11350 crane is them building a windmill. It's actually pretty cool. Chemical, change the name to a shorter name, just letting you know that I'm not a different guy. Yeah, okay. I could see the sub badge, Chem, but yeah, I got you. It's going to take a second for me to adjust, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, we do use them for wind turbines. Right on, dude. That's cool. Wind turbines are cool, man. It's a cool piece of kit. The gearbox on those things is what blows my mind. They do build windmills with tower cranes. Okay. Last puzz. How are they going to lift the highest section of that crane if it isn't big enough? Swishio, it can be reconfigured. Here, I'll just show the Liebherr manual one last time, and then we'll jump out into KSP. We got to do 2 test flights tonight. I have to fix that side slip problem, dudes. So check this out. These cranes are built, Swishio, like Legos, man. It's Lego Technic. You can configure the crane into all different types of things. Look. So you basically start with a base piece, right? And then you can, there's little sills right here to attach all the different saddles. And then there's mounts for more counterweights down here on the bottom of the crane, right? And even the treads use 2 mounting points, the tank treads for this. You can attach saddles here, you can attach the saddles here, you can run counterweight anywhere you want. And you can configure the crane into different variants because there's all different types of stuff that needs to be moved. Now, see, this is the same crane, you just attach more pieces to it like Legos. Right? See? Now, the configuration, there's the hooks. You can even configure the hooks. You can have different configurations for all this types of stuff. There's the treads, and then there's the base for the crane, right? So you'd move this piece first, and then you'd attach the treads to it, and then you attach the pulleys and the mast to the thing, and then the house. The house is where the person stays. And look, see, you can have a bunch of different configurations for this sucker. It's Meccano. Tessa, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is why I think the cranes are so cool. This is why I gush over these things, because they're amazing. It's a really cool piece of engineering. And I didn't, until I saw them like Starship moving them around, I was like, okay, it's a crane. Cranes are cool. But I did a deep dive into these things, and it's an amazing piece of equipment. The SDW configuration here is the only configuration for Liebherr 11350 that's tall enough to get to the top of this. That's the only configuration I see in this manual right here, this one. The SDW has a maximum reach at 200 meters, dude. That's more than enough to get up here. 200 meters in this picture is up here somewhere. That looks to be about right. Because the crane has to be taller than the thing that it's building, right? Like, yeah, it's an awesome piece of kit, guys. It's really cool. And then these are load tables because you can only, with a crane, you can only, like, you can't, if you want to have, like, pick up something that's really close to you and move it, yeah, the crane can do it. But if you want to pick up something that's 100 meters over there, you can't reach the boom down and try to grab it. You'll break it. So there's load tables. There's load tables for the heights and the distances that you can lift at and what kind of counterweight you need to run. And then there's the angle here to show how much payload you can move at different angles of the boom. They're cool, man. Are they renting them? Yeah. So this one is, this configuration, the SLD configuration, that one could actually do it. It would be close. Yeah, you don't want it to tip. Yeah, absolutely. That one's too small. But that one kind of basically is the configuration that they're in right now. I don't, except this one has, this configuration has a derrick, so it doesn't look like that. The derrick is this thing. So the mast is right here, the derrick is right there, and the main boom is here. And if the boom has another extension up here, that's the jib. And then pendants hold the whole thing together. And then the pulleys are what move, they're what articulate the crane. And then on top of the crane articulation pulleys, right, you also have a pulley in here for the hook, to move the hook up and down, right? Let me see that example of the self-climbing crane. Video isn't loading. Hazelar, it's not loading here. Yeah, great. YouTube's taking a dump on me. Who's Derek? I don't know. So Swishio, we probably see that one has a long jib. So this type of crane with no derrick, a main boom and a jib mast would be a crane that can reach. It can reach out very far. You can reach further away from where the crane is, right? But because it's not running a derrick and it doesn't have like an extension on the counterweights, this configuration of crane would be used for moving small payloads. So lifting small things, but lifting them over basically behind where I'm at. You could lift something out over here, but it would have to be light. This is a crane that basically has the reach, but it can't move a heavy payload. And once again, there's the load tables. If you notice, the load table numbers are a lot lower than the other configurations for the crane. I gotta go all the way down to the bottom. That's the configuration I think it's going to run. This one right here. The SDW configuration. How tall will the tower be compared to Starship? It'll be just a little bit taller, Ismic, than the rocket that it launches. Because the surface structure, dude, okay. SpaceX isn't just going to keep this crane at the website. SpaceX isn't just going to keep this crane at the launch site and then every time they want to stack a Starship, take this crane and stack with it. No. Part of the reason why this structure is so ridiculously chunky is because SpaceX, there's going to be a crane. There's going to be, ironically, basically a tower crane on top of this. And the tower crane is going to be able to pick stuff up, turn, and put it on the pad. Stack super heavy, turn, stack Starship right on top of it. Simultaneously, this structure will have two huge arms coming out the side. And keep in mind, this part is tentative. We don't know if this is going to do this. Like, for sure. You don't know for sure, but that's the plan with SpaceX. But SpaceX's plans change. There's going to be two huge grabber arms coming out of the side of this thing. And Super Heavy is basically going to come back and hover over the pad. And then the arms will grab the booster. They'll grab the top of the booster, and then the engines on Super Heavy will just shut off. And then those grabber arms will basically lower Super Heavy right back down onto the pad. It's pretty insane. kind of, Whitey. It'll be a little bit heavier than the ones that are on top of the LUTs for the Saturn V, but something like that, yeah. Thanks, I really appreciate you taking the time for every single question that every single viewer has. I try. Prego. We'll probably see the same setup of when she was at Blue Origin. Was that this configuration, goalie? I forget. This is the only one that has the height to be able to lift this thing. I just wonder if they'll ever get the clearance to re-enter over the land. I don't know. Lord Sox, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Yeah, see, this one isn't big enough. This crane doesn't have a lot of reach, but it can move something heavy because it has the more counterweight. But once again, these are just certain configurations for the crane. You have all different types of configurations with all different load tables, and that's dependent on how long each section of this is. So the final version of that 11350 might not look exactly like this. It might have a little bit of a shorter boom, because the boom really only needs to go to like here. It could be shorter. The jib could be shorter, not the boom. The boom's over here. One of these days, you need to sit down and do a crane stream with how they work and everything. Yeah, I mean... Ozin, the rate at which they're going, dude, they'll have this stuff finished probably by the end of June, if I had to guess. Probably even less. Yeah, Golden Goose, it sucks, right? Tapion, 4-month resub. Forgot I had a Prime. Facha, 16-month resub. Thanks, dude. There has to be a crane simulator game or something. Floating disc, I'm sure there's a crane simulator somewhere out there, but what I would really want to do...
Go at throttle up.
Bunny, hey, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. We got a little bit of sub train going. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Like, it would be cool if... like, you had to... like a crane simulator where you also had to put the crane together and then you had to lift things up. Think like, instead of like American Truck Simulator, think Polybridge. That would be cool. I want a Bagger 288 sim. That would be really awesome, actually.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Karate. Gifted a sub to Fozzilla. Thanks, man. Can you imagine the camera views of a Starship launched from the tower and the view of a super heavy landing? It's going to be insane. It's going to be crazy, Ordon. It's going to be insane. Yeah, it's going to be completely nuts.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ren gifted subs. Gifted 3 subs. Thanks. And Kyron had 100 bits. Thanks, guys. I think that's a good, I think we hit a good time to move over into KSP. Let's get this SSTO flying again. We got to solve that side slip problem. We got to figure out why it happened.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And if I can figure it out here for KSP tonight, okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Crowdy gifted another sub, and then B-Money gifted 5 more. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think we're on part 154. If we can get it figured out, the side slip problems, we get that figured out, we should,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We should, go for an orbital flight test. Frick, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hokey gifted another sub.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Power gifted 10.